Hello everyone, and welcome back to KevinAudiobook.tv. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together, we'll follow Wang Teng as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter, Chapter 3099, Blood Puppet, Undying Blood Sea, Spirit of Blood Sea, 1. Blood Sun Token. Wang Teng didn't expect this Blood Sun token to have so many uses. Also, it represented the identity of the Blood Sun. Seeing the token was like seeing the Blood Sun without the Blood Sun token. Wang Teng's identity as the Blood Sun couldn't be confirmed. You could say that Wang Teng gained the recognition of the ancestor through the actions of the Blood God clone. That was how he obtained the Blood Sun token and confirmed his identity as the Blood Sun. Of course, he also gained the recognition of many vampire dark apparitions. This was the most important thing. After all, Blood Suns had to convince the masses. If they couldn't, they were like puppets. If he just stepped on the blood-red stairs, displayed his talent, and listened to Devil Titan Shui Kan's arrangement, allowing the various families to fight for the Blood God altar, Wang Teng might be able to become the Blood Sun too. However, he wouldn't be able to achieve such prestige and power. One could only say that Wang Teng was a monster. He made a name for himself forcefully. He wasn't Devil Titan Shui Kan's match, but he was able to fight with him and even make him bleed. This was enough to astound them. Even the previous Blood Suns couldn't do this. Wang Teng retracted his thoughts and looked at the Blood Sun token in his hand. He had already left a spiritual mark on it and a drop of blood from the clone's origin. This way, the Blood God clone would be able to control the Blood Sun token. With a single thought, the Blood Sun token gave off a faint red glow and floated up from his palm. Boom! A buzzing sound came from the Blood Sun token. Swoosh! The next instant, blood-red runes appeared on the Blood Sun token. They congregated into a ray of light and shot towards the entrance of the castle. Boom! The door vibrated instantly and gave off a loud bang. Then it slowly opened in front of the Blood God clone and the others. A dusty aura came from behind the door. It was cold, lonely, and pitch black as if it hadn't been opened for a long time. Shall we go in together? The Blood God clone invited Wang Teng. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. All right, Zagorm smiled. I'm curious about the Blood Sun Palace too. Zassator was curious too. He looked at the pitch-black door with yearning. The Blood Sun Palace was a sacred and noble place for vampires. As the geniuses of the vampire race, it was their honor to become the Blood Sun. Hence, in their eyes, the Blood Sun Palace was their dream. Please. The Blood God clone took on the role of a master and walked towards the door of the castle with an inviting gesture. Zagorm and Zassator exchanged glances with one another and followed him. After passing through the door, a huge reception room appeared in front of him. However, before Wang Teng could observe it carefully, a few figures attracted his attention. There were more than 10 ladies dressed in blood-red maid attires. They looked enchanting and gave off the aura of nobles. The vampire race placed high importance on etiquette. They were an exception among all the dark apparitions. Those vampire ladies in blood-red maid attires were beautiful, but their expressions were stiff and cold. This indifference was different from the coldness of dark apparitions. They seemed to have no emotions. They were dead.
Blood puppets,
Zagorm exclaimed in surprise. Blood puppets? The Blood God clone was stunned. He sized up the vampire servants curiously. In the devour space, Wang Teng activated his real eye and looked at the vampire servants. He was astounded. There was a vitality in these blood puppets, and their internal structure was no different from a normal dark apparition. The only difference was his soul. Their origin of soul was very weak. It didn't have the spirit a normal life form should have. This was strange. It looked like a normal life form, but it lacked intelligence. It was fine to call it a puppet. This was similar to the shadow puppet Wang Teng met in the ruins of the Naga race. His eyes lit up. He suddenly got interested. Maybe after Zagorm and the others left, he could study the blood puppet properly. These blood puppets are the servants and guards of the Blood Sun Palace. They are not only in charge of the living conditions of the Blood Suns, but they are also extremely powerful. These blood puppets are at least low-tier devil emperors. A few of them are mid-tier devil emperors. Normal people won't be able to break in, Zagorm introduced. Low-tier devil emperor, mid-tier devil emperor. The blood god clone nodded in surprise. To be able to reach this level, the cost of these blood puppets wasn't low. It required a lot of resources as for the shadow puppet he was preparing. He had to pay a huge price to gather all the materials to make a universe-level shadow puppet. From this point of view, these blood puppets were extremely precious, and there were many of them. What is the blood puppet made of? The blood god clone hesitated before asking. They're born from the undying blood sea. They were turned into puppets before they gained intelligence. They're extremely precious. Zagorm seemed to know what Wang Teng was thinking. The undying blood sea, the blood god clone, was stunned again. There was a strange glimmer in his eyes as if he had heard something incredible. The undying blood sea is the most important place in our race. It's where our ancestors hibernate. There are many wonders inside. The talents of our race can enter and comprehend domains and laws. If they're lucky, they can even get a rise in their bloodline and activate some powerful talents. For instance, your blood god physique is an extremely powerful physique of our vampire race. Anyone can awaken it in the undying blood sea, but the probability is very small, Zagorm said, Chapter 3-100. Blood puppet, undying blood sea, spirit of blood sea, 2. I see, the blood god clone nodded. He was curious and suddenly got interested in the undying blood sea. He asked, how are the creatures born in the undying blood sea different from the vampires? Blood sea creatures are another kind of life form like plants and stones. They are spirits formed from blood. You can't kill them unless you burn all the blood in their bodies. Normal flames won't be able to burn them either. Zagorm said. Blood, in the devour space, Wang Teng felt a little strange. He used his real eye to take a look at the bodies of these blood puppets. They were no different from normal vampires, yet Zagorm was telling him that they were formed from blood. Did he make a mistake? He frowned uncontrollably. He activated his real eye to the maximum to check the finer structure and search for the essence. I didn't expect this. After some time, Wang Teng noticed something. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Interesting. This is interesting. He sized up the blood puppets as if he was admiring a rare treasure. His interest was piqued. The essence of these blood puppets seemed to be blood. He immediately remembered some characteristics of the ancient blood pattern. This was the blood in the puppets. It wasn't strange that blood could turn into a human. Wang Teng started to view the blood puppet with more importance after hearing what Zagorm said. They couldn't be killed unless their blood was completely burnt. Even the shadow puppet couldn't be compared to this special trait. Of course, the shadow puppet had its special characteristics too. They couldn't be compared so simply. The only problem was, this was a skill of the dark apparitions. It contained a thick dark force and couldn't be used in the light world. Oh, right. Zagorm's voice pulled Wang Teng back to reality. He said, you're the blood sun now. You have the right to enter the undying blood sea once. You might be able to get many opportunities there. Wang Teng's eyes lit up in the devour space. This was a good thing. How do I enter? The blood god clone asked immediately. You just need to hold the blood sun token and head to the entrance of the blood sea. Someone will bring you in. Zagorm smiled. I will bring you there. All right, thank you, the blood god clone said. There's no need to be polite. Zagorm waved his hand as they spoke. They had already walked into the castle. "Welcome, Master." The blood puppets bowed at the blood god clone in unison. It was a magnificent sight. The blood god clone felt dizzy. Those blood puppets were all beautiful ladies. He wondered which senior had such a bad sense of humor. Zacitor was a little envious. Even from the vampire's point of view, the appearance and figure of those blood puppets were top-notch. Who wouldn't be envious to have a bunch of servants and guards who were both handsome and powerful? He would be extremely proud if he brought them out. Unfortunately, he was too far away from becoming a blood son. After seeing the battle between the blood god clone and devil titan Shui Kan, he knew that he had no hope of becoming a blood son in his entire life. "Get up." The blood god clone waved his hand. The blood puppets straightened their backs and stood at the side, waiting for him to inspect them. However, the blood god clone didn't look at them. He walked in directly. He scanned the hall and was amazed. This was extravagant. However, it didn't have the gaudiness and superficialness of a nouveau riche. Instead, it gave people an extreme sense of enjoyment and elegance. There was also an inexplicable ancient and heavy feeling, as if it was the place that belonged to a family with a long history. "Please have a seat." The blood god clone's gaze finally landed on a leather sofa. He invited Zagorm and his companion to sit down before sitting down, as if he was the host. Zagorm and Zacitor didn't feel offended. Instead, they admired his actions. His temperament was indeed extraordinary. This was the first time he came to the Blood Sun Palace, but he didn't feel nervous or make a fuss. It didn't look like he came from the lower realm at all. They didn't know how the Blood Suns felt when they first came to the Blood Sun Palace, but they were sure that they weren't better than him. The blood god clone looked at the blood puppet and said, "Come and entertain the guests." Zagorm, Zacitor. He didn't just take on the role of a master, he got used to it too well. He didn't feel out of place at all. It was as if he had always been the master of this place. They suddenly wanted to open his head and take a look. Was this fellow's brain structure the same as theirs? If not, why was he so abnormal? "Yes, sir." The blood puppet started to get busy. One of the blood puppets took a bottle of crimson wine from the shelf at the side and walked over with a tray. She poured wine for the three of them then. She stood silently behind the blood god clone. The blood god clone glanced at the other party and noticed a problem. Those blood puppets seemed incapable of flirting. "This looks like Bloody Mary." Zagorm didn't care. He picked up his wine cup and smelled it. He was mesmerized as he exclaimed, "Chapter 3101, Blood Puppet, Undying Blood Sea, Spirit of Blood Sea 3, Bloody Mary." The blood god clone was stunned. You might not know, but the Bloody Mary is an extremely precious wine of the vampire race. The ingredients used to make it are rare, and it has the amazing effect of raising one's spirit. Even a high-tiered devil emperor like me won't be able to taste it in my clan. Zagorm looked at the crimson wine in front of him and sighed. "I'm lucky to enjoy this because of you, blood son." "I didn't know this wine came from such a background." The blood god clone glanced at the blood puppet behind him. This wastrel was willing to take out such a good wine. What a waste! He lifted his glass and smelled it. He was invigorated, and his eyes lit up. Good stuff. This was good stuff. What a wastrel! How could she let these dark apparitions have such a good item? The blood god clone looked at the wine cups in front of Zagorm and Zacitor and smiled dejectedly. "Please, the two dark apparitions couldn't wait any longer." When the blood god clone opened his mouth, they took a sip and closed their eyes to feel it carefully. The blood god clone shook his head and took a sip of his wine. The crimson wine flowed down his throat and into his stomach. It was a strange feeling. There was the sweet taste of blood, but it wasn't heavy. There was also the refreshing taste of wine. It exploded in his taste buds, throat, and stomach. A beautiful lady appeared in front of his eyes. She was wearing a fiery red noble dress that looked like flames. It wrapped around her slender body. Her long black hair danced in the air, and there was a mesmerizing glow in her gem-like eyes. It felt as if his spirit was immersed in extreme enjoyment. When he regained his senses, He realized that his spirit had increased a little. Good wine, this is good wine, Zagorm was amazed. He looked at the wine cup in front of him and finished it in a single gulp. Zacitor was in an even worse state. He finished the wine in his glass and licked his lips unconsciously. The elegance and nobility of a vampire was gone. He was like a country bumpkin who had never drunk alcohol. The blood god clone couldn't help but laugh when he saw the appearance of the two vampire dark apparitions. Were they still the vampires? If they appeared in front of the humans, no one would believe them. The blood god clone conversed with Zagorm for a long time and learned more about the blood sun. He only sent them away when he understood most of them. The door of the blood sun palace closed, and the blood god clone returned to the great hall. Under the lead of a blood puppet, he started to tour the hall. Within a short period of time, this place would be his territory. No one could enter, so it was quite private, of course. Before that, he would inspect it personally to prevent others from spying on him. This is the cultivation room, this is the bedroom, and this is the bathroom. The beautiful and sexy blood puppet led the way. However, her voice was emotionless and cold. It gave people a strong sense of contrast. Wang Teng enjoyed himself. He used his real eye to scan the hall while familiarizing himself with the situation inside. Very soon, he understood the layout. He didn't notice anything amiss. At least with his real eye, he didn't discover anything that could monitor him. Besides those blood puppets, Wang Teng looked at the blood puppet through the blood god clone's eyes. Then he walked into the bedroom and said, "Take off your clothes." Silence. The atmosphere suddenly froze, however. The blood puppet's expression didn't change. She remained stiff. She didn't take off her clothes, but her body changed. The clothes on her body merged into her body like blood and disappeared. "You can do that?" Wang Teng widened his eyes in surprise. This blood puppet was quite special. It looked like blood puppets could turn into blood. Even their clothes were made of blood from a certain point of view. It was very convenient. But soon, he didn't have the time to care about this because a perfect snow-white body appeared in front of him. She was naked, giving people an inexplicable stimulation. Cough! Wang Teng felt his nose getting warm. He coughed awkwardly, as if he was feeling guilty. "Wang Teng, you're a pig." Roundball's voice sounded beside his ear. Wang Teng's face turned black. He knew that this would happen. Besides Roundball, no one else could see what was happening. This fellow wouldn't give up this chance to mock him. Wang Teng ignored it. The more he argued with this fellow, the more it wanted to push its luck. He looked at the blood puppet and sized it up. Roundball appeared at the side when Wang Teng didn't reply to it. It looked at the blood puppet and said, "I didn't expect vampires to have this. What's more, this is a treatment prepared for the blood sun. Your identity as the blood sun isn't simple, but you're really taking a risk. How dare you fight with a devil titan in the Darkland? No one here can save you. Aren't you afraid of getting killed? You're too bold." It kept talking. There was worry in its voice. When it saw Wang Teng fighting with the devil titan, it was scared out of its wits. That was a devil titan. Was this fellow really not afraid of death? When have I ever acted inappropriately? Wang Teng sized up the blood puppet in front of him as he replied calmly. Chapter 3102, Blood Puppet, Undying Blood Sea, Spirit of Blood Sea, 4. All right, you're always like this. I can't reprimand you. Roundball said angrily, "Are you worried that there's something wrong with the blood puppet?" "Do you think I'm a pervert?" Wang Teng asked. Roundball sniggered. It was just teasing Wang Teng after interacting with him for such a long time. It knew what kind of person he was. Wang Teng ignored it and inspected the blood puppet carefully. He inspected the blood puppet inch by inch. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he confirmed that there were no traps left. "You can change your form?" Wang Teng asked. "Yes," the blood puppet replied firmly. "Let me see," Wang Teng said. Roundball floated at the side and looked at the blood puppet curiously. The two of them, one big and the other small, stared intently at the perfect snow-white body. People who didn't know them might think that they were indecent people. Boom! The sound of running water was suddenly heard. The blood puppet in front of him fluctuated and melted like water. Her handsome face and graceful figure turned into a pool of blood and flowed slowly. Finally, she turned into a python and crawled towards Wang Teng. Hiss! The python was entirely red. It stuck out its tongue and its vertical pupils were extremely cold. Wang Teng touched its head with a strange expression. So the living creatures born in the undying blood sea don't have a fixed form? Yes, we're just balls of blood, the blood puppet replied calmly. All right, I'm thinking too much. Wang Teng nodded. Then he asked curiously, how small can you become? As small as you want. The blood puppet changed again and turned into a ball of blood. Then it scattered and turned into a swarm of tiny flying insects. They flapped their wings and started buzzing. Interesting. Wang Teng touched his chin and said, return to your original state. The swarm of bugs gathered together and turned into a maid wearing the maid attire, beautiful and enchanting. Tisk. Wang Teng found it a little strange. He didn't feel as amazed as before. This was probably a man. If he studied a girl thoroughly, she would be nothing, huh? Suddenly, Wang Teng gasped softly. He seemed to have seen something strange, attribute bubbles. When the blood puppet resumed its original appearance, attribute bubbles appeared beside it. They dropped beside it and floated beside its feet. Pick them up! Wang Teng's gaze flickered. He picked them up using the blood god clone blood puppet 100, blood puppet 80, blood puppet 150. An enlightenment appeared in Wang Teng's mind. Complicated runes were carved on a strange body and turned into restrictions. Then the body squirmed and turned into a human figure. It looked exactly like the blood puppet in the Blood Sun Palace. It's the refining method of this blood puppet. Wang Teng was surprised and enlightened. At first, he planned to study it carefully and see if he could find a way to make this blood puppet. Then, he would compare it with the shadow puppet and optimize it. He didn't expect the method to come out before he started his research. It was perfect. These two puppets are similar. They use runes to form restrictions. However, the main body of this blood puppet is the blood sea spirit. It's more special. Many thoughts went through Wang Teng's mind. He touched his chin and pondered. I can make a shadow puppet with the blood sea spirit. I can even combine the characteristics of these two puppets. The more he thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. He felt that he had found a good point. Although the spirit of blood sea couldn't be used blatantly in the light world, it wasn't a problem to use it occasionally. Didn't Zagorm say that he had a chance to enter the undying blood sea? This was a good chance to see if he could catch a blood sea spirit and use it to make a shadow puppet. The shadow puppet was a puppet that possessed the shadow power. With the help of the blood sea spirit, if it was made into a universe-level puppet, a normal universe-level martial warrior might not be its match. Let's do that. Wang Teng sniggered in his heart. He looked at the attributes board. Blood puppet, 333,000 foundation. The level of this blood puppet is similar to the shadow puppetry seal. Wang Teng was a little surprised. The attributes of these two restrictions were the same, which meant that their levels were similar. However, he only received 330 points of attributes this time. It was only enough for the foundation stage. It looks like I need to get more attribute bubbles. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He looked at the blood puppet and ordered, continue changing. Quick, silence. The blood puppet would only follow its master's order. When it heard Wang Teng's words, it immediately started changing. Continue changing. Don't stop until I tell you to. Wang Teng continued, oh right, there are other blood puppets. He immediately took out the Blood Sun token and activated it. The blood puppets received the order instantly and came to this room. They stood in front of him. Good. A family should stay together. Wang Teng nodded in satisfaction. He ordered, change too. All of you, silence. No one replied to him, but the blood puppets started changing their forms in an instant. The blood puppets started changing without stopping. Sometimes they turned into birds, sometimes they turned into beasts, and sometimes they turned into humans. Beautiful ladies, handsome men, old men, children, Chapter 3103, Blood Puppet, Undying Blood Sea, Spirit of Blood Sea, 5. Round Ball was stunned. What was going on? Was this a morph show? When did Wang Teng have such a special fetish? Why didn't he know? Round Ball started doubting itself. Did Wang Teng's soul get changed without it knowing? Wang Teng ignored it and looked at the attribute bubbles that dropped beside the blood puppet. He was elated. There were so many attribute bubbles. Pick them up. Pick them up. He released his spiritual kinesis and picked up the attribute bubbles. The blood puppet attribute rose exponentially. Within a few seconds, it went from the foundation to the well-versed stage. It was still rising. This morphing program lasted for an hour. When there were no more attribute bubbles, Wang Teng finally stopped. He glanced at the attributes board. Blood puppet. 1,200, 10,000, specialized. I've reached the specialized stage. Not bad, not bad. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He didn't expect such a huge gain. He skipped 3 levels from foundation to specialized stage. That way, he could use the refining method of the blood puppet directly. The specialized stage was equivalent to many years of cultivation or more than 10 years of cultivation. It wouldn't be a problem for him to make a universe stage. Blood puppet. Wang Teng waved his hand and sent all the blood puppets away. He had already inspected everything that should be inspected. There was no problem. Now that he had all their attributes, there was no need to keep them. They went back to doing what they were supposed to do. Wang Teng, what are you doing? Round Ball finally asked. Didn't you see it?
I'm studying the blood puppets,
Wang Teng replied. Did you find anything? Round Ball was puzzled. It didn't believe Wang Teng, but it still asked. Of course, with my talent, researching a blood puppet is a piece of cake, Wang Teng said confidently. Really, even with my spiritual power, I can't figure out the secret of this blood puppet in a short time, Round Ball said. How can you compare with me? Wang Teng sniggered. Round Ball's face darkened. Wang Teng ignored it and asked the blood god clone to sit cross-legged on the bed. He pretended to be cultivating. The main body was counting the attribute bubbles in the devour space. These attribute bubbles came from Devil Titan Shui Can, Devil Titan Shui Ying, and the other Devil Titan Dark apparitions. They were the product of the previous battle. After the battle ended, he picked them up. However, he only had the time to count them now. Blood Sea Domain, 800, 3000, 3rd level integration phase. Blood World, 8000, 3000, 3rd rank. Eternal Matter, 28,000, 3000, 3rd rank. Fuck, Wang Teng's eyes lit up when he saw the changes on the attributes board. He cursed uncontrollably. The harvest was quite impressive. First was the Blood Sea Domain. It went from the 2nd level integration phase to the 3rd level integration phase. It might seem like a 1st rank advancement, but this was the integration phase domain. Normal high-tier Devil Emperors might not be able to grasp it. Only Devil Titans were able to grasp it to this stage. This was the Blood Sea Domain. It was considered a powerful domain among the vampires. Wang Teng managed to raise his Blood Sea Domain to the 3rd level integration phase through the attribute bubbles dropped by the 2 Devil Titans. He was extremely lucky. Next was the Blood World. He got this attribute from a high-tier Devil Emperor. This was a kind of world power the vampire possessed. It was extraordinary, too. Wang Teng's Blood World was only 1st rank. Now it was at the 3rd rank. This was a huge leap. It was almost comparable to a 5th rank high-tier Devil Emperor. This time, the level of the Blood World was on par with the world power. Then there was the origin of blood. This attribute was originally at the 1st rank, but it had reached the 3rd rank, too. Wang Teng's light element power of origin was at most at the 3rd rank. The origin of blood caught up instantly and astounded him. Finally, there was the eternal matter. This attribute didn't rise in level. It was at the 3rd rank, but it was still at the 3rd rank now. The 2 Devil Titan Dark apparitions provided him with a few thousand points of attributes. It wasn't enough for a breakthrough, but he was very close to the 4th rank. Wang Teng was elated. The higher the eternal matter, the more eternal matter there was in his body. His life would be safer. As long as the eternal matter wasn't destroyed, he would never die, as expected of Devil-Titan-level dark apparitions. They provide so many attribute bubbles. Wang Teng lamented. At the same time, he wondered if the Devil-Titan would die of anger if he knew that he got so many attribute bubbles from him. For some reason, it felt amazing. These weren't all the attributes. Wang Teng looked at the new attributes, Chapter 3104, the sincerity of the Raveno family. All races are here. 1. Blood Python Divine Scripture, Devil Titan Stage. 3,200, 5,000 well-versed. Blood Shadow Divine Scripture, Devil Titan Stage. 2,500, 3,000 well-versed. Blood Shadow Sword Skill, Devil Titan Stage, 1,200, 5,000 well-versed. Wang Teng was surprised when he saw a few scriptures and battle techniques attributes. Devil Titan. Devil Titan. These were Devil Titan level scriptures and battle techniques. There were 4 in total, including 2 scriptures and 2 battle techniques. All of them were well-versed. Wang Teng calmed down and felt the enlightenment in his mind carefully. 4 figures appeared in his mind. 2 figures sat cross-legged on the ground. Different blood shadows appeared around them. A blood python was congregating around one of the figures. A huge blood shadow appeared around the other figure. The remaining 2 figures were practicing their blade and sword skills. A blood-red blade glow slashed out and soared into the sky. It was the same blade skill as the one Devil Titan Xu Can executed. On the other side, the sword glow slashed out and collided with the blade glow. This was the move executed by Devil Titan Xu Ying. The corresponding enlightenment appeared in Wang Teng's mind one by one, giving him a hint of enlightenment. After some time, Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips. This was a good gain. 4 Devil Titan level scriptures and battle techniques. Normal vampire dark apparition nobles would need to spend large amounts of resources to exchange for them. They might not even be able to get them. Yet, he got them instantly. If this wasn't fate, what was? Wang Teng retracted his gaze from the attributes board. He was elated. With these skills, the ability of the Blood God clone would rise tremendously. That way, the clone wouldn't need to act personally. It would be able to handle many troubles. He wouldn't use his main body's skills if he could. He didn't want to expose himself. He didn't have a choice when he dealt with Devil Titan Xuecan. He could only reveal some things. However, if he continued to use those methods to deal with the other dark apparitions, the risk of getting exposed would increase. Also, those skills were too powerful. If he used them against normal dark apparitions, it would be like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. It was a waste. Hence, there was no need. It's a pity that the ancestor didn't do anything. He only used his spiritual power and dark force. If not, he would be able to get better attributes. Wang Teng suddenly remembered the blood-red pillar of light released by the ancestor. He found it a pity. It was extremely powerful, since it was able to force 2 Devil Titans back. Unfortunately, the brutal dark force inside didn't have any battle techniques. Naturally, Wang Teng wouldn't get anything. Actually, it wasn't strange. An ancestor-level Devil Titan was much more powerful than a Devil Titan. He didn't need to use any battle techniques. Wang Teng could only find it a pity. As for his spiritual power, it was useless to him now. His spiritual power had already reached the peak of the Heaven Lord realm. There was no way to increase it. After counting his gains, Wang Teng didn't go out again. He continued cultivating in the Blood Sun Palace. He just became the Blood Sun, so he wasn't familiar with many things. Thus, he had to adapt to the changes. Also, Zhagorm told him that there should be a surprise for him. He just needed to wait in the Blood Sun Palace. Wang Teng was curious about this surprise. Could it be that there were other hidden benefits of becoming the Blood Sun? Time passed quickly. Wang Teng closed his eyes and opened them again. This was a pleasant surprise. Master, the Raveno race is here to visit. A blood puppet appeared in front of the Blood God clone and said coldly, "The Raveno race?" The blood god clone opened his eyes slowly. He was surprised. He had some understanding of the 13 vampire clans, so he immediately realized that the Ravenna race was one of them. "Let them in," the blood god clone said. In the devour space, Wang Teng touched his chin and understood. This was probably the surprise Zagorm was referring to. The blood god clone got up and came to the living room. He saw the dark apparition from the Ravenna race. "My name is Zawik. I came to congratulate the Blood Son with the sincerity of the Ravenna race." The vampire dark apparition came forward immediately when he saw the blood god clone. "Zawik? I think I've heard of this name. Have we met before?" the blood god clone asked. The corners of Zawik's lips twitched. He laughed awkwardly and said, "I met the Blood Son yesterday." Oh, the blood god clone dragged his words. He was enlightened. "I remember now. No wonder you look so familiar. I only met the Blood Son once. It's my honor that you remember me." Zawik was a high-tier devil emperor, but he remained humble in front of the blood god clone. He seemed to be flattering him. "Please have a seat." The blood god clone looked at him strangely and invited him to take a seat. Then he shouted behind him, "No, one. Bring a bottle of good wine. I want to entertain my VIP." He emphasized the words good wine. He just needed some wine for the dark apparitions. It didn't have to be too good. No one was the number he gave to a blood puppet, after all. These blood puppets looked the same and were extremely beautiful. It was hard to differentiate them, so he just gave them a number. It was convenient to call them. Chapter 305. The Sincerity of the Ravenna Family. All races are here. 2. Blood puppet. No, one seemed to understand the blood god clone's intention. She took a bottle of wine from the shelf at the side and poured it for the two of them. "Crimson Enchantress," Zawik exclaimed. The blood god clone's expression froze. He had a bad feeling. Something wasn't right. Didn't he say that he would need some low-quality wine? Didn't? No, one understand what he said. "I didn't expect to see such good wine here." Zawik stared at the wine in front of him and sniffed it carefully. He was mesmerized. Wang Teng felt a sense of déjà vu when he saw this scene. He recalled the same expression when Zagorm and Zasator saw Bloody Mary. "Right? How's this wine?" The blood god clone couldn't help but ask. "Good wine. I didn't expect the Blood Son to treat me with such good wine." "I'm touched," Zawik said gratefully. The blood god clone wanted to cover his face. He cursed this wastrel and forced himself to shift his gaze away. He didn't want to discuss this topic anymore. He changed the topic and asked, Sir Awik, you didn't come here just to congratulate me, right? Look at me." Zawik slapped his forehead and smiled. "I forgot about the real business. This is a little gift from my race." As he spoke, he took out a ring and placed it on the table. He pushed it slowly in front of the blood god clone. "This is," the blood god clone's gaze flickered slightly. He was a little surprised. "Take a look." Zawik gave a mysterious smile. The blood god clone glanced at it and finally picked up the ring. This was an unowned space ring. He used his spiritual power to infiltrate it and sensed what was inside. "Huh!" A soft exclamation came out of the clone's mouth. There was a pile of crystals lying in the space ring. They were giving off a thick stench of blood and vitality. "What is this?" the blood god clone asked curiously. He took out the crystal and examined it carefully. "Blood sea source crystal," Zawik smiled and introduced. "This is a crystal born in the undying blood sea. It contains the blood of origin and can be used for cultivation. It can purify the blood of origin and increase the chances of advancing to the high-tiered devil emperor stage. It's extremely precious." "The undying blood sea again," Wang Teng muttered to himself in the devour space. The blood sea spirit came from the undying blood sea, and now there was the blood sea source crystal. There were many good things in the blood sea. Also, this blood sea source crystal could increase the chances of becoming a high-tier devil emperor. It wasn't simple. Most importantly, Wang Teng felt a strong vitality from the Blood Sea Source crystal. This thing wasn't just useful for dark apparitions, it was good for human martial warriors too. This Blood Sea Source crystal is so precious. How can I accept it? The blood god clone rolled his eyes and pushed the space ring back with a "I must not accept it" expression. He didn't deserve it. Who knew what the Raveno race wanted to do after taking out such a good item? What's more, he still had some resentment towards the clans for standing by and doing nothing to support him. They had no obligation to help him, but since they chose to remain neutral, they shouldn't blame him for being hard to talk to if they wanted a piece of the pie. Zawik didn't expect him to decline. He didn't know what to say. This was the Blood Sea Source crystal. It would greatly help the high-tier devil emperors in their cultivation. It could also increase the chances of them advancing to the high-tier devil emperor level. This blood son was just a vampire from the lower realm. How could he reject the temptation of the Blood Sea Source crystal? Ha! He laughed awkwardly and continued, "You might not understand how precious these Blood Sea Source crystals are. Let me put it this way. I'm the Blood Sun. I have the chance to enter the undying Blood Sea." The blood god clone interrupted him and leaned against the sofa with a wine cup in his hand. Zawik turned silent. His expression was awkward. This guy already knew that he could enter the undying Blood Sea. Who told him that? I hope I'm not disturbing you. At this moment, a soft laughter was heard from the entrance. Zawik's expression changed slightly. He immediately turned to look at the door and saw a blood puppet walking in with a few people. Zagorm. The blood god clone's eyes flashed and he got up to welcome him. He knew that the other party was here to support him. If it wasn't for the fact that the guy was a dark apparition, he might have been touched. What a pity. Akswick immediately understood. He must have told the Blood Sun about this. The other party's relationship with the Blood Sun far exceeded that of the other clans. This is Zadalon Lun from the Great She race. Zagorm stepped aside and introduced him to the blood god clone. There was another vampire dark apparition standing behind him. Great She race. The blood god clone immediately remembered that the Great She race chose to support him. A warm smile appeared on his face. Nice to meet you. He could make use of the Great G race in the Devour space. Wang Teng touched his chin and gave a sinister smile. Blood Sun, Zadilon bowed and smiled. Please have a seat. The blood god clone greeted them warmly. Chapter 306, The Sincerity of the Raveno Family. All races are here. 3. Hey, isn't this Zawik? Zagorm, and Zadilon sat down and smiled. They seemed to have just noticed Zawik's presence. The corners of Zawik's lips twitched. He didn't believe that this fellow didn't see him just now. He was teasing him. Mr. Rawik gave me many Blood Sea Source crystals, however. I don't deserve them. I'm too embarrassed to accept them. The blood god clone smiled. Blood Sea Source crystal? Zagorm glanced at Zawik with a strange expression. He seemed surprised but relieved at the same time. The fact that he was able to take out the Blood Sea Source crystals proved that he viewed the Blood Sun with high importance. However, since the Blood Sun could enter the undying Blood Sea, the value of the Blood Sea Source crystal would depreciate in front of the Blood Sun. Ha! I forgot that Blood Suns have the right to enter the undying Blood Sea. Zawik smiled in embarrassment. He felt a little guilty. Have you really forgotten? Zagorm gave a meaningful smile. Of course. Why will I fool the Blood Sun? Zawik nodded hurriedly. I could have taken other treasures. Why would I take out a rare item like the Blood Sea Source crystal, mind you? Even if the Blood Sun can enter the undying Blood Sea, you will need to spend a lot of time to find the Blood Sea Source crystal. If you're unlucky, you might not be able to find so many Blood Sea Source crystals. There are many opportunities in the Blood Sea, rather than spending time looking for Blood Sea Source crystals. Why don't you look for other opportunities? Wouldn't I solve this problem by sending the Blood Sea Source crystals? The blood god clone's gaze flickered slightly. He glanced at Zagorm. You're right. Zagorm was surprised. He nodded and continued. But did you use these blood sea source crystals to show your sincerity to the blood sun? Of course, Zatwick said. This is just sincerity. It has nothing to do with anything else. In that case, I think you can keep them, blood sun. Zagorm said to the blood god clone, It's better to have a friend than an enemy. Zawik represents the Raveno clan. Being the first to come is enough. All right, the blood god clone pretended to hesitate. Then he nodded and said, In that case, I'll give him some face and accept their sincerity. Zawik heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Zagorm gratefully and enviously. Indeed, the gangrels received special treatment from the blood sons. Zedlin's eyes flickered. He had to admit that he was a little envious, too. Zagorm's foresight and boldness were impressive. He was able to choose to support this blood son even in such a situation. Almost no one could see the potential of this blood son. This was the difference. If the great she race didn't stand firmly on the side of the gangrel race, they wouldn't have chosen to support this blood son. Before this, no one would have thought that this blood son possessed such frightening talent and potential. There was a reason why the Vanstone family was able to occupy the top 3 of the 13 families all year round and maintain their prosperity. Master Brule clan, Mokave clan, and Remor clan have come to visit. Blood puppet number 3 walked into the hall and said coldly. The vampire dark apparitions were astounded. Their gazes flickered slightly. They didn't expect all these clans to come. On the other hand, Zagorm remained calm. He didn't seem surprised. Oh, the blood god clone was stunned. Invite them in. Yes, sir. Blood puppet. No 3 immediately turned and walked out. After some time, he walked in with the 3 vampire dark apparitions. The 3 vampire dark apparitions were stunned when they saw the situation in the hall. Master, the Nofel clan, and the Spinel clan have come to visit. The blood god clone was about to welcome him when blood puppet No4 walked in and said expressionlessly, Silence. Everyone present was speechless. There was an eerie silence. Brule clan, Mokave clan, Remor clan, Nofel clan, Spinel clan, Raveno clan, Great She clan, and Gangrel clan. Everybody that should have come was here. Please wait for a moment. It looks like there are 2 more guests. The blood god clone gave an impolite smile. Chapter 3107, Black Pattern Blood Metal, A Huge Gain, An Unexpected Marriage Match. 1. The 8 families came at the same time. This showed how much importance these clans placed in their blood sons. Moreover, there were 8 from the 13 families. This was more than half of them. They were quite important. Even Zagorm was astounded. At first, he thought that 4 to 5 of the 13 families would come. Some clans would probably choose to wait and see. However, he didn't expect them to come together. There were 8 families. These people reacted quickly. Even the Brule race and the Spinel race, who were ranked No. 1 and No. 2, came. He underestimated the influence of the blood god altar. As expected, no one could reject a treasure that could increase the ability of the entire race. The remaining 5 families were on the side of the Vanstone family. However, they were probably having a hard time. They didn't know if they should come or not. They were in an awkward position. Blood puppet. No, 4 quickly led the vampire dark apparitions from the Nofel race and the Spinel race. After asking everyone to sit down, everyone exchanged glances with one another. They didn't know what to say. The blood god clone looked at this scene with interest. He was the big winner. He just needed to sit and receive the benefits. He didn't need to care about anything else. He didn't care about the dirty dealings between the families. However, in the Devour space, Wang Teng was secretly observing and analyzing the relationship between these clans. From their expressions and seats, it wasn't hard to tell if they had any conflicts or were close to each other. For instance, the Great She clan had the support of the Gangrel clan. Zadalun had always been led by Zagorm. Lastly, there was the Nofel clan and the Spinel clan. They seemed to have some grudges and didn't like each other. Wang Teng was interested. The 13 vampire families weren't united. He might be able to make use of this. In that case, I'll keep the blood sea source crystal. Wang Teng noticed that the atmosphere was good, so he asked the blood god clone to open his mouth. Then he took out the blood sea crystal from the space ring and kept it in his space ring in front of everyone. Blood sea source crystal. The clans that just arrived saw the blood-red crystal and their eyes lit up. Then they looked at Sowick. Good Lord, the Ravenna clan was really generous. The expressions of some dark apparitions changed slightly. The things they wanted to give weren't as good as the blood sea source crystals. Some remained confident and even gave an arrogant smile. He even gave him a sense of superiority when he gave him a gift. Zagorm gave the blood god clone a meaningful look. This blood son seemed to know how to do it. He just took out the gift from the Ravenna clan and showed it to them. This attracted the attention of the other clans that hadn't sent their gifts. It looked like they mustn't look down on their blood son. He exchanged glances with Zadilin and became more vigilant. Hoof cough. At this moment, a vampire dark apparition coughed awkwardly and said to the blood god clone in a serious tone, "I'm Zahindi from the Spinel race. I came to congratulate you." "How can I accept this? How can I accept this?" The blood god clone declined. Silence. The muscles on Zawick's face twitched a few times. This sentence sounded familiar. He could tell that this blood son was putting on an act. "Please open it and take a look. I'm sure the blood son will be satisfied," Zahindi said. The blood god clone had no choice but to open it reluctantly under the other party's urging. He was stunned again. This was an ore, a strange ore. From Wang Teng's point of view, this piece of ore was enough to make a divine weapon. That's right, it was a divine weapon. Wang Teng had once made a divine weapon in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters, the Nine Dragons Lightning La Furnace. This ore was of the same level as the ones used to make the Nine Dragons Lightning La Furnace. He didn't know what this ore was, but it didn't stop him from analyzing its level. I saw that the blood sun didn't have any suitable weapons, so I offered a piece of black-patterned blood gold. Zahindi smiled. The blood son has some knowledge of runes, so he's familiar with smithery. I planned to give him a weapon, but I think that a piece of ore is more suitable. Black-patterned blood metal. The other people's expression changed when they heard this. It was black-patterned blood metal. The Spinel clan was even more generous than the Ravenna clan. However, the Spinel clan was ranked No. 2, so it wasn't surprising that they had such a treasure. Sowick glanced at the other party helplessly. This was obviously a large-scale comparison. Fortunately, he was the first to send gifts, so he had the advantage of having a preconceived idea. Even if it wasn't as good as the blood sea source crystal, the blood sun wouldn't feel that the difference was huge. Black-patterned blood metal. The blood god clone's eyes lit up. He took out the ore and placed it on the ground before observing it carefully. This was a blood-red ore. He was intrigued and placed its hand on the ore. Force surged into the ore. Boom, the ore trembled slightly. Black golden patterns suddenly appeared on its surface. They looked like dragon patterns. It was a strange sight. "This is good stuff." Wang Teng was elated. Chapter 3108, Black Pattern, Blood, Metal. A huge gain, an unexpected marriage match? 2. You must accept it. Blood son. I searched for a long time before I found this black pattern blood metal. Zahindi smiled. In that case, it will be disrespectful of me to decline. The blood god clone declined a few more times. After much persuasion, he finally accepted it. He knew that those vampires came for the blood god altar, but he wasn't worried that their ability would increase because of this. He had already thought of a way to deal with them. Blood son. This is a gift from my Noful clan. It's called the Blood Rain Nether Dew. It's congregated in a special place and has a special effect on cultivating one's physical body. I brought it specially for the Blood Son. Blood Son, and a gift from the Mokavi clan. Look, this is the star bone of the crimson blood Brahma snake. It's old and is an excellent material for forging weapons. It's as precious as the black pattern blood metal. Blood Son, this is a gift from my race. It's called the Blood Spirit branch. It contains extremely thick blood power and can be used to make many precious medicines. The vampire dark apparitions from the other clans couldn't sit still anymore. They immediately gave their gifts, afraid that they would fall behind. Wang Teng was overjoyed. These vampire dark apparitions were really generous. The things they gave him were all extraordinary. They must be extremely precious items among the vampires. Also, these treasures were beneficial to raising the ability of the blood god clone. The members of the various families were in favor of him. Cough at this moment. A dry cough attracted everyone's attention. The vampire dark apparition from the Brule race said, "Blood, son, my gift is a little different. Are you interested to hear it?" "Oh." Wang Teng's curiosity was ignited by the secretive appearance. "Zared, I'm curious what's so special about this gift from the Brule clan?" "Why don't you take it out?" Sahendi from the Spinel clan said with a smile. A hint of disdain flashed past his eyes. As the second most powerful clan, they didn't have a good relationship with the Brule clan. They were competitors, and their relationship wasn't as good as before. They didn't like each other. "I'll let everyone take a look." Zared gave a mysterious smile and said to the blood god clone, "There's another person from my race outside. Can you let her in?" "Of course." The blood god clone's eyes shimmered. He nodded and asked Blood Puppet. No 4 to fetch the person. After some time, Blood Puppet No 4 walked in with a vampire lady. The moment the other party appeared in the hall, there was dead silence. There was an eerie silence. Everyone's gaze landed on the vampire lady. Then they looked at Zared in unplanned unison. Their gazes were filled with contempt. They already knew the other party's motive. Zared smiled proudly as if he was certain of his victory. He believed that the Blood Son wouldn't be able to reject this gift. The blood god clone glanced at the vampire lady strangely. He already knew Zared's motive. At the same time, he was astounded. He recognized this vampire lady, Bloodslayer Princess Euphelia. Wang Teng was stunned in the Devour space. This vampire lady was Euphelia, the Bloodslayer Princess he met on the Noah 29 defense planet. At that time, they fought. At that time, he was only at the planetary realm. Now, he was already at the peak of the cosmos stage and was the Blood Son. The Bloodslayer Princess in front of him seemed to have grown quickly, too. She had reached the low-tiered Devil Emperor stage, which was the same as the cosmos realm. However, based on her aura, she wasn't at the peak of the low-tiered Devil Emperor stage. "This is the talent of my Brule race, the Bloodslayer Princess Euphelia," Zared introduced. "She's the most beautiful flower of my Brule race. Even among the 13 families, few ladies can be compared to her. She's very talented and has already obtained a special talent in the undying blood sea. If the Blood Son is able to marry into the Brule clan and marry Euphelia, he will be able to give birth to a descendant with great potential. This will strengthen the connection between the Blood Son and the Brule clan." "What do you think?" As expected, the blood god clone thought to himself. He looked at the other party speechlessly. This was ruthless. He actually gave this move to an old cadre like him. Despicable, shameless, indecent Zared, you... Zagorm was caught between laughter and tears. He looked at the Bloodslayer Princess and didn't know what to say. He had heard of the Bloodslayer Princess before. After all, she was a talent among the younger generations. All the races had some understanding of her. He was surprised when he saw Zared providing Bloodslayer Princess. He had to admit that this was a vicious move. He surpassed the other clans in an instant. If the Brule clan married the Blood Son would be tied to the Brule clan. At that time, the Gangrel clan wouldn't be a match for them. After all, there was a difference in closeness. Zagorm's gaze flickered. His original plan was disrupted. Now it was time to see what the Blood Son would choose. His gaze landed on the blood god clone. He hoped that the blood god clone wouldn't agree, but the Bloodslayer Princess was extremely charismatic, so he wasn't confident. The blood god clone sized up the Bloodslayer Princess with interest. At this moment, she was standing on top of Zared without any expressions. Her gaze landed on the blood god clone, too. Chapter 3109, Black Pattern, Blood Metal. a huge gain, an unexpected marriage match. 3. She was extremely curious about this blood son. He was able to fight with a devil titan and managed to attract the ancestor to name him personally. He did sound like a legend, but she couldn't accept marrying a stranger. She felt a little unwilling, too. If she wasn't cultivating in the sea of blood and at the crucial moment, she should be the one fighting for the legacy. Unfortunately, she missed it. Now that he was the blood son, she wanted to marry him. Fate was playing tricks on her. She couldn't resist her family's decision. Even if she was unwilling, she could only accept it. But if she knew who she was marrying, what would her expression be like? The two of them exchanged glances with each other. The blood god clone smiled and said, "The Bloodslayer princess is indeed beautiful. I'm very grateful to the Brule race for treating me with such high importance. I appreciate your kind intentions, but this marriage will affect both parties. I think it's better not to get too involved." The moment he finished speaking, there was dead silence. Rejected. The blood son rejected the Brule family's marriage proposal. This decision astounded everyone. Blood son Yu Zared was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Wang Teng to reject him. This was the Bloodslayer princess. Many talents from the 13 families wanted to get the Bloodslayer princess's favor and marry her, but this blood son rejected them. Even Euphelia was surprised. Her beautiful eyes widened slightly as she stared at the mask on the blood god clone in a daze. At this moment, she suddenly wanted to take off the mask and take a look at the blood son in front of her. How could he be so shameless? No one had ever rejected her, the Bloodslayer princess. Although she didn't want to get married, she still felt a little uncomfortable in front of someone who rejected her. He was questioning her charisma. Zagorm heaved a sigh of relief. He was surprised too, but the blood son rejected the marriage of the Brule race anyway. This was a good thing for the Gangrel race. "There's no need to say any more. I've made my decision," the blood god clone said. Sigh. Zara didn't expect this result. He sighed and didn't give up. "Blood son, don't be in a hurry to reject me. Why don't you interact with each other first? You might change your mind." "All right." The blood god clone nodded and kept quiet. He wouldn't lose anything anyway. He didn't mind interacting with him. The vampire dark apparitions from the other clans blinked when they saw this scene. Since the Brule race could use such despicable methods, why couldn't they? "The gifts have been delivered. I'll make a move first." Zahendi suddenly stood up and said hurriedly, "I'll visit you another day." The others took their leave too. They wanted to go back and find some beauties to see if they could marry her with the blood son. If they could get married, it would be a good result. "I'm leaving too," Zagorm suddenly said, using voice transmission. "Don't be in a hurry to make a decision about this marriage. My Gangrel race has a talent and beauty on par with the Bloodslayer princess. Instead of choosing the Brule race, why don't you be closer to my Gangrel race? All right, take this first. Those are the marks of the Gangrel race in the Undying Blood Sea. With this map, it will be much easier for you to find opportunities in the Undying Blood Sea." Then he left in a hurry. He didn't give Wang Teng any chance to react. Wang Teng, the hall was empty. All the vampire dark apparitions had left. They came and left quickly like a gust of wind. The blood god clone looked down at the beast skin scroll in his hand and threw it into the devour space. It landed in Wang Teng's hand. Wang Teng opened it and realized that all kinds of address were written on it. There was also a detailed description. The Gangrel race spared no effort. A smile appeared at the edge of Wang Teng's lips. Unfortunately, they made the wrong decision. If he was really a vampire, they might be good investment partners. Unfortunately, he wasn't. He was a human martial warrior, so they couldn't work together. Everything was predestined. Huh? Wait. Wang Teng suddenly saw something from the corner of his eyes and was stunned. He asked through the blood god clone, "Why are you still here?" "My ancestor asked me to interact more with you," Euphelia said calmly, as she stood there like a wooden post. Wang Teng, this vampire lady was truly honest. Chapter 3-1 Sire, Blood Moon Fort 100 Forms Enchantress, Saint Level Chef, 1. How do you want to interact with me? The blood god clone looked at the beautiful vampire lady and wanted to tease her. He stood up and asked with a smile. I can bring you around, Euphelia said calmly, as if she was doing a mission. The blood god clone was speechless. For some reason, he saw a serious look on Euphelia's face, as if she was going on a date. Was this lady really planning to marry him? Are you really planning to marry me? Wang Teng asked without any hesitation. There aren't many talents in the 13 families that can enter my eyes. The only ones that can subdue me are the stronger vampires, Euphelia said calmly. Wang Teng looked at Euphelia through the blood god clone's vision. He had a strange feeling. The last time he saw her, she didn't seem like this. At that time, she gave off a seductive vibe. It was compatible with her Bloodslayer Princess title, but now she was extremely proud and confident. When she spoke to him, she was calm and quiet. She was a completely different person from before. But for some reason, he didn't feel anything strange. This was how the Bloodslayer Princess should be. Interesting, Wang Teng muttered to himself. Interesting! The blood god clone opened his mouth at the same time and sized up the Bloodslayer Princess fearlessly. Coincidentally, I'm not familiar with this place. I'll follow you around. Euphelia didn't say much. She turned and walked out. The blood god clone looked at her seductive back view and blinked. A smile of interest appeared at the edge of his lips as he followed her. The two blood puppets followed behind him. After taking 2 steps, their curvy bodies suddenly squirmed and turned into 2 pools of blood. Then they merged together and turned into a huge blood crow. This was based on Wang Teng's intention. He was more used to riding crows because of Little White. Come up. The blood god clone jumped onto the blood crow's back and called Euphelia. Euphelia glanced at the blood puppet with a strange glint in her eyes. She moved and landed on the back of the blood crow. Wang Teng found it funny. He didn't expect the Bloodslayer Princess to be unable to reject a high-class luxury item like the blood puppet. Caw. The blood crow flapped its wings and took off instantly. Under Euphelia's guidance, the blood crow flew towards the Blood City, Blood Moon Fort. Almost everyone in the Blood City knew about the existence of the Blood Moon Fort. This was a famous place in the Blood City. The vampires were particular about their bloodline. Hence, they had a strict hierarchy. The vampire dark apparitions from the 13 families were the noblest bloodlines in the entire vampire race. They were the upper class among the vampires. The Blood Moon Fort was a place for the nobles to enjoy themselves. Euphelia brought the blood god clone around the Blood City and finally came to the Blood Moon Fort. The Blood Moon Fort wasn't on the ground. It was floating in mid-air. However, it couldn't exceed the height of the buildings in the middle. The center of the Blood City was the most sacred place. No buildings could exceed its height. However, being able to float in mid-air proved the status of the Blood Moon Fort. On the back of the Blood Crow, the Blood God clone looked up. It was a blood-red castle, several levels high. There was a stone platform made of giant rocks at the bottom, and there was an array carved at the bottom of the platform. It gave off a faint glow and formed a shadow a few hundred meters in radius. It held up the stone platform from afar. The blood-red castle was almost entirely shrouded in blood-red mist. It was faintly visible, and a faint fragrance wafted through the air. It was hazy and seductive. Is this a proper place? Wang Teng suddenly remembered the charm house and asked through the blood god clone. Euphelia was silent for a moment. Then she said, although the Blood Moon Fort has some entertainment programs, it's still a decent place overall. That's good. I won't go to indecent places, the blood god clone said seriously. Am I that kind of person in your heart? Euphelia asked. Bloodslayer Princess? Your title explains many things. The blood god clone said calmly. Really? Euphelia turned and looked at him. There seemed to be an illusion on her beautiful face. His calm expression changed instantly. She seemed cold and seductive, but not at the same time. Her eyebrows moved, and she was bewitching. Gasp in the devour space, Wang Teng gasped. This is it. This is it. The familiar feeling returned, good riddance. This wasn't the Bloodslayer Princess. She was 1,000 transformations princess. Do I look good? Euphelia's voice became seductive. Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat. Not bad, the blood god clone replied calmly. Euphelia's expression froze. This fellow wasn't tempted by her? She took a deep look at the blood god clone. As expected, there was something special about him since he could become the blood sun. Mind you, after she came back from the undying blood sea, both her looks and her charm were better than before. Even mid-tier devil emperors would have a hard time resisting her. Chapter 3111, Blood Moon Fort. 100 Forms Enchantress, Saint-level chef, 2. The blood sun in front of her was a low-tier devil emperor like her, but he wasn't affected at all. His spirit must be quite high. In a blink of an eye, Euphelia resumed her composure. Wang Teng was flabbergasted. This was her true face. The blood crow landed on the stone platform where the Blood Moon Fort was and turned into 2 blood puppets again, under Euphelia's lead. The blood god clone walked towards the Blood Moon Fort. There was a flight of stone stairs in front of the gates of the Blood Moon Fort. The blood god clone and Euphelia climbed the stairs and walked towards the door. Sirs, welcome to the Blood Moon Fort. A few vampire men and women in servant attire stood beside the door and greeted the blood god clone and Euphelia respectfully. Blood Pavilion 8. Euphelia took out a crimson crystal card and said calmly, "Esteemed guests, please follow me." The leader of the servants' expressions changed. She became more respectful and led the 2 of them into the Blood Moon Fort personally. The blood god clone sized up his surroundings curiously. The interior of the Blood Moon Fort was elegant. Precious items could be seen everywhere. Crimson gems decorated the walls. The crystal lamp above them was made of special crystals, too. It gave off a faint glow and looked magnificent. There were also some potted plants that were suitable for vampires. They gave off a thick force aura, so they weren't ordinary plants. Just a sniff was enough to calm one's heart. This place was different from the charm house. It was a little proper. The servant brought them to the 3rd floor and stopped outside a room with the words Blood Room 8 written on it. She raised her hand and invited them in. She said respectfully, "Please come in." Euphelia was extremely familiar with the place. She used the crimson crystal card to open the door and walked in first. The blood god clone blinked and followed her in. The room was extravagant, too. The furnishings were exquisite, making it comfortable to look at. "How's this place?" Euphelia asked. "Not as good as the Blood Sun Palace." The blood god clone glanced around and said, "Bullshit." Euphelia rolled her eyes uncontrollably. How many places in the entire Blood City could be compared to the Blood Sun Palace? She said, "The Blood Sun Palace is indeed extraordinary, but this place is special too." "Oh?" The blood god clone sat down and said calmly, "Tell me about it." "The Blood Moon Fort is famous for food." Euphelia sat opposite him and said. The blood god clone was stunned. He stared at her strangely. Did he bring him to the Blood Moon Fort just to eat? He thought that there was a special show, yet this was it with his force chef mastery. He had eaten all kinds of delicious food. Also, was vampire food edible? He expressed his doubts. But this wasn't the main point. The main point was, this lady seemed a little excited. Was she a foodie? "Why are you looking at me?" Euphelia frowned and asked. Cough. The blood god clone coughed awkwardly and asked, "Is there anything else besides food?" Euphelia snorted. She said coldly, "Men like you have other thoughts. You even ask me if I'm serious and you don't mean what you say." The blood god clone looked at her innocently. "What other thoughts do I have? You have to be responsible for what you said." Euphelia snorted. "Do you think I don't know what you men are thinking? It's all about women." The blood god clone was puzzled. What was going on? This wasn't what he was asking. Did she misunderstand something? But he didn't plan to explain. There was no need to. He didn't need to care about Euphelia's feelings. However, he didn't know that she was a jealous person. They weren't even married, but she was already unhappy because of a small guess. What would happen if they were really married? Wang Teng didn't dare to think about it anymore. No way. No way. If it was true love, he wouldn't mind her being jealous. However, he and the vampire were just making use of each other. There was no need to put a lock on himself. If Euphelia knew that she got completely refused by this fellow because she was a little unhappy, she might cry in frustration. She was the Bloodslayer princess. It was all right for her to get married, but the other party looked down on her. Who could she reason with? Euphelia was a little frustrated when she noticed that he was too lazy to explain. However, she still maintained her pride as the Bloodslayer princess and raised her head. If you want to look at beauties, you can do it later. He disregarded Wang Teng and started ordering his food. This, that give me a piece of everything. She ordered the servant at the side. Okay. The servant took the menu and left. The blood god clone's gaze turned strange. He stared at her intently. This lady was indeed a foodie. The Bloodslayer princess equals foodie? He felt that something wasn't right. Wang Teng immediately shook his head in the devour space. But then again, why were there always foodies around him? Besides food and beauties, the most eye-catching thing about the Blood Moon Fort is the auction. Euphelia ignored the blood god clone's gaze. Auction? The blood god clone was stunned. That's right. There will be regular auctions here. There are all kinds of items, including items from the vampire race and other races. Some treasures might not even exist in the 13 families. Today is the auction date, Euphelia said. Chapter 31112, Blood Moon Fort, 100 Forms Enchantress. Saint-level chef, 3. I'll take a look then. The blood god clone was interested. As they spoke, a group of servants walked in with trays in their hands. After placing them on the dining table, they left respectfully. When the plate was opened, a strong fragrance wafted out and filled up the room. Huh! Grand Master level force dishes! The blood god clone scanned the food and exclaimed softly. He didn't expect Euphelia's force dishes to be at the Grand Master level. Also based on their appearance, they were normal force dishes and not dark cuisines. It looked like the Blood Moon Fort was indeed something. What do you think? Euphelia swallowed her saliva secretly and asked proudly. The blood god clone. Are you serious when you swallow your saliva? Who couldn't see it? I'll only know after I try it. He smiled calmly. Please. Euphelia made an insincere gesture and started eating. Silence. The blood god clone glanced at her speechlessly. Then he hurriedly picked up the cutlery and started sweeping it frantically. Euphelia looked at the fellow gobbling down the food in front of her and was stunned on the spot. Her mind couldn't process what was happening. No? What was going on? This fellow acted as if he didn't care about delicious food a moment ago. Now he looked as if he hadn't eaten good food in 800 years. Was he really the blood son she just met? For some reason she felt that this blood son had been possessed. No, this fellow is snatching my food. Euphelia's eyes widened. She reacted instantly and increased her speed, afraid that she would be eaten. Then one person wolfing down the food became 2 people wolfing down the food. Within a few seconds, the entire table seemed to have been swept by a bunch of hungry ghosts. Not even the soup was left on the plate. It was gone. Burp. A burp came from Euphelia's crimson lips. The blood god clone glanced at her. Euphelia covered her mouth. She forgot that there were other people beside her. Damn it, her image was gone. The blood god clone chuckled and said, The forced dishes here are not bad. Of course, how can the place I brought you to be bad? Euphelia said proudly. However, this isn't the best food in the Blood Moon Fort. Unfortunately, my status isn't enough for the 4 chefs of the Blood Moon Fort to make that food. Oh, the blood god clone got interested. He asked, What forced dishes are you talking about? Blood devil dancing. Euphelia seemed to be immersed in her memory. She swallowed her saliva uncontrollably and said, This is the name of the force dish. The Blood Moon Fort is so popular because of this force dish. Blood devil dancing. Wang Teng's eyes lit up in the devour space. This time he didn't look down on the force dishes from the Blood Moon Fort. The Grand Master level force dishes proved their quality now that he heard Euphelia, this foodie, praising the Blood Devil dancing so much. He knew that the force dishes weren't simple. This was the recognition of a foodie. It means that the force chef master of the Blood Moon Fort is at least a saint-level force chef, the Blood God clone asked. That's right. How can you serve the Blood Moon Fort if you're not a saint-level force chef? Euphelia said. Many Devil Titan-level dark apparitions will come here occasionally. Only a Devil Titan can get the saint-level force chef to act, the Blood God clone asked. That's true. However, someone with a high status in the 13 families has the right to ask the saint-level force chef for help if they pay the price, Euphelia said. Even you can't do it? The Blood God clone asked in surprise. The price is too high. Euphelia shook her head and said directly, when I become a mid-tier devil emperor, I might be able to give it a try. Forget it now. What about me as the Blood Son? The Blood God clone smiled. Euphelia's eyes lit up. Blood Son, you can. However, you will have to pay the price too. After all, there's no free force dishes in the world. What's the price? The Blood God clone didn't deny it. With enough dark coins or treasures, as long as the saint-level force chef is satisfied, he will do it, Euphelia said. Come, let's find him. The Blood God clone got up immediately. Follow me, Euphelia stood up excitedly and led the way. She felt that she made the right choice to bring this Blood Son to the Blood Moon Fort. If she was lucky, she could really taste the Blood Devil dancing. Ever since she ate it once, she couldn't forget about it. Unfortunately, she never had the chance to eat it again. Now the opportunity was finally laid out in front of her. Bring me to St. Yale, Euphelia said to the servant at the door. All right. The servant was shocked. She didn't expect these two masters to be looking for St. Yale. She didn't dare to be careless and immediately led the way. There were 5 levels in the Blood Moon Fort. The servant brought the Blood God clone and Euphelia to the 5th level and came to a huge kitchen. It was hard to imagine that the kitchen of the Blood Moon Fort was on the 5th floor. Only Devil Titans could come up here, yet the kitchen was here. This meant that its status wasn't ordinary. Please come in, St. Yale is inside, the servant said. The Blood God clone and Euphelia walked into the huge kitchen and saw a lively scene. Attribute bubbles. The Blood God clone scanned his surroundings and his eyes lit up. There were many Grand Master level force chefs in the kitchen, so they couldn't provide force chef attributes to Wang Teng. However, he saw attribute bubbles in a corner. Pick them up. Wang Teng didn't hesitate. He released his spiritual kinesis and picked up the attribute bubbles in the corner. Force Chef, Saint Level 200. Force Chef, Saint Level 1800. Chapter 3133, Come Bow to Me First. 1 Force Chef, 780 30,000, Saint Level. Wang Teng was elated when he saw the attributes board. The corresponding enlightenment appeared in his mind, allowing his Force Chef mastery to increase. Not bad. A faint smile played at the corners of Wang Teng's mouth. After the Ice God Mist Fish Dragon dance at the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters, his Force Chef mastery had reached the Saint level. This was a realm he came up with on his own. This was the first time he received a Saint-level attribute. His mastery of the Saint level rose exponentially. Wang Teng's path was filled with all kinds of knowledge, so the more attribute bubbles there were, the better. Euphelia scanned the kitchen, wanting to find St. Yale. However, there were too many Force Chef masters here, so she couldn't find him. The Force Chef masters noticed the two of them and looked at them in surprise. Those who could come here were mostly people looking for St. Yale. As for Grandmaster level Force Chefs, the customers wouldn't look for them voluntarily. They just needed to order their dishes. Every Grandmaster level Force Chef had their specialized Force dishes. The Force Chef would make the dishes according to the order of the customers. Only the Saint-level Force Chefs were different. If the customers wanted to eat Force dishes made by the Saint-level Force Chefs, they had to come personally. This was the face of a Saint-level Force Chef master, The blood god clone shook his head and walked in the direction where he picked up the attribute bubbles. Hey, where are you going? Don't walk around, Euphelia said hurriedly. Aren't you looking for St. Yale? Just follow me, the blood god clone said calmly. Euphelia didn't know what to say. Why is this fellow acting as if he's very familiar with this place? Isn't this his first time here? Could it be that he's more familiar than her? Euphelia chased after him hurriedly. The Grand Master level Force chefs were astounded. This person was able to find St. Yale's location. Was he a Force chef too? Also, he seemed to be a high-level Force chef. Only Force chefs understood that the Force dishes made by Force chefs had different smells. The smell of a Saint-level Force chef was as eye-catching as a pearl in the sand among the Grand Master level Force chefs. The Force chefs in the kitchen stopped what they were doing and looked at the blood god clone and Euphelia silently. Euphelia noticed the situation too. She was surprised and looked at the blood god clone in front. Does he really know where St. Yale is? Euphelia didn't say anything else. She followed the blood god clone through the cooking tables and finally arrived in front of a door. Her eyes lit up. The person who could have his own kitchen here must be St. Yale. She glanced at the blood god clone. How did he find it? Was he a dog? Did he have a sharp nose? Why are you looking at me? Greet him. The blood god clone said. The curiosity in Euphelia's heart disappeared without a trace. She wanted to curse. Did this fellow treat her as his lackey, even if he was the blood son? He shouldn't bully her like this. She was the Bloodslayer princess, but when she remembered St. Yale's Force dishes, she still walked forward and knocked on the door. Come in. A hoarse voice came from behind the door, then the door opened. The blood god clone walked in casually. Euphelia glared at his back view and gritted her teeth as she followed him. Pick them up, Wang Teng was elated. He didn't think that there would be more attribute bubbles in the kitchen. He picked them up without any hesitation. Force Chef, Saint Level, 300. Force Chef, Saint Level, 500. Force Chef, Saint Level, 350. In an instant, Wang Teng's mastery of the Saint Level Force Chef rose again. Different enlightenments appeared in his mind, allowing his Force Chef mastery to rise continuously. It felt amazing. Force Chef, 333-eyed, 3000, Saint Level. This is incredible. When he picked up all the attribute bubbles in the kitchen, the Force Chef attribute on his attributes board had reached 3,300 points. Wang Teng felt that it would be much easier for him to make the Ice God Mist Shadow Dragon dance now. This was the difference in mastery. He had to admit that the speed of improvement was amazing. One Saint-level Force Chef was enough for him to rise so much. If there were a few more Divine-level Force Chefs, he would be able to reach the peak of the Saint level quickly. He felt happy just thinking about it. However, he knew that this was a little unrealistic. If he wanted to reach the peak of the Saint level, he needed the attribute bubbles dropped by chefs at the peak of the Saint level. If it was just the attribute bubbles dropped by a Force Chef Master at the initial stage of the Saint level, it would only allow him to rise to the initial stage of the Saint level. Wang Teng stopped thinking about it and retracted his thoughts. He looked into the kitchen and was stunned. A familiar figure entered his vision. The blood god clone squinted. There was an ambiguous smile on his face as he looked at the figure, Xanor. Euphelia walked up from behind and saw the figure immediately. She was extremely surprised. She didn't expect someone else to be here besides them. What's more, he wasn't a devil titan. He was someone of the same generation as them. It's you. Xanor's gaze landed on the blood god clone. The blood-red mask was too obvious, and it left a deep impression in his mind. What's more, the guy hated him to begin with. Anger burned in his heart when he saw him. Chapter 3144. Come, bow to me first, 2. They were burning with fury the moment they saw each other. What a coincidence! Isn't this the genius from the Vanstone family? The blood god clone sniggered. The corners of Xanor's lips twitched, although he couldn't see the other party's expression. He could see the ambiguous smile at the edge of his lips. It immediately frightened him. The bloody memories were still fresh in his mind. This fellow, Euphelia, was surprised. She glanced at the two of them. There seemed to be something going on between them. Was it because of the battle for the legacy? She had also heard about the competition for the legacy. All the talents from the 13 families seemed to have been crushed. There were even high-tier devil emperors from the 13 families who got beaten up by this blood sun using the blood god array. She was lucky that she didn't fight for the legacy. If not, she would be the one getting crushed. At that time, she wouldn't have the face to get married. She would rather go home and rest. Xanor, what's the matter? A calm voice suddenly sounded behind Xanor. Everyone's attention was attracted. Two people walked out from behind Xanor. One of them was a handsome young man with long blood-red hair. These vampire dark apparitions from the 13 families had blood-red hair. This seemed to be the symbol of their bloodline, mid-tier devil emperor. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He scanned the vampire with his real eye and realized that this dark apparition was a mid-tier devil emperor. He was much stronger than Xanor. He must be a talent from a certain vampire race. However, he didn't take it to heart. He didn't need to use the blood god altar to suppress a mid-tier devil emperor. Also, with his vampire skills, the blood god clone was enough to deal with him. He didn't even need to use his main body, Sasataf. Euphelia was stunned. She stared intently at the handsome young man with a calm and indifferent expression. "You know him?" the blood god clone asked calmly. "He's a talent from the Vanstone clan. He's the same generation as us, but he's already a mid-tier devil emperor." Euphelia immediately replied using voice transmission. "He has also experienced the undying blood sea and gained many opportunities from it. He even has special talents. Does this mean that he's very powerful?" The blood god clone smiled. "Don't underestimate him. He's indeed powerful among all the talents in the 13 families. He's definitely in the top 10, Euphelia said. "In that case, why didn't they let him participate in the legacy battle?" The blood god clone asked curiously. "Didn't I tell you that he had obtained a special talent from the undying blood sea?" Euphelia gave him a "you are stupid" look. The blood god clone nodded in deep thought. A normal martial warrior wouldn't be able to possess two talents at once, especially if they had the same talent. After a pause, he smiled and said, even if he had participated, it would have been useless. Euphelia suspected that he was being pretentious, but she had no evidence. It made sense. No matter how strong Sasataf was he stronger than a high-tier devil emperor? The only thing that made her unhappy was this blood sun was too good at acting. Bloodslayer Princess, Euphelia. Sasataf was surprised when he saw Euphelia. Euphelia's ability hadn't reached the top level, and there was a huge gap between them. But her talent was not bad. The powerful dark apparitions in his clan felt that she had a chance of becoming one of the top talents. What's more, she had a beautiful face, and was quite famous among the 13 families. Many talents paid attention to her. Many talents wanted to marry her and give birth to stronger descendants in the future. "What are you doing here?" Sasataf asked. "I came to look for St. Yale," Euphelia replied calmly. "Oh, Shueste was surprised. With your wealth, you shouldn't be able to hire St. Yale, right?" "If I don't have the wealth, someone else does." Euphelia wasn't angry. She moved aside and let the blood god clone pass. "Huh." Sasataf's gaze flickered slightly. He looked at the blood god clone indifferently and asked calmly, "Are you the blood sun wearing the blood mask?" "Aren't you going to pay respect to me when you see me?" the blood god clone asked calmly. "Or is this identity just for show? Does it have no weight?" Xanor's expression changed. He stared at the blood god clone coldly. Where did this fellow get his courage from? Did he think he was the blood sun? Sasataf stared at the blood god clone intently. Suddenly he smiled and said, "It looks like you have already taken over the identity of the blood sun. The ancestor acknowledged me personally. Is it fake?" the blood god clone asked calmly. "What a pity." Sasataf didn't reply to him. He shook his head and continued, "You haven't gained the recognition of the talents from the 13 families. I heard that you're able to fight with Devil Titan Shui Kan because of the Blood God altar. Without it, how far do you think you can go?" He only mentioned ability, but he didn't mention the talent the blood god clone displayed on the blood-red stone platform. He was certain that this new blood son wasn't strong enough to fight with the top talents of the 13 family. The talents were unwilling to accept the ending of the legacy. Chapter 3115. Come bow to me first. 3. Blood god physique. This was the ultimate talent of the vampire race. Yet a vampire from the lower realm managed to get it. What a waste. With his lowly bloodline, how could he bear the weight of the blood god physique? Euphelia's expression changed slightly. Zasataf was as proud as ever. He didn't even care about the blood sons. Now, many families had recognized Shu as their blood son and wanted to pull him to their side. Only the Vanstone family was in an awkward situation. They had offended this blood son from the start, so they had no choice but to fight until the end. There was no path of retreat. As one of the top talents of the Vanstone race, Sasataf was even more unconvinced. She looked at the blood god clone worriedly. She was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and fight with blood god Alter. If he didn't use the blood god Alter, the true ability of this blood son would still be up for discussion. If he lost to Sasataf, his status as the blood son would be affected. Now that some clans were on the blood son's side, they hoped that his reputation wouldn't be damaged and his status as the blood son wouldn't be affected. She was worried for the interest of her clan. The blood god clone suddenly snorted. He looked at Sasataf and said, "Are you trying to incite me to fight with you?" "You can think whatever you want, I'm just expressing my doubts." Sasataf frowned when he heard Wang Teng's disdainful laughter. "I'm not looking down on you. Even if I don't use the blood god altar, I will still suppress you." The blood god clone said, "Really?" A mocking smile appeared at the edge of his lips. He didn't believe Wang Teng at all. He felt that Wang Teng was boasting. "If you're really so powerful, do you dare to fight with me?" "Why not?" The blood god clone replied calmly. Shu, Ju, Euphelia wanted to stop him, but it was too late. "Ha ha ha!" Exasataf burst out laughing. He didn't expect the other party to agree so quickly. Within a few sentences, he fell into his trap. He immediately said, "In that case, let's fight in the arena of the Blood Moon Fort. It will liven up the atmosphere for St. Yale." The elder at the side, who had remained quiet all this while, smiled and kept quiet. This was a short elder with pointy ears. His face was full of wrinkles and his skin was green. He wasn't very good-looking. "This is a goblin dark apparition." The blood god clone's gaze flickered slightly. He had seen this dark apparition on the No. 29 defense planet before. At that time, the goblin dark apparition claimed to be a scientist, and the devil bomb he possessed came from the goblin dark apparition. He didn't expect to meet a saint-level force chef this time. This race was interesting. It's too early to be happy. The blood god clone retracted his gaze and smiled at Sasataf. Suddenly, he took out a token and waved it at him. "Come, bow to me first." Sasataf's face turned as red as a pig's liver. He glared at the blood god clone as if he wanted to devour him. Euphelia, summa, there was such a thing. This blood son seemed a little black-hearted. She looked at the blood god clone and felt that she knew him again. Xanar's expression changed slightly. It was as if a dye mill had opened on his face. St. Yale's gaze landed on the blood god clone, too. His eyes flickered slightly, and a smile appeared at the edge of his lips. "Is there a problem?" the blood god clone asked calmly. "I won't have any problem if you want to suppress me with this blood son token. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to bear the consequences." A stiff smile appeared on Sasataf's face. "It's not up to you to decide if I can bear the consequences," the blood god clone said. "Good, very good." Sasataf gritted his teeth and bowed slightly at the blood god clone. "Blood son. That's right, you didn't waste your time learning etiquette." The blood god clone looked at Xanor and continued, "And you, do you need me to teach you?" Xanor was furious. He glanced at Sasataf and noticed that his face had turned green. He didn't dare to speak anymore and could only suppress the anger in his heart. He bowed unwillingly and said in a low voice, "Blood Sun, you should have done this earlier. Why did you ask me to take out my Blood Sun token? I'm using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken." The blood god clone kept the token, you. Aksasataf and Xanor's faces turned green and white. Chapter 3116, 3 moves, 1 punch, 1 sword, 1 saber. Aksasataf defeated, 1 insult. This was a direct humiliation, using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Could it be that they didn't even have the right to ask him to use his Blood Sun token? This was too much. Can you fight with me now? Zasataf took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. He stared coldly at the blood god clone. "No hurry," the blood god clone replied calmly. "You don't dare." Shuistei sneered. "I said that I'm not in a hurry. I didn't mean that I don't want to fight with you." The blood god clone smiled and looked at the goblin elder beside him. "Are you Saint Yale?" "That's right." Saint Yale nodded. "Did you come to find me for the blood devil dancing?" "Yes." Euphelia nodded before the clone could reply. Exasataf's eyes lit up. He chuckled and said, "You're late. We've already made our reservation. There's only one last set of ingredients left to make the blood devil dancing. We will need to wait a few days to collect another set of ingredients." Euphelia's expression changed slightly as she looked at Saint Yale. "He's right. There's only one last ingredient left." "You're late," Saint Yale said calmly. "Why?" Disappointment appeared on Euphelia's face. "If you want to taste the blood devil dancing, you can come with us." Shasataf smiled proudly. "It's all right." Euphelia glanced at the blood god clone and regained her composure. She shook her head at Shuistei coldly. Sasataf's face turned black. He was a little angry. This lady didn't give him any face at all. Did he like Shuju? Bitch. She was just a vampire from the lower realm. How low was her bloodline, yet she was willing to bow down to him for the sake of his identity as the Blood Sun. Wasn't she being despicable? Xanor didn't look good either. The Bloodslayer princess chose to side with Shuei. She was a famous beauty among the 13 families. How could Shuei have her? This feeling was like a cabbage that he couldn't get his hands on, getting dug by a pig. It was disgusting. "Why don't we make a bet?" The blood god clone didn't know what these 2 vampire dark apparitions were thinking. He gave an irritating smile without any self-awareness. "What do you want to bet on?" Sasataf was in a bad mood and asked impatiently with a frown, "Why is this fellow so troublesome? If he doesn't want to fight, he won't. He's always like this. It's so irritating. Let's bet on the blood devil dancing." The blood god clone said, "If you lose, you will have to give me the blood devil dancing and you will have to pay for it." Sasataf felt the corners of his lips twitching. He felt even more unhappy. How did this guy dare to think about it? It paid a huge price for the blood devil dancing. Normal mid-tier devil emperors wouldn't be able to handle it. This fellow wanted to snatch it and even wanted him to pay for it. Why was its face so big? "I love to gamble with others. If no one bets with me, I won't be able to release 30% of my true power. At that time, even if you win, it will be an unfair win," the blood god clone said calmly. Sasataf. This person was a little shameless. If he won, it was his victory. If he lost, it was an unfair win. Damn it, this bastard was shameless. Euphelia glanced at the blood god clone speechlessly. "What do you mean by, it's best to gamble with others? Are you serious?" But why was she a little excited? If he really won, would she be able to enjoy the blood devil dancing without paying anything? Or you don't dare? The blood god clone asked again when he saw the other party keeping quiet, a taste of their own medicine. This was what Sasataf said to him. He was returning the favor. What if you lose? Sasataf snorted with a black face. "Do you dare to accept this blood sun token?" The blood god clone scoffed. Zasataf. "Fuck. This bastard must have done it on purpose. He didn't dare to take it. If you didn't have the ability, you wouldn't be able to control this blood sun token. Otherwise, you would become the target of public criticism. If they could, the talents from the 13 families would have snatched it a long time ago. They wouldn't need to wait until now. Instead, it was snatched by a vampire from the lower realm. Forget it. If I lose, I will pay for another blood devil dancing for you a few days later. The blood god clone sneered. All right. The muscles on his face twitched violently when he saw Wang Teng's contemptuous expression. His face turned darker, and he nodded instantly. He didn't want to waste any more time with Wang Teng. It's decided then. One blood devil dancing was enough. Compared to this price, he wanted to defeat this blood son more. Defeating the blood son should feel amazing. His reputation in the family would skyrocket and reach a frightening level, surpassing the other talents. The talents from the 13 families had been waiting for this chance. They didn't expect the other party to send himself to their doorstep. It was a good deal for him. Ha 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 ha. He burst out laughing uncontrollably when he thought about this. Do you mind if we use the blood devil dancing as a bet? The blood god clone looked at the elder from the goblin race and asked, It's all right, to me. As long as I pay a high enough price, it doesn't matter who I cook the blood devil dancing for. Saint Yale smiled calmly. The blood god clone. This saint-level force chef seemed a little realistic. He was different from the other saint-level force chefs he met in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters, Chapter 317, 3 moves. 1 punch, 1 sword, 1 saber, Sassataf defeated. 2, but this was good too. Anything that could be solved with money wasn't a problem. On the other hand, the saint-level force chefs who valued reputation were harder to deal with. In that case, let's go lead the way, the blood god clone said to Sassataf. Saint Yale, you can start cooking the blood devil dancing. After I defeat him, I can have a taste of the force dish. Sassataf bowed at Saint Yale and said, Go ahead. No matter who wins, the blood devil dancing will be ready. Saint Yale nodded. Old fox. Sassataf's expression froze. His smugness disappeared without a trace, as if someone had forcefully fed him shit. Euphelia wanted to laugh when she saw this scene. This Saint Yale seemed a little interesting. He snorted and turned to leave. He couldn't stay any longer. This place was filled with evil intentions. The blood god clone smiled and followed the other party out of the kitchen. Prepare an arena for us. At the entrance, Sassataf ordered a servant. Yes, the servant was invigorated. She replied immediately and left in a hurry. After some time, an arena was lifted up by the array. It rose above the Blood Moon Fort and attracted many people's attention amidst the loud explosions. What's going on? Someone used the arena of the Blood Moon Fort. Interesting. Looks like there's a good show to watch. Many figures appeared on the platform of the Blood Moon Fort. They flashed and soared into the sky. Amidst the blood mist, seats made of mist appeared around the arena. Long tables appeared beside the seats. Beautiful maids carried fruits and wine, swaying their bodies as they stepped into the sky. Those who wanted to watch the match took their seats. This was the specialty of the Blood Moon Fort. Once someone activated the arena, all the guests would be able to see it. It didn't matter who it was. To be able to do this, the faction behind the Blood Moon Fort mustn't be underestimated. The blood god clone was a little surprised. He stood on a platform in the Blood Moon Fort and looked up. In the blood mist, figures with powerful auras could be seen faintly. There were mid-tier devil emperors and high-tier devil emperors. The devil titans weren't seen, but just these devil emperors were astounding enough. There were so many mid-tier and high-tier devil emperors in the Blood Moon Fort. The strength of the 13 vampire clans shouldn't be underestimated. It's too late to retreat now. Sassataf's cold laughter was heard at the side. Which eye of yours saw me retreating? The blood god clone glanced at him and asked calmly. I hope your ability is as hard as your mouth, Sassataf said. Only ladies know if I'm hard or not. Men won't know. The blood god clone gave him a strange look. Sassataf's face turned green. Euphelia felt the corners of her lips twitching. She stared intently at the blood god clone hooligan Shameless. Cut the crap. Come up the arena and fight with me. Shasataf snorted. He didn't want to talk to him anymore. If he did, he would die from anger. He turned into a beam of bloodlight and soared into the sky, landing on the arena with a loud bang. Shasataf. It's the talent from the Vanstone family. Shasataf. Who is he fighting with? This is getting more and more interesting. It looks like his opponent isn't a weakling, since he's able to get Shasataf to act. Discussions were heard among the dark apparitions who were preparing to watch the match. They were all curious about Shasataf's opponent. On the platform of the Blood Moon Fort, Euphelia looked at the blood god clone and frowned. She couldn't help but ask, "Shwe, stay is very powerful. Are you sure you'll be all right?" "Small matter." The blood god clone took a step out and disappeared on the spot. He appeared in the arena instantly. "This fellow?" Euphelia shook her head and followed him. She appeared on a seat in the sky and sat down. She couldn't do anything now. She could only watch the battle. There was an uproar when the blood god clone appeared in the arena. "This is Blood Sun. Is that the Blood Sun? Am I seeing things?" He's wearing a blood mask. He's indeed the Blood Sun. Fuck. Jueste's opponent is the Blood Sun. Shasataf, you bastard. You made the first move. There were many talents from the elite families among the dark apparitions watching the battle. They couldn't help but curse when they saw Shasataf fighting with the Blood Sun first. This was a rare opportunity. The first winner would be the ultimate winner. The members of the various families had analyzed the situation. Without using the blood god altar, this Blood Sun wouldn't be too powerful. After all, he was only at the peak of the low-tiered Devil Emperor stage. No matter how powerful his talent was, it was still a talent. It would be good enough if he could become a top low-tiered Devil Emperor. There must be a huge difference between him and a mid-tier Devil Emperor. As for the Blood Lotus flower he used against Devil Titan Shwe Can that day, he probably used the power of the Blood God Array to release its full potential. If not, it would be hard for them to imagine that a low-tier Devil Emperor could hurt a Devil Titan. This wasn't martial arts. Thus, the mid-tier Devil Emperors from the various families came out of seclusion for the Blood Sun. Chapter 31118, 3 moves, 1 punch, 1 sword, 1 saber, Shasataf defeated. 3, they wanted to use their mid-tier Devil Emperors to suppress the Blood Sun and embarrass him. How could the Blood Sun who couldn't make the talents of the various families bow down to him be the Blood Sun? That was impossible. You could say that this was the plan of the Vanstone family and the other families. Blood Sons couldn't reject a challenge. Even if they knew that the other party's stage was higher than theirs, they couldn't reject it. This was the challenge of being the Blood Sun. It was unavoidable. Of course, only mid-tier Devil Emperors would come. There would be no high-tier Devil Emperors. None of his peers could advance to the high-tier Devil Emperor stage. It took a long time to become a high-tier Devil Emperor. They couldn't be considered peers anymore. The Blood God clone frowned slightly when he heard the unbridled discussions around him. He was a little unhappy. These vampires came for him. They were treating him like a weakling. He snorted and looked at Shasataf. Since they wanted to use him to make a name for themselves, they couldn't blame him for being merciless. "I'm a mid-tier Devil Emperor. I can give you 3 moves. Don't say that I'm bullying you at that time." Shasataf's gaze landed on the blood god clone, and a hideous expression appeared on his indifferent face. A blood-red battle sword appeared in his hand. It gave off an extraordinary aura. This was a high-tiered Devil Emperor-level weapon. This was equivalent to a 3rd-rank Grand Master-level weapon. It was extremely rare. "Give me 3 moves?" The blood god clone glanced at the battle blade and smiled. He said in a meaningful tone, "Are you sure? Of course, it's just 3 moves. I'm afraid you won't even be able to touch me." Shasataf smiled in disdain. "In that case, I won't be polite anymore." The blood god clone smiled and said slowly, "Boom." The Blood Sun token flew out and glowed brightly. A blood-red battle armor was formed. It was sharp, bloody, exquisite, and extravagant. This blood-red battle armor was like a piece of art. It was dazzling. Blood Sun battle armor, there was a round of exclamations as if they saw something unbelievable. He can actually use the Blood Sun battle armor now. Zasataf widened his eyes as if he saw a ghost. The Blood God clone looked at the Blood Sun battle armor in front of him and blinked. This was his first time using this battle armor. When he received the Blood Sun token, he understood its uses. The greatest use of the Blood Sun token was to turn into the Blood Sun battle armor. It seemed magical, but it was just a kind of metal usage. It wasn't just the Darkland. There were all kinds of magical metals in the human universe that could be expanded and shrunk into a small token. Also, with the help of the runes, the shape could be shaped. It was the same as the ring battle armor in the human world. What really astounded Wang Teng was the level of this Blood Sun battle armor wasn't low. It could reach the peak of the 3rd rank Grandmaster level. It could even be considered a half-step divine weapon. There was a hint of spirituality in it. Normal, Grandmaster level smithery couldn't be compared to it. Boom! The Blood Sun battle armor gave off a blood-red glow and instantly attached itself to the Blood God clone's body. It stuck closely to him without any discomfort. You can wear battle armor too. A calm voice came from within the Blood Sun battle armor. Boom! The moment he finished speaking, a powerful aura erupted from his body. 2nd rank Blood God physique. Activate. The Blood God clone activated his 2nd rank Blood God physique. A thick stench of blood engulfed his body like crimson giant pythons coiling around him. He stretched out his hand. The Blood Sun battle armor squirmed and turned into a blood-red battle sword in his hand. This was the same weapon as the Blood Sun battle armor. It had reached the half-step divine level too. So what if he's wearing the Blood Sun battle armor? Does he really think he can fight with me? Sasataf snorted. He didn't look good. Ha ha! A soft laughter came from the Blood God clone's mouth. He didn't say anything else and stomped his feet on the ground. A loud bang was heard and he shot out instantly. First move, Blood Devil Fist. The Blood God clone released his fist. Blood-red light congregated and turned into a giant blood-red fist mark. It slammed down on Zasataf. Boom. With the help of the Blood Beast domain, he was only able to release the power of the 2nd level integration phase domain to the 7th level actualization phase. His roars resounded in the air, and there seemed to be tens of thousands of blood-red behemoths charging out from the fist mark. Roar, how is this possible? Zasataf's expression changed slightly. He was in disbelief actualization phase domain. What's more, it was definitely an advanced rank actualization phase domain. How could someone at the peak of the low-tier Devil Emperor stage grasp a domain to this stage? Even his domain was only at the 7th level of the actualization phase. He wanted to retaliate, but he remembered what he said. Give him 3 moves. If he retaliated now, he would be slapping his own face. In an instant, under the impact of the blood-red behemoth, the fist mark landed heavily on Sasataf's body. He couldn't evade it. The fist mark covered a wide area and covered the entire arena. He couldn't evade it, so he had to resist it. Boom! The frightening fist mark slammed into his body forcefully. A terrifying strength surged out from the fist mark, causing his body to shrink by half. Why is he so strong? Sasataf vomited a mouth of blood. His face turned pale, and he was flabbergasted. Chapter 3119. 3 moves. 1 punch, 1 sword, 1 saber. Sasataf defeated. 4. This is just the start. The Blood God clone's cold laughter came from below the Blood Sun battle armor. The 2nd move. He raised the battle sword in his hand. Blood-red sword glow congregated and shot out. It turned into a sword glow more than 100 feet long and slashed down from the sky. Blood, shadow, sword skill. This was a Devil Titan level sword skill. Boom, a huge blood-red sword shadow plummeted down from the sky. Under Sasataf's astounded gaze, it grew bigger and bigger. Battle armor. A furious roar erupted from his mouth. A hideous crimson battle armor appeared on his body instantly. Boom, the next instant, The blood-red sword glow slashed down and landed on its body. Crack. The ground cracked and spread out like spider webs. Sasataf's body sunk in uncontrollably. Half of his body had already smashed into the sturdy arena. Runes kept flashing in the arena, forming a protective shield to resist the impact of the force. At the same time, a hideous sword wound appeared on Sasataf's left shoulder from his chest. It tore his battle armor and fresh blood spurted out. Silence. There was dead silence. The audience didn't have the time to react. One punch. One punch was enough to make Sasataf lose all ability to retaliate. One attack, one sword attack was enough to cut through Sasataf's battle armor. This battle armor was at least at the Grand Master level. Its toughness was definitely not low. Even a peak Grand Master level weapon might not be able to break it with its defense. Was this Blood Sun really at the peak of the low-tier Devil Emperor realm? Everyone wondered if they were having an illusion. Something wasn't right. Euphelia opened her red lips in astonishment. She wanted to say something, but no words came out. Roar at this moment. An angry roar came out of Sasataf's mouth. It echoed in the arena like the roar of an injured wild beast. Boom. He wanted to struggle to get up from the arena. He placed his hands on the arena and exerted force, shattering the giant rocks that covered the arena. There's a third move. A soft laughter came from the sky. Sasataf raised his head abruptly, his pupils constricted. The battle sword in the blood god clone's hand had turned into a battle blade. There was a blood-red blade glow shimmering on the blade. It kept expanding until it was 100 feet wide. Numerous blood-red blade glows blossomed around the giant blade. They cut through the air, creating pitch-black dimensional rifts around them. Roar. Sasataf was terrified. He exerted strength in his hands and forcefully pulled himself out of the arena. He jumped up, and the battle sword in his hand gave off a powerful glow. It soared into the sky. It didn't dare to have any chances in front of the blood god clone's blade. He would die from that blade 3 moves. He couldn't give in any longer. 2 moves almost cost him his life. If he didn't summon his battle armor in time, he would have been chopped into 2. He might not die, but he would definitely be heavily injured. But this blade attack was completely different. He could already feel the frightening strength it contained. A strong sense of death emanated from it. Sasataf didn't dare to hold back. He released the power of his 7th rank actualization phase domain, and the 2nd rank blood rule merged into his sword glow. A contemptuous snort came from the sky. Sasataf raised his head and looked at the blood god clone. He could almost see the contempt at the edge of the clone's lips amidst the blood glow. It seemed to be saying, "Didn't you say that you will give him 3 moves? Why are you acting now?" An extreme sense of fury and embarrassment emerged in Sasataf's heart. His pale face turned red as if it was filled with blood. Die! A furious roar came out of his mouth. Sasataf couldn't control the anger and embarrassment in his heart anymore. He condensed his battle sword to the maximum and slashed it out. He didn't believe it. He didn't believe that a low-tier Devil Emperor could defeat him. Boom, the sword glow soared into the sky and slashed towards the blood god clone. Useless struggle. The blood god clone's gaze was calm and indifferent. He slashed his battle blade out, and 1,000 feet long blood-red blade glow slashed down. Boom, in an instant, the sword and blade glows collided. In the numerous tiny sword and blade glows collided in the air and destroyed each other. Crack. At this moment, a cracking sound was heard. Cracks started to appear on the sword glow. They spread to the entire sword glow at an extremely fast speed. Cracking sounds were heard continuously. Bang. The next instant, the sword glow shattered and turned into numerous blood-red droplets. They floated in the air. No, the color on Sasataf's face disappeared. His face turned pale and he was appalled. He was filled with disbelief, but there was no time to react. Boom, the presence of the blood-red blade glow didn't decrease. It plummeted from the sky and enlarged in Sasataf's eyes. Then it landed on his body. This blade pressed his body down on the arena. Crack, Cracking sounds were heard continuously. The giant rocks in the arena cracked and countless broken rocks floated up from the arena. Boom! A huge hole appeared in the middle. It was Sasataf. At this moment, the battle armor on his body had shattered. It was healing, but it couldn't withstand the blade glow that kept corroding it. His body was riddled with wounds. Large amounts of blood flowed out and dyed the surroundings red. It was a tragic sight. Gasp! There was a moment of silence. Gasps were heard. This result was too unexpected. No one expected Sasataf to lose, much less lose so miserably. Everyone's gaze landed on the figure in the sky. They were in a daze for a long time. Chapter 3120, Transformation of the Real I, Prying, Different Devil Transformation. 1. He was afraid of the sudden silence. Everyone found it unbelievable that the Blood Sun was able to crush Sasataf in 3 moves. A question appeared in their minds. Was this Blood Sun really so powerful? It wasn't that they didn't want to believe it. It was just a little magical. A low-tier Devil Emperor was able to push a mid-tier Devil Emperor to the ground and beat him up. How long had it been since such a talent appeared in the vampire race? Even in the entire Dark Apparition race, such talents were rare. All the vampire dark apparitions exchanged glances with one another. They didn't know how to describe their emotions. On the other side, Euphelia's beautiful eyes were wide open. She remembered that she doubted the ability of this Blood Sun and suddenly felt her face burning. The person she should be worried about seemed to be wrong from the start. To think that she was worried that this Blood Sun wouldn't be able to defeat Sui Sta. Wasn't this paranoia? There was indeed a huge difference in their ability, but Sasataf was much weaker than the Blood Sun, not the other way round. The tables were turned, completely turned. Euphelia looked at the figure in the sky with a complicated gaze. No wonder he was able to become the Blood Sun. He was a monster. Even if she participated in the battle for the legacy, she would be crushed to the ground. She wouldn't have any chance. But was this fellow really from the lower realm? How could there be such a talent in the lower realms? Based on past records, there were indeed some talents in the lower realms. However, due to the difference in foundation, even a talent wouldn't be able to reach this stage. Compared to the talents from the 13 families, the difference was huge, not to mention the top talents of the 13 families. They couldn't be surpassed easily, but this Blood Sun did it. He proved that his ability had completely surpassed the top talents of the 13 families. What kind of talent was this? How magnificent was this? Don't worry, Sasataf hasn't lost completely. Suddenly, a hesitant whisper came from within the blood mist. No one knew who spoke. Euphelia was astounded. She immediately looked at Sasataf in the arena and turned serious. Oh, right. And that move, Sasataf would be unwilling to admit defeat after being suppressed to this state. As the top talent of the 13 families, he wouldn't allow himself to lose to someone at the peak of the Devil Emperor stage. Based on Sasataf's pride, he wouldn't be able to accept this result. In the sky, the blood god clone looked down at Sasataf and touched his chin. Is he a little ruthless? He didn't even get a lot of attributes from him. Huh. The moment this thought appeared in his mind, he noticed that Sasataf suddenly started moving. Looks like he still has energy left. The vitality of dark apparitions is really strong. This thought flashed through the blood god clone's mind. He stared at Sasataf with interest, wanting to see what other skills he had up his sleeve. 3 moves were enough to frighten them. He could get more attribute bubbles now. Roar, a low roar suddenly came from the arena. Boom at first, after the residual impact subsided. The broken rocks had already landed on the ground. However, under the influence of an invisible force, the broken rocks started flying again and floated in mid-air. Strands of crimson aura emerged from Sasataf's body. They were like thin blood-red strings, densely coiling around his body. What is this? The blood god clone's eyes flickered. He sensed a familiar aura. Devil transformation. A familiar word suddenly appeared in his mind. The last move of the dark apparitions was devil transformation. If you're my brother, you can devil wait. If you can't win, you can do devil transformation. This method was indeed powerful. It was strange and mysterious. It was indescribable and unpredictable. Once the devil transformation went too deep, the dark apparitions themselves might not know what would happen, but this was just a competition. Was there a need to do this? Was he a sore loser? The blood god clone looked at Sassataf floating below him. There was a glimmer in his eyes. This guy was a top talent of the 13 clans that represented the highest bloodline of the vampire race. He wondered how different his devil transformation was. For some reason, Wang Teng started to get excited. After all, he had a blood god clone now. He could play with it and use it for devil transformation. It shouldn't affect the main body. He had never tried devil transformation after obtaining it for so long. In the past, he didn't dare to try. Now, what did the devil transformation have to do with his true form? It had nothing to do with him. Ugh! A low and oppressive roar came out of Sassataf's mouth. The blood-red strings around him got thicker and thicker, like a human-shaped blood cocoon, as expected of devil transformation. Euphelia took a deep breath and turned serious. The devil transformation of a top-talent vampire was even more terrifying. Different bloodlines had different purity. Their devil transformation couldn't be compared simply. Once a talent like Sassataf underwent devil transformation, he would undergo a frightening transformation and his power would increase exponentially. Can he stop it? Euphelia's gaze landed on the blood god clone. Her gaze was complicated and filled with anticipation. However, she realized that the blood son's gaze was extremely calm. He wasn't scared at all. Chapter 3:12:1. Transformation of the real I. Prying. Different devil transformation. 2. She was surprised. Was he still so confident? The vampire dark apparitions watching the battle stared at the changes in the arena intently. Some vampire dark apparitions even felt fortunate. Fortunately, they didn't challenge the blood sun immediately. If not, one of them might be the one getting beaten up. Now, Sassataf was willing to pay any price to execute devil transformation. Would the blood sun be able to deal with him? This was a good time to collect information. However, this blood sun should be able to undergo devil transformation too. They wondered how well he had mastered it. Devil transformation was an important skill of the dark apparitions. Normally, it wouldn't be exposed. Now, it was time to see if the blood sun knew how to use it. The blood god clone wasn't in a hurry to act. It watched the battle calmly and even observed the changes in Sassataf. He activated his real eye. A golden glow flashed past Wang Teng's eyes. He observed the changes in his blood god clone. He had never observed devil transformation so carefully in the past. He felt that he wouldn't use devil transformation. Hence, every time he met devil transformation, he just treated it as an enemy he needed to deal with. He just wanted to find the other party's weakness. He never thought of investigating the deeper changes in devil transformation. Now that he could use his devil transformation, he felt even more curious. What's more, when he saw the primary understanding of devil transformation in the Black Armor City's library, he got more interested in it. Naturally, he wanted to take this chance to understand it. With the activation of his real eye, Wang Teng saw something. Through the layers of blood capillaries, he saw an extremely thick ball of black air in the depth of Sassataf's body. It was like a whirlpool, deep, strange, and gave off an evil and chaotic aura. However, when he wanted to investigate the deeper changes, he couldn't continue. It stopped at the surface of the black ball of air. Same again. Wang Teng felt helpless. Why was it always like this at the crucial moment? He was so frustrated, he wanted to vomit blood. It was as if a beautiful lady was standing in front of him. She had already taken off most of her clothes. All that was left was the last bit of cloth. In the end, he woke up from his dream. Mystic light sight. Wang Teng scanned the attributes board and his gaze finally landed on the mystic light sight. When he was practicing this scripture, he sensed that as long as he practiced it, his eyes would undergo a transformation and his real eye would be upgraded. Now, both his spirit and origin of soul had reached the heaven realm. The transformation of his eyes should happen naturally. The only problem was the limitation of his body. If the physical body wasn't strong enough, the powerful eye power would definitely cause a huge burden to the eyeball. However, this was the same as overloading his strength. As long as he didn't use it often, he could recover it with his ability to pick up attributes. He didn't have to worry about causing irreparable hidden injuries. Also, he had the eternal matter. He could recover slowly. This eternal matter had already exceeded the control of a cosmos realm martial warrior to a cosmos stage martial warrior. It was like a huge blow. In summary, the effects were amazing. Hence, he decided to raise the proficiency of his mystic light sight forcefully and see if he could achieve a breakthrough on the spot. Blank attribute added. Wang Teng looked at the mystic light sight attribute rising continuously on his attributes board. He was filled with anticipation. Last time, when he was at the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters, he got some attributes from Sang Yi and raised his mystic light sight to the well-versed stage. With the addition of his blank attribute, it immediately went from the well-versed stage to the specialized stage. He immediately activated his mystic light sight. A white circle of light appeared in his pupils. It was holy and clean. If other people were present, they might think that he was wearing cosmetic contact lenses. Wang Teng felt his heart palpitating. His eyes were itching. The light constellation force flowed in his eyes through the mystic light sight. It gave him a warm feeling. This feeling was much stronger than when he cultivated the mystic light sight. Not enough. Wang Teng gritted his teeth and continued using his blank attribute to raise his mystic light sight. In an instant, the mystic light sight rose from specialized to small achievement. Boundless enlightenment appeared in his mind, giving him an unprecedented understanding of the mystic light sight. Mystic light sight, eternal level, 130,000, small achievement. He spent 60,000 points of blank attribute to advance from well-versed to specialized. He also spent 150,000 points to advance from specialized to small achievement. That was a total of 210,000 points. In an instant, the blank attributes dropped greatly. Wang Teng's heart ached. This was the wealth he had painstakingly accumulated. It looked like he needed to find some time to replenish himself. If not, he wouldn't feel safe at all. Wang Teng retracted his thoughts and immediately activated his mystic light sight. At the same time, he activated his divine light physique. A pure light force surged out of his body and merged into his eyes. Fortunately, he was hiding in the Devour space. If not, the dark apparitions would go crazy because of the thick light force. Boom, as the pure light force merged into his eyes, Wang Teng immediately felt a strange energy exploding in the depth of his eyeballs. Chapter 3.122, Transformation of the Real Eye, Prying, Different Devil Transformation. 3. The transformation started. Success. Wang Teng was elated. However, he didn't have the time to think too much. He closed his eyes instantly. The convergence of the pure light force and spiritual power caused the transformation of his eyeballs. It was like a process of destruction and reorganization. Blood dripped down from his eyes. Boundless energy kept damaging his eyes, but the light force was repairing them. Wang Teng was in a strange state. At this moment, a strange substance emerged from the depth of Wang Teng's body. It merged into his eyeball like stars. This is. Wang Teng was stunned. Eternal matter. The transformation of his eyes triggered the eternal matter. What was going on? He was confused, but soon he was attracted by the change in his eyes. The eternal matter merged into his eyeball and gave it a hint of eternalness. Oh my God. Wang Teng was surprised and elated. He just said that he had eternal matter, so he wasn't afraid of any harm. He didn't expect the real stage to require eternal matter. No wonder he couldn't achieve a breakthrough. If it was other martial warriors, they wouldn't even need to think about breaking through. This was because eternal matter could only be controlled at the eternal level. It was impossible for Cosmos Realm martial warriors to grasp eternal matter. Wang Teng's situation was too special. There was no possibility of replication. This was the only one he was honest. The changes in his eyes happened extremely quickly. As the eternal matter was instilled into his eyes, the last changes seemed to have been completed. Within a few seconds, the stinging pain in his eyes subsided, and no more blood flowed out. The next instant, he opened his eyes abruptly. A deep light flashed in the depth of his eyes. There was a purple-golden glow circulating in the depth of the abyss. It cut through the air like a shooting star, eternal stage. Wang Teng was enlightened. He looked at the attributes board. Real eye, 110,000 eternal level. As expected, the real eye's level changed from the real stage to the eternal level. It was the same as his martial arts stage. Wang Teng was extremely satisfied. He couldn't control the happiness in his heart. The corners of his lips lifted up uncontrollably. Now that his real eye had reached the eternal level, he should be able to see through devil transformation. Just as he was about to retract his gaze, he suddenly saw the attributes behind the real eye. His eyes widened, and the happiness that rose in his heart disappeared without a trace. 100,000 Wang Teng felt his head hurting. The advancement of the eternal stage required 100,000 points of attributes. This was too much. Difficulty +1, +1, +1, +1. He felt a mechanical notification ringing in his mind. It was filled with malice. Never mind. Let's take things one step at a time. My mystic light sight has reached the small achievement stage. If I cultivate it in the future, I should be able to raise my real eye. Wang Teng shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He immediately looked at the blood god clone. To others, the blood god clone's gaze never drifted away. All these happened within a few seconds. Wang Teng's eyes had completed the transformation, and he could see through the deeper secrets. Boom! The purple-golden light in Wang Teng's eyes penetrated the ball of black gas in Shasataf's body and saw an indescribable change. The black ball of air was rooted deep in the dark apparition's body. Numerous extremely thin black threads extended to all parts of the dark apparition's body. They were tightly linked to the dark apparition, causing unimaginable changes. These black strings were the source of devil transformation. Wang Teng noticed that when the guy was undergoing devil transformation, the black strings started changing. They looked like living creatures. There were tiny eyeballs and tiny mouths on the strings. Dark matter spurted out and affected the bloodline changes in Shasataf's body. At first, Wang Teng couldn't see this, but now that his real eye had reached the eternal level, he could see more details and deeper things. Gasp. He immediately felt a chill down his spine. Goosebumps appeared on his skin. He felt uncomfortable just thinking about the thing in his body affecting his bloodline and triggering a mutation. His hairs stood up. Too evil, too strange. Wang Teng couldn't describe this feeling. He found it sinister and strange. He couldn't imagine if there were any repercussions of this change. However, if he was right, the devil transformation would end when he cut the black strings. Since he could see the strings, it shouldn't be difficult for him to disconnect them using his spiritual power. He could use the power of light to break it forcefully and purify it. But he still wanted to see how Shasataf would end this devil transformation. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, the sound of a heart palpitating came from within the blood cocoon. The blood-red glow blossomed continuously, flickering at times as if it was beating along with the heart. This Shasataf's devil transformation isn't huge. Wang Teng squinted in the devour space crack. The next instant, before he could think further, cracking sounds were heard from the blood cocoon. Cracks appeared on the cocoon and spread continuously. A glaring blood-red glow blossomed from the crack. Done. Euphelia squinted as she stared at the blood cocoon that was about to break. Her heart skipped a beat. Chapter 3:123. Transformation of the real eye, prying, different devil transformation. 4. Boom. The human-shaped blood cocoon finally exploded. A glaring blood-red glow erupted. It floated above the arena like a blood-red star as it rose gradually. Shoo! Joe! A cold voice came from within the blood-red light. It seemed to be filled with resentment. The blood god clone looked at the other party until the light dissipated, revealing the guy's appearance. His pupils constricted. A strange change was happening to Zasataf. His pale and handsome face had changed entirely. He turned sharp and hideous, as if he was elongated. The edge of his mouth opened all the way to the back of his ears. His mouth was filled with sawtooth teeth. They gave off a cold glint at the same time. On his face, there were eyes that didn't close as he spoke. The gaze he gave off was cold and evil, making people uncomfortable. What? There was an uproar. Sasataf's devil transformation has already reached this stage. His cultivation in the undying blood sea is not bad. Unbelievable. I didn't expect him to have such a profound grasp of devil transformation. Sasataf's bloodline is pure, so the devil transformation it triggered must be more terrifying. However, it managed to suppress the indescribable changes and kept the mutations within a small range, as expected of the top talents of the Vanstone clan. We mustn't underestimate them. "Ha ha ha! That blood son is in danger! What?" Euphelia's pupils constricted. She was astounded too. She didn't expect Zasataf's devil transformation to reach this stage. She looked at the blood god clone worriedly. This is troublesome. He wondered if he could handle it. The more he controlled his devil transformation, the stronger it was. On the other hand, the devil transformations that allowed his body to expand infinitely weren't as scary. Restrain? Suppress? The blood god clone's ears moved slightly, as if he heard something incredible. Devil transformation wasn't about expanding randomly. Instead, it was about suppressing and restraining. The reason was simple. By compressing and condensing all his strength, it was naturally stronger than releasing it. However, he always thought that the dark apparitions wouldn't suppress this change. It looked like he was thinking too much. Interesting. The blood god clone touched his chin and looked at Sasataf in front of him. His gaze flickered slightly. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Zasataf opened his hideous, sawtooth-like mouth. His voice turned shrill and hoarse. Now I'll use my full strength. I hope you can let me have my fun. Huh? You're still conscious? Wang Teng exclaimed softly in the devour space. He seemed to have discovered something astonishing. The devil transformation dark apparitions he met in the past were all in a state of madness and chaos. Yet, Zasataf was still awake. This was a little different. However, the evil and chaotic aura around him kept rising. He mustn't be underestimated. Is devil transformation your greatest reliance? Wang Teng decided to tease him. He spoke through the blood god clone. Unfortunately, it's nothing. It's nothing. Sasataf suddenly chuckled. Let me show you the power of my devil transformation. Boom, the moment he finished speaking, a pair of flesh wings spread out behind him. He flapped them and disappeared instantly, leaving only a lingering shadow on the spot. The blood god clone squinted, but he didn't dare to be careless. This wasn't his true form, so he couldn't execute many skills. If he dodged, his opponent wouldn't be able to catch up with him. I'm here. Suddenly, a low voice sounded behind the blood god clone. Boom! A gale blew towards the back of the blood god clone. Zasataf appeared and clawed at the blood god clone's body with its bloody claws. Die! A hideous voice came out of his mouth. A terrifying force surged out and penetrated the blood sun battle armor. With a bang, the blood god clone's body was torn apart. The vampire dark apparitions watching the battle were stunned. The blood sun died just like that? This wasn't right. He was still very powerful just now. Even if Sasataf had completed devil transformation, he should be able to retaliate, right? Euphelia widened her eyes in disbelief. Her face turned pale. Ex-Sasataf laughed in a low voice. He seemed a little proud. No, he's not dead. Euphelia suddenly realized what happened. She was invigorated when she saw the situation in the sky. Your laughter is nasty. At this moment, a voice was heard in the air. Sasataf's laughter stopped abruptly. The muscles on his face froze slightly, and he turned his head abruptly. His gaze was cold. Caw, caw, caw. Crow caws were suddenly heard. A flock of blood-red crows suddenly appeared in the sky. They gathered together and turned into a human figure. Who else could it be, if not the blood god clone? "This is Blood Crow." The vampire dark apparitions were stunned. They stood up from their seats and started discussing. Isn't this the method of Ancestor Blood Crow? Is this blood son related to Ancestor Blood Crow? Does he have the Brule bloodline? Euphelia was stunned. There was confusion on her beautiful face. This was too astonishing. At first, she thought that he was just a vampire from the lower realm. Now he seemed to have the same bloodline as Ancestor Blood Crow. Ancestor Blood Crow was a formidable warrior from the Brule race. This relationship stunned her completely. Chapter 3:124, A New Devil Transformation. No one dares to accept my challenge. Why don't all of you attack together? 1. The Blood God clone was formed from the Blood Crow clone. However, Wang Teng instilled too much power of origin into it, and it was transformed by the Blood God altar. That was how it became different. Now, the Blood God clone was an independent clone. It was no longer a clone formed from the cloning battle technique. Instead, it was a clone that had been possessed. However, there were no changes to its essence. The Blood God clone was still formed from the Blood Crow clone. Using the Blood Crow clone's ability was a piece of cake. However, Wang Teng didn't expect the Blood Crow clone to cause such a huge commotion. He heard all the noises around him. "Blood Crow ancestor! Tisk!" Wang Teng's expression turned strange. The vampire ancestor he met on the No. 29 defense planet was an ancestor-level vampire dark apparition. At that time, the other party only had a drop of blood essence, so he didn't know his identity. From the looks of it, the other party's status in the vampire race was quite high. He was actually an ancestor-level boss. He remembered that the Blood Crow clone came from one of the other party's descendants. However, he had already killed the vampire talent. What was his name? Turb? Yes, this seemed to be the name. He wondered what status the vampire had among the 13 families. Also, did Ancestor Blood Crow remember him anyway? It won't affect my clone, right? Wang Teng touched his chin and wondered to himself. Then he shook his head. There was nothing wrong with the Blood God clone. Now that he was the Blood Son, no one would link it to him. Who would have thought that a martial warrior from the Light faction would have such a pure and talented vampire clone? This didn't make sense. The only thing that will make people suspicious is the origin of this Blood Crow clone battle technique. Wang Teng's eyes flickered slightly. Never mind. I can just find an excuse and say that I got it from the legacy. They won't suspect anything. What's more, it was grasped by the other party's descendants. This means that the Blood Crow clone battle technique isn't that strict. We can at least get it through other channels. Blood Crow. In the sky, Axisitaf stared coldly at the Blood God clone and opened his mouth. I didn't expect you to have this ability. What do you think? Are you surprised? The Blood God clone chuckled. Sassitaf, the other vampire dark apparitions who were watching the battle, stared at the Blood God clone in astonishment. They were caught off their guards by this sudden change. This Blood Son's personality seemed a little bad. Many vampire dark apparitions defined him in their hearts. Euphelia was speechless too. She glanced at the Blood God clone angrily, but for some reason, after this interruption, the worry in her heart disappeared. From the looks of it, the other party was quite confident. Sassitaf didn't waste any time. The glint in his eyes turned colder. They were filled with killing intent. Boom. He flapped his wings and disappeared on the spot again. He had to admit that when vampire dark apparitions spread their wings, their speed would increase exponentially and reach an astonishing level. The Blood God clone didn't have any speed battle techniques, so this was its shortcoming. Fortunately, he had the Blood Crow clone, which was a heaven-defying cloning battle technique. It was useful for escaping and evading. However, with the main body around, he could still use some battle techniques. Found you. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He immediately locked onto Sasataf's position and raised his hand. Blood crow ghastly scale shield. A bunch of crows cawed. The blood god clone's body shimmered and a bunch of blood-red crows appeared. The blood-red crows gathered to his left and quickly turned into a shield made of blood-red wings. On the shield, pairs of crow eyes appeared. They were blood-red and looked hideous and eerie Devil Emperor level battle technique. He got it from Turb, too. Wang Teng never used it in the light faction. Now he could use it on the blood god clone. Boom. The instant the blood crow ghastly scale shield was formed, Sasataf appeared and slammed his sharp claw on the shield. His expression changed slightly. He didn't expect the other party to react so quickly. It was too late to retract his claw. Due to inertia, he could only hit the blood crow ghastly scale shield violently. The blood god clone possessed Wang Teng's battle awareness, so his reaction was extremely fast. He acted almost instantly when the first attack landed on the shield. Swoosh, 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 sonic booms were heard. The blood god clone waved his hand, and numerous pitch-black vines shot out from the blood mist around him. They swept towards Sasataf. Devil Ghost Venom Vine. This was another Dark Force battle technique. It was a combination of Devil Vine and Ghost Venom Vine. Not only did it possess the strange power of darkness, but it also possessed the terrifying power of poison. If one was entangled, they would definitely be seriously injured. Sasataf's gaze turned sharp. He wanted to retreat, but he realized that these black vines weren't slower than him. Chapter 312.5, A New Devil Transformation. No one dares to accept my challenge. Why don't all of you attack together? 2. The main reason was because they were too close and the other party acted too quickly. The timing was just right, so it couldn't react in time. Get lost! An angry roar came out of his mouth. The sharp claws on Sasataf's hands gave off a glaring crimson glow. Blood-red sharp claws shot out. Boom, boom, boom. The blood-red claw and the black vine collided instantly. An explosion occurred. Take my punch at this moment. A cold shout was heard. The blood god clone appeared behind Sasataf and punched him. Boom. The fist mark congregated on the blood god clone's fist and condensed to its maximum. The faint roar of a beast could be heard. Blood beast domain, 9th level actualization phase. This punch was enough to push the blood beast domain to the 9th level of the actualization phase. He had placed enough importance on Sasataf. Since the other party had done devil transformation, he had to express his gratitude. The 9th level of the actualization phase. Shuesta was in disbelief at this close distance. He could feel how powerful this domain was. He was flabbergasted. At first, he thought that the 7th level actualization phase was his opponent's limit. As long as he used devil transformation, he would definitely be able to defeat his opponent. Who knew that his opponent didn't use all his strength just now? Damn it, at this moment, he still had to deal with the black vines sweeping towards him. He couldn't evade this punch and was in a predicament. There was only one choice. He would either receive the attack from the black vines or the punch from the back. Boom. This was just a moment of hesitation, but the fist mark had already slammed into Shuesta's back. A terrifying force erupted instantly. Crack. The sound of bones breaking was heard from Sasataf's body. He vomited a mouth of blood and his face turned pale. He flew out uncontrollably. Swoosh, 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 black vines shot through the air and entangled him instantly. There were countless sharp thorns on the surface of the vines. As the vines tightened, they stabbed into Sasataf's body. Roar. Sasataf felt the excruciating pain and roared in anger. The strength in his body surged furiously as he tried to break free. Why are you still struggling? My dark domain and poison domain are not to be trifled with. The blood god clone looked at this scene coldly with a smirk. Whether it was the dark domain or the poison domain, Wang Teng had already grasped the integration phase. He only used the 9th level actualization phase, but it was enough to make Sasataf suffer. Terrifying dark force and poison entered Sasataf's body through the thorns on the vines. They corroded and destroyed his body continuously, whittling away his strength. Oh my God. The vampire dark apparitions were flabbergasted when they saw this scene. They found it unbelievable. After devil transformation, Sasataf was still pressed down and crushed. The vampire dark apparitions' expressions turned strange. Asataf was so pitiful. But soon, their expressions turned serious. This blood sun was outrageously powerful. How did he cultivate? Why did the lower realm groom such a monster? There were many talents from the 13 families among the vampire dark apparitions present. They couldn't accept it. Furious roars were heard continuously. The blood glow in Sasataf's body exploded and caused a mutation in his body. Blood-red tentacles grew out of his body and turned into blood-red sharp claws. They crawled out from the gaps of the black vines and grabbed the vines, trying to break them. Bang, 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 under their immense strength. More than 10 black vines were broken. Are you trying to run? The blood god clone's gaze turned cold. He slashed his battle blade out. Splat, splat, splat. The blood-red tentacles on Sasataf's body got chopped instantly. He screamed in pain uncontrollably. Fresh blood spurted everywhere. It was a tragic sight. The blood god clone remained unmoved. He waved his hand indifferently and numerous black vines swept out again, entangling Sasataf, who had yet to break free. This time, there were even more black vines. They entwined around him densely and wrapped him up like a dumpling. Roar! Sasataf was infuriated. He struggled frantically, but this time, he got entangled even more tightly. He couldn't stretch his blood-red tentacles out anymore. This is the last blade attack. I'll kill you. The blood god clone raised his battle blade slowly. A blood-red blade glow congregated quickly. Boom! In an instant, a blood-red blade glow shot into the sky. It reached 100 feet in length and pierced the sky. Mad blood saber. A terrifying blade glow cut through the sky. A sea of blood appeared behind the blood god clone. The sea of blood churned violently, setting off huge waves and surging with a terrifying aura. Blood Sea Domain actualization phase perfected. This is the Blood Sea Domain. There was an uproar. This blood sun had grasped the extremely powerful Blood Sea Domain. What's more, his enlightenment had reached a profound stage. It looked even more powerful than the Blood Beast Domain. 2 domains. One of them was the powerful Blood Sea Domain. Both domains had reached the actualization phase advanced rank. Even mid-tier devil emperors like them had a hard time doing this. They were filled with disbelief. The blood god clone had given them too many shocks. They couldn't react in time. Chapter 3:126. A new devil transformation. No one dares to accept my challenge. Why don't all of you attack together? 3. Go. At this moment, the blood god clone shouted. All the vampire dark apparitions widened their eyes in surprise as they looked in the direction of the blood god clone. The 1,000-foot-long blood-red blade glow had already slashed down. It was aimed straight at Sasataf. Sasataf was already wrapped up like a dumpling. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Only his eyes could be seen through the vines. They were filled with fear. Chaos crept up at a visible speed, causing his eyes to turn bloodshot. Roar. A low roar came from the vines. Splat. Suddenly, Sasataf's face started swelling. Numerous tumors appeared on his face. Boom! A terrifying and evil aura erupted from his body. A blood-red pillar of light shot into the sky and pushed away the black vines around him. Splat, splat, splat. Asataf's body started expanding at a frightening speed. In an instant, it was several times bigger than before. Asataf's going crazy. He can't control his devil transformation anymore. No, that's not right. He released himself. I didn't expect him to be forced into such a tight corner. That blood sun is really scary. Boom. At this moment, the 1,000-feet-long blood-red blade glow slammed into Asataf's body. No matter how fast he was, the blood god clone had already executed this attack. There was no way to evade it. Explosions were heard, the terrifying blood-red blade glow slammed into the pillar of light. Bang. The blood-red pillar of light shattered instantly and turned into droplets of light. Then the blade glow landed on Sasataf's body entirely. The terrifying sea of blood engulfed him. Splat. The blade cut right into Sasataf's swollen body. Fresh blood spurted out like a crimson rain. Roar, a shrill scream came out of Sasataf's mouth. It pierced through everyone's eardrums and was deafening. There was even a hint of hysteria in it. Explode, the blood god! Clone's gaze turned cold as it spat out a word. In an instant, a terrifying power surged out from the 100-feet-long blood-red blade glow and surged into Sasataf's bloated body. Origin of blood, second rank, boom, violent explosions occurred and resounded in the sky. To outsiders, it looked as if countless blood-red rays of light were shooting out from Sasataf's body, turning him into a hornet's nest. This was a shocking scene. Roar. Sasataf let out an unwilling roar. He was like a cornered beast struggling one last time. However, he was quickly swallowed by the explosion. Boom. Only the resounding explosions and the chaotic force fluctuations were left in the arena. They crashed into the protective shield around the arena, causing it to shake continuously. After some time, the chaotic impact in the arena subsided gradually, however. The entire arena was in a mess. Not a single part was intact. There was a huge hole in the middle. It was much deeper than before. Sasataf was lying inside. His body was in tatters, and fresh blood was splattering everywhere. The entire arena was dyed red. The blood loss was astonishing. This was the vampire dark apparition. Other living creatures wouldn't bleed so much. At this moment, Sasataf was lying there without moving. He didn't move at all. It was as if he was dead. The vampire dark apparitions watching the battle were dead silent. They couldn't accept this result. Sasataf lost terribly. He was a top talent of the 13 families. He even used devil transformation and stopped controlling devil transformation. In the end, he still lost. He lost so directly and decisively. Didn't that mean that if it was them, the result would be the same? All the vampire dark apparitions looked up. Their gazes were fixed on the figure standing in the air with a blood-red battle blade in his hand. Their expressions were complicated, shocking, astonishment. They were even frightened at this moment. None of the vampire dark apparitions dared to say that they had the confidence to defeat the Blood Sun. Too powerful. He was ridiculously powerful. They suddenly realized that there seemed to be a ball of mist surrounding the Blood Sun. It was impossible to see him clearly. On the other side, Euphelia's expression was complicated. She looked at the figure and didn't know what to feel. She couldn't calm down for a long time. The other party's strength had exceeded her expectation. Was this the Blood Sun? No wonder their ancestor called him the Blood Sun. Only a genius like him had the right to be the Blood Sun. On the other hand, they were much weaker. There was nothing to compare. In the arena, the blood god clone looked down at the dead body of Sasataf and shook his head. He muttered, "I thought he would become stronger after devil transformation, but he's nothing." Silence. The vampire dark apparitions were speechless. He's nothing? Sasataf was strong enough, all right. Even they might not be able to match up to his state after devil transformation. If Sasataf was nothing, what were they? Rubbish? A sense of helplessness appeared in their hearts. They felt so frustrated they wanted to vomit blood. This Blood Sun was evil. Chapter 3127. A new devil transformation. No one dares to accept my challenge. Why don't all of you attack together? 4. The blood god clone ignored them and scanned the arena below. He picked up the attribute bubbles scattered around him. Dark Constellation Force 35000, Devil Transformation Real 1250. This is all you have. Wang Teng shook his head in the Devour space, but thinking about it, it was normal. His domain and power of origin were too high. These talents couldn't be compared to him. Naturally, they wouldn't drop any attribute bubbles that were useful to him. Fortunately, There was a special attribute, devil transformation, real. There was even the suffix real devil transformation. Wang Teng's expression turned strange. He didn't think too much and immediately absorbed the attribute bubbles. The corresponding enlightenment appeared in his mind. This enlightenment was completely different from the devil transformation Wang Teng received. If it was a brutal way to release his dark bloodline in the past, the enlightenment he received now was a controllable way. The unknown dark force would be compressed within a certain range. Not only would he be stronger, but he wouldn't fall into chaos easily. In a battle, this was undoubtedly the best state. After all, once he lost control, he wouldn't be able to control his own life. Based on Sassataf's previous state, the devil transformation wasn't much weaker than the uncontrolled devil transformation. It was even more powerful. Unfortunately, he met Wang Teng. Ever since the battle at the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters, Wang Teng's realm didn't increase, but his ability rose tremendously. How could the other party be his match? Of course, if things reached an irreversible stage, he could release devil transformation entirely. For instance, in the end, in order to break free from the devil ghost venom vine's restraint, Sassataf had no choice but to release his full potential. The effects were not bad. If other martial warriors faced the devil transformation state, they would be crushed terribly. Wang Teng retracted his thoughts and looked at the attributes board. Real devil transformation, 2,100,000 second rank. Second rank? Wang Teng was stunned. He didn't expect the real devil transformation to be segregated based on rank. The devil transformation had already reached the perfected stage and was completely changed now. Wasn't the second rank a little low? It looked like his mastery wasn't that good. If Sassataf knew what Wang Teng was thinking, he would probably crawl up from the arena in anger. As a mid-tier devil emperor, it was already a genius to be able to grasp the second-rank real devil transformation. Yet Wang Teng was looking down on him. Mind you, the power of devil transformation was extremely hard to control. Even devil titans might not be able to grasp it perfectly. Hence, Sassataf was considered a genius if he was able to reach the second rank. With this new devil transformation, I should be able to try it, right? Wang Teng touched his chin and wondered to himself. Ever since he had the blood god clone, he got restless. Thus, the blood god clone scanned his surroundings and said calmly, "Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? This is a rare opportunity. Why don't we go together?" Silence. There was dead silence. No one replied to him. The vampire dark apparitions were silent. No one was willing to stand up for him. No one dared to either. The battle just now had already frightened these vampire talents. Their ability was on par with Sassataf. They had no chance of winning. They needed stronger talents to defeat this blood sun. Euphelia looked around her and suddenly felt a little astounded by this scene. No one dared to accept his challenge. How magnificent! There was a strange glimmer in her eyes. This blood sun was even more monstrous. There weren't many people in the 13 vampire families who could defeat him. The blood god clone smiled and shook his head when no one replied to him. This action humiliated the vampire dark apparitions around them. Their expressions turned ugly. "Shui, Ju, don't be arrogant. There are stronger talents in our family. Do you think you're invincible?" A loud shout came from within the blood mist. "Please stand here and talk. Don't hide in the mist." The blood god clone looked at the mist and said calmly, "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The blood mist churned and a vampire dark apparition appeared in front of the blood god clone. He stared back at him without backing down. "That's right. You might have defeated Sassataf, but it doesn't mean that you're invincible among the vampires. It's just that someone hasn't come out of seclusion. They will find you sooner or later." Another vampire dark apparition stepped out of the blood mist and shouted, "I'll wait then. I hope I won't have to wait too long." The blood god clone smiled. He didn't mind. "I'll be disappointed if you don't come." How arrogant. The vampire dark apparitions were infuriated. Shui was even more arrogant than them. "I didn't have enough fun just now. Why don't you come up and play with me first?" The blood god clone said calmly, "Silence." The vampire dark apparitions that were clamoring stopped abruptly, as if someone was grabbing their fate by the throat. Pfft! The blood god clone snorted. Euphelia shook her head. Why didn't she realize that these vampire talents were a little embarrassing in the past? If you don't dare to fight, don't shout. If you're not convinced, go forward and fight. This was too embarrassing. The pale and handsome faces of the vampire dark apparitions turned green in anger. It was extremely ugly, but no one dared to refute. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Why don't you come together? The blood god clone suddenly suggested, "What did you say?" The vampire dark apparitions were stunned. They wondered if they heard wrong. Euphelia widened her eyes in surprise as she looked at the blood god clone. What did this fellow just say? You can attack me together. The blood god clone smiled. If I win, you will submit to me obediently. If you see me in the future, bow and call me blood son. Do you dare? Chapter 3128. Do you think of being snobbish with this little strength? 1. Silence. The vampire dark apparitions outside the arena were engulfed in an eerie silence. All at once, was this fellow crazy? Even though they felt that they weren't Shui's match, there were many talents present. All of them added up to a formidable battle power. Shui Ju asked them to attack together. Was he crazy? But soon, an indescribable anger surged into the hearts of the vampire dark apparitions. Their eyes turned red, and their pale faces turned red. How arrogant, impudent! You are tempting fate! How dare you challenge all of us? They were infuriated. Their eyes were glowing red as they glared at the blood god clone, wishing they could tear him into pieces. Come on, don't be angry. That will only make me look down on you. I'm here. I'm waiting for you to step into the arena. The blood god clone raised his hand and gestured for them to enter. He was extremely elegant. Like a real vampire, his calm laughter was heard. Darn it, damn it, you're too arrogant. The vampire dark apparitions were furious. They wished they could rush over and fight with him, but no one acted first. No one dared to move either. Shui Ju, you're crazy. Euphelia had already gotten up from her seat and spoke to him using voice transmission. Don't worry, I won't do anything that I'm not confident in. The blood god clone was surprised. Why was the Bloodslayer princess concerned about him? However, he didn't take it to heart. He thought that she was taking sides and didn't want the blood son's reputation to be damaged. Euphelia was furious. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't. What right did she have to care about him? What identity did she have to care about him? In summary, they had nothing to do with each other. Also, he was the blood son. Did he need the permission of a low-tier devil emperor like her? For a moment, Euphelia felt that she was being a busybody. She gritted her teeth, revealing her canine teeth that were sharper than a normal person's. She was definitely a vampire. Sigh. The blood god clone shook his head and sighed. He looked extremely disappointed. Never mind, since you don't dare. I won't force you. It looks like I've overestimated the talents of the 13 families. All right, we accept your challenge. A voice that sounded like he was gritting his teeth was heard among the vampire dark apparitions. Some vampire dark apparitions seemed to have conversed with one another secretly. In the end, they nodded and agreed they couldn't control their anger anymore. If they didn't act now, they were afraid that they would explode on the spot due to their anger. That's right. The blood god clone smiled and said, "Come, come. I anticipate all of you to bring me joy." Silence. All the vampire dark apparitions were trembling in anger. Anger, trembling, cold, they couldn't bear with it anymore. All of them released their frightening auras and took a step forward. They dashed into the arena. Boom, boom, boom! In a blink of an eye, the arena was enveloped by a terrifying aura. It seeped into every corner and was everywhere. This was the aura of all the vampire dark apparitions. It was as terrifying as the aura of a high-tier devil emperor. The vampire dark apparitions floated in midair and surrounded the blood god clone. 9. There were 9 mid-tier devil emperors. In an instant, the atmosphere in the arena froze. It was as if it was frozen. The 9 vampire dark apparitions stared at the blood god clone coldly. A cold smile appeared at the edge of their lips. Based on my aura, I don't think we need to act. We can crush him. A mocking laughter came from one of the vampire dark apparitions. That's right. You want to challenge us all at once? You're tempting fate. I want to see how powerful a blood son like you is. It's best if he can hold on for a while, otherwise it will be too boring. The other vampire dark apparitions started speaking too. They looked as if victory was in their hands. Having more people allowed them to regain their confidence. Euphelia stared intently at the arena with a tense expression. 9 vampire talents. They were indeed ruthless. A second ago, they were still furious, as if they couldn't retaliate. In a blink of an eye, 9 vampire talents were sent out. They wanted to kill Shui. Most importantly, only 4 or 5 talents had appeared from the start. This gave people the illusion that they were all the vampire geniuses that were present today. From the looks of it, this wasn't the case. There were 9 of them, including Sassataf, who was lying there. There were 10 vampire talents. Euphelia scanned the crowd and realized that the 9 vampire talents were all from the Vanstone clan, the Turedo clan, the Lasenba clan, the Ashamai clan, and the Giovanni clan. They were all prepared to challenge the Blood Sun. However, Shui-Ju was the perfect opportunity for them. There were 10 talents in total. One clan provided 2 talents. This was a huge move. This is. The more Euphelia thought about it, the more serious she felt. She felt angry and helpless towards the blood god clone. Chapter 312:9, Do you think of being snobbish with this little strength? 2. From her point of view, Shui-Ju had defeated Sassataf. He was extremely confident and challenged all the talents at once. Now, the other party had 9 talents. If he said that they were too many, it would be a slap in his face. He was in a dilemma. Isn't it too early for you to laugh? The blood god clone placed his hands behind his back and glanced around him. Then he scoffed. I'm afraid no one remembers that I'm not even afraid of the aura of Devil Titan Tian, Ken, much less the aura of a mid-tier Devil Emperor like you. Primordial consciousness. Activate. In the Devour space. Wang Teng activated the 4th rank primordial consciousness. It was a piece of cake for him to deal with the mid-tier devil Emperor's aura. Under the influence of this aura, the blood god clone wasn't affected. Huh? The 9 vampire talents were stunned. Then their expressions froze. He wasn't affected. They stared at the blood god clone, trying to see if he was pretending to be calm. If you don't do it, I won't be polite anymore. The moment he finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted from the blood god clone's body. It filled up the sky and swept towards the surroundings. Damn it. At this moment, the 9 vampire dark apparitions finally knew that the blood sun in front of them wasn't affected by their auras. To think that they were so proud just now, they looked as if they were winking at a blind man. They almost got embarrassed. They knew that the blood sun was able to resist the aura of Devil Titan Tien Kan. However, they thought that Devil Titan Tien Kan didn't use his full strength, so the blood sun was able to resist it. But from the looks of it now, that wasn't the case. They were too naive. Attack together, kill him. We mustn't underestimate his ability. Let's attack together. Kill. Shouts came from the 9 vampire dark apparitions. Boom, boom, boom. The next instant, powerful force fluctuations erupted from the 9 vampire dark apparitions. They held their weapons and charged towards the blood god clone. Blood-red light filled up the entire arena. All kinds of force attacks were thrown out as if they were free. The scene was chaotic and terrifying. The blood god clone squinted as he looked at the attacks flying towards him from all directions. There was no change in his expression. Come on, let the attack be more violent. Devil ghost venom vine. Boom, numerous black vines swept out and lashed towards the force attacks. Roar, roar, roar! Terrifying howls erupted from the black vines. The 9 vampire dark apparitions were flabbergasted when they realized that there was a dark green mist shrouding the black vines. Then it congregated into giant beasts emitting poison and charged towards them. Is this a poison domain? The 9 vampire dark apparitions' expressions changed entirely. They didn't expect Shui Ju to possess such a powerful poison domain besides the blood beast domain and the blood sea domain. Also, from the aura it gave off, it was definitely the actualization phase domain. Poison tide domain. 5th level actualization phase. Wang Teng's poison domain had already reached the 1st rank integration phase. A lot of advanced enlightenment could be used on the poison tide domain to raise it. The poison tide domain was originally at the 3rd level of the actualization phase. After Wang Teng's deduction, it finally reached the 5th level. Compared to the blood sea domain, this 5th rank actualization phase, poison tide domain, seemed a little weak. However, it was already on par with the 8th rank actualization phase poison domain. It mustn't be underestimated. The expressions of the 9 vampire dark apparitions explained everything, but it wasn't over. Boom. As the vines swept over, another domain was formed. Dark domain. 9th level actualization phase. Wang Teng's dark domain had reached the 3rd level integration stage. However, it was enough to deal with mid-tier devil emperors. Boom, boom. At this moment, the 2 domains were activated at the same time and overlapped. Darkness and poison covered the entire arena. All the attacks from the 9 vampire dark apparitions were shattered. The terrifying impact swept through the surroundings. Bang, bang, bang. The vampire dark apparitions didn't have any time to react. They were all thrown back and slammed heavily on the defense shield of the arena. Damn it. Why is he so strong? The 9 vampire dark apparitions' expressions turned ugly. They knew that Yu Zhui was powerful, but they didn't expect him to be so powerful. He fought the 9 of them alone and was still able to push them back. He was even more powerful than when he was fighting with Jasitaf. 2 domains again?
How many actualization phase domains does he have?
A vampire dark apparition exclaimed in disbelief. The other vampire dark apparitions turned silent. They realized that they had underestimated the other party. When he saw Wang Teng using the black vines, he felt that they were hard to deal with. He didn't expect them to possess such power in a head-on collision. Is this all you have? The blood god clone glanced around him with a look of disdain. This is disappointing. Boom. The moment he finished speaking, the blood god clone disappeared on the spot and merged into the black domain. The combination of the dark domain and the poison tide domain caused the entire arena to turn dark. No one could see anything. Chapter 313, Do You Think of Being Snobbish? With this little strength, 3, be careful, the vampire dark apparitions didn't have the time to care about the blood god clone's mockery. Their expressions changed as they looked around vigilantly. I'm here. The blood god clone suddenly appeared in front of a vampire dark apparition. Fistmark erupted, and the crimson fistmark shot towards the vampire dark apparition. He's here. The vampire dark apparition shouted and tried to defend himself. However, before he could finish his sentence, the fistmark arrived in front of him and slammed into his body. Splat. Blood spurted out of the vampire dark apparition's mouth. His eyes popped out, and all the bones in his body shattered too fast. By the time he reacted, he was already hit. The force in his body didn't have the time to form a defense. Zabek. The other vampire dark apparitions rushed towards the source of the violent force fluctuation. However, they only saw the heavily injured vampire dark apparition. Do you think you can dance with this little ability? A low laughter resounded in the dark. It echoed in all directions, making it hard for anyone to find his direction. All the vampire dark apparitions were at a loss. They couldn't find the blood god clone at all. Their faces turned green. If it was just the dark domain, they wouldn't be forced to this stage. After all, vampires were a powerful dark apparition race. They could sense the blood god clone's domain. But now this domain overlapped with the poison tide domain. The power of this domain not only hindered their movement, it also blocked their dark senses. Use the power of domain. We will be destroyed one by one if we continue like this. A vampire dark apparition shouted, "Boom, boom, boom." The other dark apparitions didn't waste any time. They activated their domains and spread the domains out. Domains appeared in the small arena, clearly separated from each other. The vampire dark apparitions were enveloped in blood-red balls of light. Boom! The poison tide domain and the dark domain released by the blood god clone got affected and started trembling uncontrollably. He turned serious and snorted. He must be daydreaming to think that he could win with numbers. Integration phase domain. Activate. Rumble poison domain. First rank integration phase. Dark domain. First rank integration phase in an instant. The two domains erupted at the same time and reached the integration phase first rank. Even the poison tide domain changed into the poison domain. Among his peers, the poison domain wasn't as powerful as the poison tide domain, but it had reached the integration phase first rank. The two domains released a powerful force at the same time. It swept through the entire arena and collided with the domains of the 8 vampire dark apparitions. They weren't at any disadvantage. Boom, their domains kept colliding. The arena was at a standstill. How is that possible? The 8 vampire dark apparitions squinted. They were filled with disbelief. His opponent's domain could be more powerful. Integration phase. This is the integration phase domain. A talented vampire dark apparition noticed something and exclaimed, "What? An integration phase domain? How is that possible? How can a low-tier devil emperor grasp the integration phase domain? Zeferi, did you see something wrong?" "I can't be wrong. This is the integration phase domain. Feel it carefully. I think it's really at the integration phase. Damn it, we underestimated him." Roar. The vampire dark apparition that got injured by the blood god clone let out a low roar and crawled up from the ground. A glaring blood-red glow erupted from his body. Devil transformation. Zabek is going to undergo devil transformation. The 8 vampire dark apparitions looked down uncontrollably. Their expressions changed slightly. It was unexpected that he used devil transformation so quickly. Roar. Zabek kept roaring in a low voice. The blood-red glow around him became brighter and brighter, forming numerous blood-red strings that spread out. Then they quickly condensed and wrapped around him. An evil and terrifying aura seeped out. Devil transformation? Good. Only devil transformation can give me more attribute bubbles in the domain. The blood god clone's eyes flickered. He sensed something and smiled. He challenged these vampire talents to get more attributes from them. Don't hold back. Use your strongest move. A vampire dark apparition took a deep breath and said sternly, at this moment they had no more hope. They needed to use their strongest moves to defeat the Blood Sun. Zabek alone wasn't enough. Devil transformation. The remaining 8 vampire dark apparitions exchanged glances with one another before activating their devil transformation. Boom, boom, boom. A frightening aura erupted from the 9 vampire dark apparitions at the same time. When they congregated together, the aura they formed was terrifying. The entire arena seemed to have fallen into an evil and terrifying forbidden ground. Even the people outside the arena could sense it clearly. "What's going on inside? They seem to have used devil transformation." Euphelia turned serious as she stared intently at the arena. However, it was pitch black inside, so she couldn't see anything. The only thing she could see was the balls of crimson light and the evil and chaotic aura they gave off. Chapter 3331. Do you think of being snobbish with this little strength? 4. The dark apparitions were extremely familiar with the aura of devil transformation. But it was astonishing that he used devil transformation so quickly. Thud, thud, chaotic and dull sounds were heard continuously from the arena. The 9 dark apparitions were undergoing devil transformation at the same time, so the sounds they made were different. When the sounds merged together, it sounded like someone hitting a drum. It was chaotic and dull, as if it was hitting their hearts. The hearts of the people present started palpitating furiously. The expressions of the weaker, dark apparitions changed slightly. They immediately activated their forces to block the sound. Even some dark apparitions who had reached the high-tier Devil Emperor level had grave expressions on their faces. Their gazes flickered as they looked at the arena, trying to see what was happening inside. Boom, boom, boom. At a certain moment, beams of blood-red light filled with an evil and chaotic aura shot out from the arena. They soared into the sky and gave off a frightening aura. The blood god clone looked up with a grim expression. He had experienced the devil transformation of Zasataf. It was indeed powerful. If the devil transformation of these vampire talents could reach that stage, it would be a huge threat to him. He needed to be careful. Actually, they didn't even need to reach a Zasataf stage. Even if they were slightly weaker, they were still a huge threat. Boom. At this moment, a sonic boom was heard in the dark. The blood god clone squinted. He moved to the left, and a blood shadow appeared on his left. A terrifying gale swept through the area. If he was a step too late, the gale would have landed on him entirely. He immediately looked over and saw the blood shadow flashing and disappearing on the spot again. It didn't follow up with another attack. Boom. At the same time, the blood god clone heard another explosion. This time, it was behind him. Just when he was about to dodge, he stopped abruptly. He heard sonic booms coming from his back, his sides, and even his front. Troublesome. He muttered in his heart. Boom! The 4 attacks arrived at the same time and slammed into his body. Caw, caw, caw! The caws of the crows were heard abruptly. The blood god clone exploded and turned into numerous blood crows. They scattered and congregated again. I've been waiting for this move. A cold laugh came from behind the blood god clone in the dark. At the same time, there was a force explosion. Boom! A powerful fist mark erupted. However, the blood god clone's expression didn't change. He remained calm. Swoosh, black vines suddenly swept out behind him and tied up the person who sneaked an attack on him. How is this possible? The vampire dark apparition's expression changed slightly. Nothing is impossible. You think that you predicted my trajectory, but I'm the one who predicted yours, the blood god clone said calmly. Then he spat out a word, explode, boom. The black vines binding the vampire dark apparition exploded. Dark force surged out. The vampire dark apparition's body was in tatters from the explosion. Fresh blood spurted out of his mouth as he flew back. However, it didn't die. After devil transformation, its vitality became more tenacious. Its wound healed quickly, and the blood around it flowed back. It was abnormal. The previous Zasataf was injured by his power of origin, so the guy didn't have the chance to recover. However, this vampire dark apparition was different. He was prepared. What's more, the blood god clone was dealing with the 9 vampire dark apparitions at the same time. He didn't have enough time to execute his powerful battle techniques, so he couldn't kill the other party completely. What an unkillable cockroach! The blood god clone sighed and shook his head. Looks like I have to use this move. At first, he wanted to see if he could deal with all 9 vampire dark apparitions at once with his current skills. But from the looks of it now, he was still a little lacking if he didn't use his most powerful skills. He stopped thinking about it. He released his spiritual kinesis and picked up the attribute bubbles scattered on the arena. He didn't have the time to pick up the attribute bubbles dropped by the dark apparitions during devil transformation. Devil transformation, real 3000. Devil transformation, real 2000. Devil transformation, real 2000. Devil transformation, real 2500. In an instant, occult and strange enlightenment appeared in Wang Teng's mind. His understanding of the devil transformation rose instantly. However, this time, it didn't break through. Real devil transformation, 17,500, 30,000, second rank. Fuck, a bunch of trash. They can't help me to break through to the second rank. Wang Teng looked at the changes on his attributes board and felt speechless. He thought that the attributes of these 9 vampire dark apparitions were enough for his enlightenment of the real devil transformation to reach the 3rd rank. This way, it would be safer for him to execute devil transformation. However, this was all they had. None of them exceeded the 2nd rank. Trash, too trash. Forget it. I'll use it reluctantly. It should be enough. Wang Teng shook his head and asked the blood god clone to use devil transformation. This was his first devil transformation, so he should have a sense of ceremony. Boom, boom, boom. Before he could finish speaking, explosions came from all directions again. The 9 vampire dark apparitions launched their attacks at the same time, wanting to kill him. Shui, Jue, today is the day you die. You want to be my vampire blood son in your dreams? Ha 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 ha. You are challenging 9 of us at once. You will probably be the first stupid blood son in the history of our vampire race. The attack came suddenly. He was surrounded from all directions, fist marks, palm prints, claw marks, and even sword and blade glows engulfed the blood god clone. Chapter 3132. Divine Devil Transformation, Explosive Kill, Full Victory, 1, boom, violent explosions were heard in the arena. They echoed continuously and force fluctuations crashed into the protective shield. Cracking sounds were heard as if it was about to shatter. Oh my God, the vampire dark apparitions watching the match were flabbergasted. They stared at the arena in astonishment. Would the Blood Sun be able to withstand such a powerful attack? He was too hasty and arrogant to challenge 9 mid-tier devil emperors at once. All the vampire dark apparitions didn't have high hopes for the blood god clone. They shook their heads when they saw this scene and felt that he would definitely lose to the 9 talented vampire dark apparitions. What a pity! A high-tier devil emperor opened his mouth. What's there to pity? You brought this upon yourself. Another high-tier devil emperor sneered. This blood son is too arrogant and conceited. It's understandable why he ended up like this. However, he will probably become the biggest joke in the history of the vampire race. The blood son lost to another talent in less than a day. This is the first time a blood son is gone after a day. Euphelia bit her lips when she heard the discussions around her. She stared intently at the arena and felt nervous for some reason. Honestly, she didn't want the blood son to lose to the 9 vampire talents. From her point of view, she was more willing to stand on Shu's side. On the other hand, she looked down on the 9 talents. The only bad thing was Shui Yu was too conceited. He would break easily if he was too strong. Didn't he know that? In the arena, a cold smile appeared on the faces of the 9 vampire dark apparitions. They stared coldly and indifferently at the center of the force explosion, waiting for the final result. The 9 attacks landed at the same time. They didn't believe that a low-tier devil emperor would be able to resist them. The difference in stage was obvious. Yu might be powerful and was on par with mid-tier devil emperors, but his physical body was still at a low-tier devil emperor's. This was a piece of cake for them. As long as they hit their opponent, they would definitely be able to win. It's time to end this match. A vampire dark apparition smiled gently. He's looking for death. There's no need for any more powerful dark apparitions from our race to act. We are enough. That's right. I've never heard of such an outrageous request. He wants to fight with all of us alone. Zebek, who was heavily injured by the blood god clone, was relieved, he sneered. After this ends, hand him over to me. I will make him regret coming to this world. Ha ha ha! All right. Let's wait and see. The other vampire dark apparitions laughed uncontrollably. After a victory, making fun of their enemies was their greatest joy. They were like lions that caught their prey. They needed to play with the prey before they could eat them. As they spoke, the force in the arena dissipated gradually. The broken rocks and dust started falling. Thud! 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 At this moment, a dull thud came from the middle of the arena. A faint blood-red cocoon of light appeared in front of the 9 vampire dark apparitions. Devil transformation. The vampire dark apparitions' expressions changed slightly. Their faces turned green and white, and their arrogance disappeared in an instant. Damn it. He can even use devil transformation. In that situation, where did he get the time to execute devil transformation? What a thick aura. This devil transformation of Jia Ju makes my heart palpitate. How is this possible? Is his devil transformation stronger than ours? They felt the evil and dark aura coming from the cocoon, and their expressions turned ugly. They found it unbelievable. But considering the other party's ability and talent, his devil transformation might be stronger than theirs. What's more, the possibility was high. Damn it. The 9 vampire dark apparitions had a bad feeling. They looked at the cocoon and wanted to attack, but they couldn't. They knew that it was hard to be interrupted during the devil transformation. Rather than wasting their force on useless things, it was better to wait for the devil transformation to be completed. Devil transformation. Euphelia's beautiful eyes widened slightly. She heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time, she was astounded. He's undergoing devil transformation, and this aura, she was shocked. The aura was too thick and pure. It was hard to imagine that a low-tier devil emperor could reach this stage of devil transformation. She was a low-tier devil emperor. She didn't even have half of the other party's devil transformation. This difference made her feel frustrated. The difference was huge. I don't believe that his devil transformation can be compared to the 9 of us, Zabek said grimly. He was prepared to torture Shu Ju, but he wasn't dead. The guy even underwent devil transformation. This gave him a bad feeling. This was like, I've already taken off my pants. Why are you showing me this? That's right. So what if he has devil transformation? Why should we be afraid of him? The other vampire dark apparition talents agreed immediately. He couldn't retaliate just now. Even if he has devil transformation now, he's still not our match. Knock, knock, knock. The heartbeats got more and more rapid. They were dense and loud, as if they wanted to break the blood cocoon. Chapter 3133, Divine Devil Transformation. Explosive kill, full victory. 2. Strands of blood-red aura floated out from the cocoon and floated above its head. They congregated and turned into a blood-red shadow. Blood God's shadow, the 9 vampire dark apparitions squinted. They were flabbergasted. They had long heard that Shui had activated the Blood God's shadow when he was testing his talent on the blood-red stone platform. But that was just hearsay. It wasn't as shocking as what they were hearing now. What was even more unbelievable was that the other party managed to activate the Blood God's shadow during devil transformation. This talent was terrifying. The 9 vampire dark apparitions turned grim. They stared intently at the blood-red cocoon and the gradually solidifying Blood God's shadow. Jealousy crept up their hearts. Blood God physique. This bloodline talent was too powerful. Even in the undying Blood Sea, only a few talents had obtained such a powerful physique. Shui hadn't entered the undying Blood Sea, but he had already obtained this heaven-defying physique. How could they not be envious? How could they not be jealous? What talent would he gain if he entered the Blood God Sea in the future? It was unimaginable. Crack. Suddenly, a cracking sound was heard abruptly. Cracks appeared on the cocoon of light and quickly covered the entire cocoon. The Blood God's shadow had solidified too. It looked like a living creature, but it was too mysterious and strange. It was surrounded by the blood mist, so Wang Teng couldn't see its appearance clearly. The only thing that could be seen was its towering body and the closed eyes on its body. They were faintly visible in the blood mist. It was a ghastly sight. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out. Evil, chaos, disorder, indescribable, even though they were vampire dark apparitions too. The 9 vampire dark apparitions couldn't help but want to bow down to this terrifying presence. For a moment, their expressions turned ugly. The other party hadn't acted, but his aura was enough to put them in this state. How powerful would he be after his devil transformation? Bang! Just like what they were thinking, the blood-red cocoon finally burst and turned into blood-red droplets of light. It looked like a crimson rain. A figure slowly stepped out from the blood-red droplets of light. His blood-red hair danced in the wind behind his head, and an indescribable aura exuded from his body. The pupils of the 9 vampire dark apparitions constricted when they saw the appearance of the blood god clone. An eye grew out from each of his cheeks. They were closed slightly. There was a pair of dark red horns protruding from his forehead. They looked like 2 dark red sickles. They were sharp and gave off a sharp glint. There was a pair of dark red wings behind it. They were not the flesh wings of a normal vampire dark apparition. It was covered with dark red feathers as if it was made of metal. Besides that, his appearance didn't change at all. He maintained his original appearance. But this was what astounded the 9 vampire dark apparitions. How is this possible? All the vampire dark apparitions stared at his face in a daze as if they were trying to find something different. Mind you, even a high-tier devil emperor's appearance would be affected by the devil transformation. It would be distorted. As a low-tier devil emperor, this guy was able to maintain his original appearance. This was unbelievable. This was completely beyond their understanding. Boom. At this moment, the blood god's shadow above the clone's head landed slowly and merged with his body. The 9 vampire dark apparitions shuddered again. Their eyes widened gradually. What was going on? Why was there such a change in devil transformation? Wait. Why did Shuju look similar to the blood god's shadow? Similar, too similar. The more they looked at him, the more similar he and the blood god's shadow became. Just now, they felt a sense of familiarity. Now that the blood god's shadow had merged with his body, they finally realized that the other party's appearance after devil transformation was similar to the blood god's shadow. As the images merged, Jue looked like the real god of blood. It was impossible to look at him directly. Boom, the space trembled. Blood-red tentacles suddenly shot out from the blood god's shadow and wrapped around its body. They turned into blood pythons that looked like living creatures as they roared into the sky. This devil transformation. The vampire dark apparitions watching the battle outside the arena were flabbergasted. They seemed to have seen something unbelievable. No, this looks like the legendary divine devil transformation. A high-tier devil emperor seemed to have thought of something. He lost his composure and exclaimed, "Divine devil transformation? Impossible. How can it be the divine devil transformation? It can't be the divine devil transformation. It must be the influence of his blood god physique. That's why the image of the blood god overlapped. That must be it. No, this is the divine devil transformation. It's true that the blood god physique activated this mutation because of its pure bloodline power, but that ancient feeling can't be faked. This is definitely the divine devil transformation." The high-tier devil emperors started arguing. Some were astounded, some were speechless, and some didn't believe it at all. Yes, it's the divine devil transformation, but this is just the most basic form. It can't be compared to the real divine devil transformation. Chapter 3134, Divine Devil Transformation, Explosive Kill, Full Victory, 3. Suddenly, a powerful aura appeared in the sky. A huge eyeball slowly opened. Lord Devil Titan. The vampire dark apparitions' expressions changed slightly. They hurriedly bowed respectfully. No matter which clan they were from, as long as they saw a devil titan, they had to bow to show their respect. This was the special privilege of a formidable warrior. All the vampire dark apparitions were flabbergasted. Even the devil titan was alerted. This was unbelievable. Even so, Shui Zhou's talent is exceptional. He's able to execute the divine devil transformation. The eyeball turned slowly. A surprised voice was heard. After getting the devil titan's confirmation, the vampire dark apparitions had no more doubts. They were flabbergasted. It was the divine devil transformation. The divine devil transformation was the ultimate form of the devil transformation. Even devil titans might not be able to grasp it. Only devil gods could activate the divine devil transformation and reach the godlike state. They would be able to release terrifying power. After all, from the name one could tell that this was a power only divine-level beings could grasp. Divine devil transformation. Euphelia was flabbergasted. She stared absent-mindedly at the figure of the blood god in the arena and found it hard to believe. What was this fellow made of? How could he be so monstrous? At this moment, she really wanted to cut open Shu's body to see how his body was different from the others. This was a monster. The 9 vampire dark apparitions heard the discussion outside the arena and saw the arrival of the Devil Titan. Their faces turned pale. Divine Devil transformation. How could Jue execute the Divine Devil transformation? What did he do? They had never seen the Devil transformation, but they had heard of its name. Hence, they were astounded when they saw it personally. For a moment, their confidence suffered a huge blow and started to waver. Would they be able to win against a monster who could execute the Divine Devil transformation? Who said that the duel had ended? I'll give you a chance to reorganize your statement. At this moment, a calm voice came from the blood god's shadow. The vampire dark apparitions' expressions changed. Anger burned in their hearts as if they were humiliated. What about what we said? Zabek couldn't bear with the contemptuous words. He roared and dashed towards the blood god clone. Then let me show you what the end is. The blood god clone's voice came from within the blood god's shadow. It sounded majestic, like the judgment of a god. Boom. The next instant he moved. He waved his hand and a blood-red palm mark shot towards Zabek. Explosions occurred in the air as the palm landed. Black cracks spread out. Be careful. The other 8 vampire dark apparitions were appalled. They couldn't help but remind Zabek, roar. Zabek's pupils constricted and his expression changed drastically. He couldn't evade in time, so he had no choice but to dash forward. At the same time, an angry roar came out of his mouth. Boom, he released his fist, and a glaring blood-red glow erupted from his body. As he punched, it turned into a terrifying fist mark and welcomed the attack. You're overestimating yourself, the blood god clone said calmly. His actions didn't change as he slammed the giant palm down. Bang! The palm mark and the fist mark collided. A violent explosion resounded in the air. In the next moment, under Zabek's astounded gaze, the fist mark shattered and a powerful force flowed down from the palm. Splurt. He vomited a mouthful of blood. The sound of bones breaking was heard in his body again. This scene was extremely similar. All his bones were shattered, and he recovered after devil transformation. Now they were shattered again. Bitter tears almost fell from his eyes. But that wasn't all. His body flew out in midair. The blood god clone chased after him and flapped the wings on his back, shooting out at an extremely fast speed. Get lost blood-red light erupted from Zabek's body continuously as he healed his injuries quickly. Blood-red claws congregated on his hands as he hurled them out. He couldn't find the blood god clone, so he could only use this method to prevent him from getting closer. You're scared? A low laugh came from all directions. I can feel your fear. Boom, the blood god clone appeared on Zabek's right and raised his hand. A fist mark erupted and smashed his opponent's claw. Splurt, Zabek vomited another mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with fear. He realized that he had no chance of retaliating in front of Joe. The difference was too great. His opponent's devil transformation was indeed powerful. "Why are y'all standing there?" Zabek shouted. Everything happened too quickly. The other vampire dark apparitions didn't even have the time to react. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, they finally regained their senses. Their expressions turned ugly, and they attacked the blood god clone. Force attacks shot out continuously. "Get lost!" A cold shout erupted from the blood god clone's mouth. With the help of the blood god's shadow, it was like the roar of a god. It was deafening. The vampire dark apparitions' expressions changed slightly. They felt a strong spiritual attack and froze for a moment. Chapter 335, Divine Devil Transformation. Explosive kill. Full victory. 4. The blood god clone took this chance to attack. He swept his sword horizontally. Blood shadow sword skill. The devil titan level battle technique was executed to its maximum potential. Wang Teng had only reached the well-versed stage, but it was enough to deal with mid-tier devil emperors. As the blood-red sword shadows exploded, the attacks were shattered. Then the blood god clone charged towards the vampire dark apparitions like a tiger, charging into a herd of sheep. Swoosh! The sword slashed down. A vampire dark apparition couldn't evade in time, and his body split into two. He almost got chopped into two. Fresh blood spurted out. "Ah!" he screamed in agony. Fear appeared in his eyes as he retreated furiously. The blood god clone didn't chase after him. Instead, he confronted another vampire dark apparition. A blood-red battle blade appeared in his other hand, and he slashed it out. This state was too powerful. He felt refreshed and had the urge to vent his emotions. At this moment, he felt that his ability had reached the mid-tier devil emperor stage. It was as powerful as activating 3 physiques simultaneously. This was undoubtedly terrifying. Mind you, all the physiques possessed by the main body were extremely powerful and tough physiques. He had only executed devil transformation, but it was comparable to activating 3 physiques simultaneously. He didn't expect the devil transformation of the dark apparitions to be so powerful. However, he didn't know that the devil transformation he executed was the legendary divine devil transformation. Normal devil transformation couldn't be compared to it. Boom! He slashed the battle blade in his left hand. A vampire dark apparition couldn't evade it either and could only resist it forcefully. He waved the weapon in his hand frantically to resist it. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. The attack was shattered, and the blade glow landed on his opponent like a hot knife cutting through butter. Splat. The dark apparition was in a worse state. His body was chopped into 2 from the waist by the blood god clone. The lower half of his body fell, and blood spurted out of the upper half of his body. Kill. The remaining 6 vampire dark apparitions went crazy. They were shocked and furious. Shouts of killing erupted from their mouths as they charged towards the blood god clone frantically. All kinds of force attacks were thrown at him. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, the blood python on the figure of the blood god finally moved. It roared and charged out to receive the attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 parties collided in mid-air and caused an explosion. Terrifying force impact swept through the air. Boom! The blood god clone attacked again. He held the battle sword in his right hand and the battle saber in his left. Sword and saber glows shot out at the same time, pressing towards a vampire dark apparition. Swoosh! The vampire dark apparition couldn't resist at all. Both his arms were chopped off and he screamed in pain. He retreated instantly. At the same time, the devil ghost venom vine was activated again. Black vines swept out and surrounded the vampire dark apparitions. Kill! The blood god clone shouted. He had gone crazy too. The power of his domain erupted, and his dark domain and poison domain reached the integration phase. They enveloped the vampire dark apparitions. Swoosh! Not only that, but the blood sea domain was activated too. A terrifying sea of blood appeared above his head. It was even more terrifying than before. The red waves tossed and turned in the sea of blood, setting off huge waves that crashed out. Terrifying roars resounded in the sea of blood. There seemed to be giant beasts faintly visible, giving off a terrifying aura. The vampire dark apparitions were flabbergasted. They executed their domains and even used their power of origin. Boom! The sea of blood surged out, not giving them any chance to react. The 3 domains enveloped the sky above the arena, giving off a terrifying aura. Every domain was extremely powerful. The vampire dark apparitions couldn't withstand it. Boom! At a certain moment, the domain of a vampire dark apparition was the first to explode. He was heavily injured and became dispirited. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions were heard continuously. Domains exploded one after another and turned into nothingness. The remaining vampire talents flew out simultaneously. "You're too weak," the blood god clone shouted. He took a step forward and slashed his battle saber and sword out at the same time. They turned into saber and sword glows that engulfed the sky. Roar, roar, roar. Screams resounded in the torrent of swords and blades. They seemed to be struggling violently, but in the end it was all in vain. Their voices died down gradually under the suppression of the domain and the pressure of the torrent of swords and sabers. They lost completely. Boom, the arena shook. This was the sound of the vampire dark apparitions plummeting to the ground. The blood god clone stood in midair with a sword in his right hand and a blade in his left. His blood-red hair danced wildly in the air like a blood-red god of war. Silence. There was dead silence all around. The dark apparitions watching the battle were flabbergasted. They couldn't regain their senses for a long time. Their eyes were filled with astonishment and bewilderment. Ferocious, brutal, explosive. This was the feeling they got from the battle just now. It was indescribably ferocious and brutal. It was so violent it made their hearts tremble. The guy had used his battle techniques to suppress Zasataf during his battle with him. In that battle just now, he used pure strength to suppress his opponents. Battle techniques and other skills were secondary. Most importantly, he fought with 9 vampire dark apparitions alone and really won. Everyone was dumbstruck. They stared at the figure with complicated expressions. This blood sun might not be the shortest blood sun in history, much less the stupidest blood sun. He might be the most unexpected blood sun in history. Euphelia was in a daze as she looked at the blood-red figure in the sky. Her heart pounded furiously, and even her body was trembling. This wasn't fear or astonishment. It was excitement. Only such a formidable warrior was worthy of her, the blood-slayer princess. Only such a formidable warrior could make her submit to him. At this moment she felt that the other party was glowing. Chapter 336. Stepping on People, Extortion. Devil, Titan, Shui, Tong, 1. The situation in the arena could only be described as tragic. 9 vampire dark apparitions laid haphazardly on the arena. Some were chopped into 2, while others were badly mutilated. None of them was intact. They were in a miserable state. The Devil Titan was astounded. He stared at the figure in the arena as if he wanted to see something from him. Then he glanced at the void again. There was a meaningful look in his eyes. Ha ha! A soft laugh resounded in the air. The eyeball closed gradually and disappeared into the emptiness. In the arena, the blood god clone scanned the crowd and gave a meaningful smile. Then he moved. Cough. Zabek coughed blood. He crawled up from the ground and suddenly saw the blood god clone disappearing. For some reason, he had a bad feeling. Boom, before he could think further. A powerful pressure descended from the sky and bore down on him. Crack. The bones on Zabek's body that had just recovered cracked again. Fuck. Just when he was about to curse, his voice stopped abruptly and turned into a scream of agony. Bang! Zabek was pressed onto the ground, his face was on the ground, and he rubbed against it forcefully. Fresh blood oozed out. The people outside the arena were stunned. The blood god clone descended from the sky and stepped on Zabek's body. One of his feet landed on his head. Insult. This was the ultimate humiliation. The high-tier devil emperors who thought that the battle had ended widened their eyes in surprise when they saw this scene. The muscles on their faces twitched violently. Euphelia felt the corners of her lips twitching too. She suddenly remembered what Zabek said and understood why Shui did this. This fellow was narrow-minded. He would take revenge on the spot. As expected, the Blood Sea clone placed one foot on Zabek's head and rubbed it lightly. Didn't you want to take care of me just now? Why are you lying on the ground like a dead dog? Roar. Zabek couldn't bear with this humiliation. He roared and struggled frantically. The remaining force in his body erupted as he tried to break free from the Blood God clone. Death struggle. The Blood God clone sneered. He raised his leg and stomped it down. Boom. Powerful force exploded, crushing the last struggle of Zabek. The soles of his feet landed on his head again. Bang! Zabek couldn't resist at all. His head smashed into the ground and buried in the broken rocks. Roar. Zabek roared in anger. He felt that he had never suffered as much humiliation in his life as he did today. Someone stepped on his head. He couldn't even raise his head. He remembered what it said. It sounded like a joke. He was the one getting stepped on and rubbed on the ground. Yet the other party was the final winner. As a talent from the 13 vampire families, he couldn't accept this difference. Social death, this was probably a real social death. The people watching the battle outside the arena shook their heads and sighed. Their gazes were filled with pity. Zabek would become a joke among the vampires. In the future, he was trampled on. Where was his dignity? On the other hand, Euphelia was a little excited. She seemed eager to try. It must feel good to step on a genius, but unfortunately it wasn't her. Shue, you Jew, this is too much. That's right, a warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. We are the noble vampire talents. How can you humiliate us like this? The vampire dark apparitions around him shouted. They felt sad when they saw Zabek getting bullied. Do you want to try too? The blood god clone didn't care about their helplessness and anger. He smiled and glanced around him. Silence. The vampire dark apparitions around them were silent. Their faces turned green and white, but no one dared to speak. At the start, they felt that the 9 of them were enough to suppress the blood sun. However, reality proved that they were thinking too much. The 9 of them worked together. What was the use? The other party could suppress him too. This fellow was a monster. Also, they could tell that the other party was a vengeful person. He didn't care if they were talents from some family. Why would he mind stepping on a few more of them if he had done it on Zabek? The vampire dark apparitions were frightened when they saw Zabek's miserable state. They didn't want to become a joke. Let others be humiliated, not me. Zabek was greatly embarrassed now. He might be able to cover up their crushing defeat. The vampire dark apparitions didn't want to speak anymore. Pfft, the blood god clone snorted when he saw their expressions. Genius, vampire. They were just a bunch of cowards. He lowered his head and looked at Zabek with contempt. Look, no one can save you. Zabek's body froze. His heart was dead. What happened to being comrades? Yet they ignored him after he was humiliated. They were a bunch of bastards who left him to die. Boring, the blood god clone said indifferently. Then he lifted his leg that was on Zabek's head. Zabek was elated. He was humiliated, but he just wanted Wang Teng to move his leg away quickly. Chapter 3137, Stepping on People. Extortion. Devil Titan Shui Tong. 2, however. Boom. The moment the happiness rose in his heart, he felt a sharp pain on his head. Then he slammed into the ground again. Fuck. The word fuck was stuck in his throat. It was so weak, it was almost undetectable. Are you surprised? The blood god clone chuckled at %X Zabek wanted to curse, but he couldn't make any sound. Only faint whimpers could be heard. So cruel, so evil, so exciting. Euphelia's face turned red uncontrollably. She stared intently at the situation in the arena as if something had stabbed her in her heart. Boom, 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 the blood god clone didn't plan to let him go so easily. He stomped his feet again and again, forcing his opponent's head into the arena. Only his body was left twitching and struggling outside. He controlled his strength just right so that the other party's head wouldn't explode, and he wouldn't faint. It was enough to keep the other party awake. This was cruel in this situation. Fainting was better than being awake. But Wang Teng wanted it to suffer this humiliation and pain. He would never show any mercy to his enemies. The muscles on the faces of the 8 vampire dark apparitions twitched violently. They couldn't bear to look at him. They moved back silently, afraid of getting implicated. Boom. Finally, the blood god clone stopped and looked at the other vampire dark apparitions. What do you want to do? The vampire dark apparitions were frightened. Their expressions changed when they saw Wang Teng looking at them. They shuddered in fear. We have already lost. We just have to admit that you're the blood son, a vampire dark apparition said hurriedly. But I haven't enjoyed myself yet. The blood god clone smiled, revealing a row of white teeth below his blood-red face. The vampire dark apparitions were so frightened their heads turned numb. What did this bastard want to do? They were already in this state. What else did he want? We admit defeat, a vampire dark apparition shouted. If admitting defeat is useful, why do we need the arena? The blood god clone scoffed. He walked towards the vampire dark apparition, who admitted defeat. The aura on his body kept surging out. The vampire dark apparition's face kept turning pale and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Boom, the next instant, the blood god clone attacked and pushed his palm out. Howl. This is too much. The vampire dark apparition roared in anger. He didn't want to be humiliated, so he wanted to fight for his life. Unfortunately, in his current state, he wasn't the blood god clone's match. He was slapped on the ground and couldn't get up. Boom. The blood god clone stomped his feet and the other party's head sunk into the ground. Another upside-down idiot. He didn't need to show any mercy to vampire dark apparitions. He had been bearing with it for too long. He wasn't the Devil Titan's match at all. He felt frustrated. Now that those vampire dark apparitions had delivered themselves to his doorstep, he had to torment them. If he couldn't deal with the Devil Titan, he could get some interest from the mid-tier Devil Emperors. Let's go. The remaining 7 vampire dark apparitions turned green in the face when they saw this scene. They didn't dare to stay any longer and ran away in all directions. Are you trying to run? The blood god clone squinted and waved his hand. Blood-red tentacles swept out and entangled the 7 vampire dark apparitions, pulling them back. Let us go, sure. Don't go too far. We have already admitted defeat. Why can't you let us leave? Sure, do you want to be our enemy? The 7 vampire dark apparitions were terrified. They shouted in anger. They would rather die than be stepped on like Zabek. When you challenged me, did you ever think of letting me go? The blood god clone asked calmly. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood-red tentacles swung violently and the 7 vampire dark apparitions were all slammed onto the ground. Dust flew everywhere. The blood god clone repeated his actions and stepped on the vampires one by one. All the vampire talents were pushed into the ground. Enough. Outside the arena, a high-tiered Devil Emperor couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up and shouted coldly, "Why? Is the old one coming out again after the young one is beaten up?" The blood god clone stood on the head of a vampire dark apparition talent. He realized that stepping on the heads of those talents was a refreshing thing to do. Then he raised his head and looked at the high-tiered Devil Emperor. Their gazes collided in mid-air. The blood god clone didn't back down. He wasn't even afraid of Devil Titans. Why would he be afraid of a high-tier Devil Emperor? If he was forced into a corner, he might be able to fight a high-tier Devil Emperor. The high-tier Devil Emperor's expression turned ugly. He squinted. He suddenly remembered that this blood son wasn't someone easy to deal with. Even Devil Titan Shui Kan couldn't do anything to him. What could a high-tier Devil Emperor like him do? If he forced the other party to use the blood god altar, he would be the one embarrassed in the end. What do you want? The high-tier Emperor Dark Apparition took a deep breath and asked in a low voice, "What do I want?" The blood god clone lowered his head and looked at the vampire Dark Apparition talent below him. Then he looked at the high-tier Devil Emperor and smiled. Shouldn't I be the one asking you this question? Chapter 338, Stepping on People, Extortion, Devil Titan Shui Tong. 3. Release him. My race can pay the price. The high-tier Devil Emperor knew that he couldn't appease the blood god clone easily, so his gaze flickered. Oh, the blood god clone was interested. He touched his chin and said, "Tell me about it. If I'm satisfied, I might let it go." The high-tier Devil Emperor took a deep breath. He was infuriated. The other party wanted to extort money from them, but he was the one who suggested it. This was the only way. If the other party stepped on them again, the other races would be embarrassed. In summary, this fellow's identity as the Blood Son caused them to be cautious, hence they didn't dare to act recklessly. 1,000 blood sea source crystals per person. His ears moved slightly. He glanced at the space silently and opened his mouth. Not enough. The blood god clone replied calmly without any hesitation. don't go too far. Don't think that you can demand an exorbitant price just because we compromised, the high-tiered Devil Emperor said coldly. The blood god clone shook his head and didn't reply to him. He raised his leg and stomped it down. Boom. A shrill scream came out from the vampire dark apparition's mouth. Enough! The high-tiered Devil Emperor's face turned green. He shouted, 1,200 blood sea source crystals per person. The blood god clone raised his leg again. 1,500 blood sea source crystals. The high-tiered Devil Emperor dark apparition's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He glared at the blood god clone and shouted, Deal! The blood god clone knew when to stop and retracted his leg calmly. Silence. The high-tiered Devil Emperor's expression froze. He felt so frustrated he wanted to vomit blood. The other party agreed so quickly that he felt that he had increased the price too much. Give it to me. The blood god clone stretched out his hand. The high-tiered Devil Emperor snorted. He waved his hand and a space item flew out. It flew towards the blood god clone. The blood god clone caught it and looked inside. He scanned it with his spiritual kinesis and counted it. 13,500 blood sea source crystals, no more, no less. This was a sizable amount. The blood sea source crystals the Ravano family gave him were only around 10,000. This was equivalent to earning a huge amount of blood sea source crystals. He wanted to use the vampire dark apparitions to exchange for blood sea source crystals. It was a huge gain. It felt good just thinking about it. You're lucky. Someone is willing to give you face. The blood god clone glanced at the vampire dark apparitions around him and walked out of the arena. He waved his hand and said, You're welcome to look for me next time. Look for me? The vampire talent's expressions turned ugly. They still had lingering fears. Who the hell would look for you? At this moment, the blood god clone dissipated and devil transformation resumed. The sickle-like dark red horns on his head shrunk back and the dark red wings behind him flapped slightly. It turned into countless feathers and disappeared in the air. The blood-red bones on his face resumed their original appearance. The eyes on his cheeks closed and disappeared. When the blood god clone walked out of the arena, his body had resumed its original state. The Blood Sun battle armor on his body had turned back into the Blood Sun token and was floating in front of him. Wang Teng grabbed it and kept it. The Blood Sun battle armor was special. It could change shape according to the user's body. When the blood god clone grew wings, his back would naturally split open, allowing him to stretch his wings. When horns appeared on his forehead and strange eyes appeared on his face, the armor on his head would retract. Actually, any battle armor that was powerful enough could do this. After all, the metal used to forge the battle armor was memorable. At the same time, there were corresponding runes carved on it, so it was naturally convenient. At this moment, the blood god clone was wearing a blood-red long gown. It wasn't damaged at all. No one could tell that he had just experienced a huge battle and even defeated 9 vampire dark apparitions. In an instant, the dark apparitions watching the battle turned silent. Even the high-tiered Devil Emperor felt his gaze trembling slightly. His heart turned heavy. This Blood Sun was a monster. This was a huge battle, but it seemed like nothing had happened. This was astonishing. Even he had to admit that the other party had the right to become the Blood Sun. In the history of the vampire race, there weren't many Blood Suns who could be compared to him, right? Let's go. The blood god clone didn't know what the vampire dark apparitions were thinking. His gaze landed on Euphelia. Oh, okay. Euphelia was in a daze. No one knew what she was thinking. She only regained her senses after hearing the voice and replied hurriedly. Bloodslayer Princess, some vampire dark apparitions' expressions changed when they saw this scene. Why was the Bloodslayer Princess with the Blood Sun? The Bloodslayer Princess was a renowned beauty of the vampire race. Many vampire talents had designs on her thus. When they saw her walking with the blood god clone, their expressions turned ugly. Euphelia didn't care about the others' opinions. She swayed her beautiful body and arrived beside the blood god clone. She stared at him intently. Fuck. The vampire dark apparitions were infuriated. They were even angrier than when they saw the 9 dark apparitions getting defeated. Chapter 3139, Stepping on People, Extortion, Devil, Titan, Sui, Tong. 4. Was this beautiful flower going to be taken away? No. The Bloodslayer Princess belonged to all the vampires. They mustn't let Shu Yu have her. In an instant, the Blood God clone became the public enemy of all the vampire dark apparitions. Even the Talents from the Gangrel and Brule families, who had chosen to acknowledge him as their blood son, had a common hatred towards the Blood God clone. They couldn't accept it. The Blood God clone felt a chill down its spine. He glanced around in confusion. What's wrong with them? Ignore them. They're just a bunch of weaklings. Euphelia looked back and covered her mouth as she chuckled seductively. Huh. The Blood God clone raised his eyebrows. Why did he feel that the Bloodslayer Princess's attitude was different from before? He was still very cold just now. Why were they so enthusiastic towards him now? Also, he looked at Euphelia's face in surprise and asked, "Why is your face so red?" Really? Euphelia touched her face and chuckled. Maybe I got too excited from watching the match. It's so exciting. The Blood God clone. Did this lady have some special fetish? I wanted to step on those talents, but you beat me to it, Euphelia said excitedly. The Blood God clone's gaze turned strange, so the other party's face was red because she saw him stepping on someone. Was the Bloodslayer Princess a queen fetish? An image appeared in his mind. Euphelia was wearing a blood-red leather coat and holding a blood-red long whip. She was wearing blood-red high heels and stepping on a vampire dark apparition. She was swinging the whip with one hand and laughing with her other hand on her waist. Tisk. The image was too beautiful. He didn't dare to think about it. Are you thinking about something strange? Euphelia slowly regained her composure. She felt that Wang Teng's gaze was a little strange and looked at him curiously. No, let's go. St. Yale's Blood Devil dancing should be ready. I'm looking forward to it. The Blood God clone moved and dashed towards the Blood Moon Fort. Euphelia didn't think too much and got attracted by the Blood Devil dancing. Her beautiful eyes lit up and she followed Wang Teng after they left. The vampire dark apparitions started discussing in low voices. They were all talking about the battle arena just now. They couldn't hide the astonishment in their voices. The ability of the Blood God clone gave them a huge stimulation. It was obvious that the news of today's arena battle would spread through the mouths of these dark apparitions. The Blood God clone's identity as the Blood Son would only get more and more stable. Unstoppable, the Blood God clone and Euphelia returned to the 5th floor of the Blood Moon Fort. Please follow me. St. Yale has prepared 4 dishes. A servant bowed respectfully when she saw the 2 of them. The 2 of them nodded and followed each other into a luxurious and elegant restaurant. There were no other guests in the restaurant. There were only 2 people. One of them was St. Yale. As for the other, Devil Titan Shui Tong. Euphelia was stunned. She turned serious and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Devil Titan Shui Tong. The Blood God clone was stunned. His gaze flickered as he looked at the Devil Titan. This was a female vampire dark apparition. She was wearing a blood-red veil so no one could see her face. Only her mesmerizing eyes could be seen from her eyes. One could tell that she was as beautiful as Euphelia. She might even be more beautiful than her. Their auras were different. The other party was more mature while Euphelia was more inexperienced. Of course, this was only in comparison. The Bloodslayer Princess was familiar enough. Her figure wasn't something an ordinary person could withstand. But the most beautiful thing was her eyes. They were breathtaking. Those eyes were too beautiful. In the Devour space, even Wang Teng was stunned when he saw the eyes. He had never seen such beautiful eyes. He didn't expect them to appear on a vampire dark apparition. It was astonishing. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was there were 2 pupils in each of the eyes. It was strange. Double pupils. The other party had double pupils. He stared at the double pupils and almost got devoured. He hurriedly guarded his mind. The Nine Treasures Pagoda gave off a faint golden glow, so he wasn't affected by the pupils anymore. Gasp! Wang Teng was shocked. He gasped uncontrollably. Those eyes are scary. He turned serious and observed the Devil Titan through the Blood God clone honestly. Even Devil Titan's Shuekan didn't give him this feeling. However, this Devil Titan gave him this feeling, even though she was just standing there without releasing any aura. It was astonishing. Also, the pair of eyes didn't exude any power. It was just a normal gaze, but his mind felt as if it was about to be devoured. What would happen if the other party used the power of her eyes? Wang Teng didn't even dare to imagine. Huh? Devil Titan Shui Tung's gaze landed on the Blood God clone, too. He seemed a little surprised. Blood Son. Interesting. He wasn't affected by her eyes. She didn't activate her eye power, but her eyes were extraordinary. To dark apparitions who were weaker than her, the effects were terrifying in the past. Even the top talents from the various races would be in a daze for a long time when they saw her eyes. However, the Blood Son recovered in an instant. He wasn't affected. His spiritual power was definitely higher than a low-tier Devil Emperor. Even a mid-tier Devil Emperor might not be as powerful as him. She saw the battle just now, so she came out to see the Blood Son personally. She didn't expect him to give her a bigger surprise. Shui, Ju, this is the master of the Blood Moon Fort Devil Titan, Shui Tong. Euphelia spoke to the Blood God clone using voice transmission, Chapter 3140, Blood Sea Original Wine. The Vampire's Treasure Vault, the Reverse Space Shrinking Array 1, the master of the Blood Moon Fort, the Blood God clone was stunned. He looked at the vampire lady again. He didn't expect the other party to be the owner of the Blood Moon Fort. I haven't seen the Blood Sun for many years. Devil Titan Shui Tong laughed softly under his veil. I saw the battle just now. It was astonishing, as expected of a talent who can become the Blood Sun. You're even more monstrous than the other Blood Suns I've seen. The other Blood Suns you've seen? The Blood God clone was flabbergasted. Those Devil Titans were indeed old. Devil Titan Shui Tong, it's an honor to see you. He didn't dare to be careless. He immediately bowed at the Devil Titan and said, You're flattering me. They're just too weak. Ha ha ha. Devil Titan Shui Tong chuckled as if she heard a joke. Euphelia glanced at the Blood God clone and couldn't help but admire this fellow. He dared to boast in front of the Devil Titan. How bold. But thinking about it, the other party even dared to attack Devil Titan Shui Can. What was there to boast about? Let me congratulate the Blood Son. St. Yale opened his mouth and said, This is the Blood Devil dancing I prepared. Please have a taste. He raised his hand slightly and signaled the Blood God clone to lift the lid of the plate. The Blood Devil dancing will be on my tab today. Devil Titan Shui Tong said, There's no need for that. This is Sassataf's treat. There's no need for the Devil Titan to spend any money. The Blood God clone blinked and chuckled. Devil Titan Shui Tong was stunned for a moment. He glanced at St. Yale and smiled when he saw him nodding. It looks like I didn't give the right gift. In that case, she suddenly clapped her hands, and a servant walked in with a wine bottle in her hand. Devil Titan Shui Tong took the wine bottle from the servant and said, This is Blood Sea Original Wine. Take it as my gift. Blood Sea Original Wine, someone exclaimed at the side. Even St. Yale was flabbergasted. It was the Blood Sea Original Wine. Devil Titan Shui Tong was really generous. Is this wine precious? The Blood God clone noticed the change in everyone's expression and asked Euphelia using voice transmission. Ever since he became a Blood Son, he had seen many wines from the vampire race, including the Bloody Mary, the Crimson Enchantress, and many others. These were all extremely precious wines. Even the members of the 13 families were surprised. Was the Blood Sea Original Wine more precious than the Bloody Mary and the Crimson Enchantress? However, he finally realized that vampires loved to drink. There were all kinds of good wines. It's not just precious. Euphelia took a deep breath and stared at the bottle of wine with shimmering eyes. She said via voice transmission, "This is a fine wine made in the undying blood sea. You can tell how precious it is from this alone, after all. Not everyone can enter the undying blood sea. Even some talents can only enter occasionally. If you want to make wine in the undying blood sea, you need to have a special preservation method and use some special ingredients. If not, you won't be able to withstand the corrosion of the blood in the undying blood sea." The blood god clone nodded in deep thought. He said to Devil Titan, Shui Tong, "Thank you, Devil Titan." Devil Titan Shui Tong smiled and opened the bottle. He poured a cup of crimson wine for the Devil Titan personally. This move astounded Euphelia and Saint Yale. Devil Titan Shui Tong poured the wine personally. This was a great honor. If word got out, they would boast about it for life. Devil Titan Shui Tong had never viewed a talent with such high importance. Even the previous blood son didn't receive such treatment. If not, rumors would have spread. The blood god clone was astounded, too. He felt that this Devil Titan Shui Tong was treating him too specially. Why was he pouring wine for him personally? The other party was a Devil Titan. Even if he was the blood son, she didn't have to go this far, right? However, the wine had already been poured. There was no point in saying anything else. He could only accept it calmly. Devil Titan Shui Tong passed the wine cup over personally. Her fingers were snow white and slender. They were crystal clear, and every finger was like a jade onion. The joints were clear and beautiful. In the devour space, Wang Teng was flabbergasted. Those vampire dark apparitions really looked attractive. He felt that his 136 points of handsomeness attribute was enough. Even among the vampires, he was one of the best. However, he had a feeling that Devil Titan Shui Tong was extremely attractive. She might even be more attribute than him. Although there was nothing to compare between a man and a woman, this heaven-defying beauty was astonishing. Wang Teng suddenly sympathized with him. Handsome and beautiful people were always attracted to each other. Unfortunately, the woman was a vampire dark apparition. If not, he would have admired him even more. Of course, vampires were vampires. If he had the chance, he would like to see the appearance of Devil Titan Shui Tong. It would be an eye-opener for him. He could boast when he went out in the future. The blood god clone took the wine cup and swirled it gently. There was astonishment in his eyes. This wine was extraordinary. A strange wine fragrance wafted into his nose. Then it spread throughout his body, causing all the cells in his body to tremble slightly. He was in a tipsy state. Chapter 3141, Blood Sea Original Wine. The Vampire's Treasure Vault. The Reverse Space Shrinking Array. 2. What a strong wine. I'm curious about its special effects. In the Devour space, Wang Teng's eyes widened slightly. He didn't smell the fragrance personally, but he could feel it clearly through the blood god clone. This Blood Sea original wine wasn't simple. It was even more unique than the Bloody Mary. Just by smelling the fragrance of the wine, he felt that the blood god clone's spirit and physical body had improved slightly. This was a double effect. Wang Teng didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt that the life force in the blood god clone's body was activated. The absorption speed increased a little. When he completed his transformation in the first level of the Darkland, the blood god clone still had a huge amount of life left in him that was yet to be absorbed. What's more, he seemed to have reached a bottleneck. It was very difficult for him to advance further. But under the stimulation of the Blood Sea original wine, the bottleneck started to loosen. This was unbelievable. It was just a wisp of wine fragrance, but it had such a special effect. "Good wine," the blood god clone exclaimed. Devil Titan Shui Tong smiled. "As long as you like it?" The Blood Sea original wine and the blood devil dancing might give you a different kind of enjoyment, St. Yale said. The blood god clone finally remembered that he had forgotten about this saint-level force dish. You couldn't blame him. If there was anything to blame, it was the Blood Sea original wine. It was too tempting. Cough. The blood god clone coughed awkwardly and walked in front of St. Yale. He took a deep breath and opened the lid of the plate. A blood-red glow blossomed. What kind of feeling was this? It was like a blood-red flower in full bloom. It was extremely strange. A strong fragrance wafted out from the plate and filled up the entire restaurant. Smells good. Euphelia took a deep breath and squinted in excitement. It's a pleasure to smell St. Yale's force dishes. The blood pupil devil titan smiled and said, "You're flattering me." St. Yale was delighted. However, he still bowed at the blood pupil devil titan humbly. The blood god clone looked at the force dish in front of him in astonishment. Boom! At this moment, a hologram floated up from the force dish. It turned into beautiful red flowers in the thick mist and blossomed. Then the blood-red petals scattered. Amidst the sky full of petals, beautiful figures appeared and danced. The dance had a strange, devilish aura. Anyone who saw it would be immersed in it. Blood devil dancing. So this is the blood devil dancing. The blood god clone finally understood the meaning of this name. It wasn't a dark dish. It was the real blood devil dancing. Only dark apparitions would have such a devilish dance. This was the difference in civilization. In the devour space, Wang Teng felt emotional. He felt that he had broadened his horizons. He didn't expect this to happen. This guy was able to make a flower out of force dishes. There were all kinds of surprises. It was a real flower. However, this was still a saint-level force dish. The ice god mist shadow fish dragon dance that Wang Teng made was even more powerful than this. How is it? St. Yale wanted to see the blood god clone's reaction, but the blood god clone was wearing a mask, so he could only see the flickering eyes. Indeed, astonishing. The blood god clone smiled. "You live up to your reputation." "Please have a taste," St. Yale said. The blood god clone wasn't in a hurry to taste it. Instead, his gaze landed on the force dishes. His eyes shimmered slightly, and he was elated. A few attribute bubbles were floating there. Pick them up. He didn't hesitate. He immediately swept his spiritual kinesis out and picked them up. Blood devil dancing 1,000, blood devil dancing 1,200, blood devil dancing 1,300. As the attribute bubbles were absorbed by Wang Teng, an enlightenment appeared in his mind. At the same time, a hologram appeared. This was the blood devil dancing. Then the blood devil dancing exploded and turned into rays of light. It disintegrated into ingredients and started cooking again. The entire cooking process appeared in Wang Teng's mind. It was detailed, including everything, as if Wang Teng had cooked it personally. Even if St. Yale cooked the blood devil dancing in front of him, it wouldn't be so detailed. Blood devil dancing, 3505,000 foundation, the foundation stage. Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes after absorbing the enlightenment. There was a strange glint in his eyes. Then he glanced at the attributes board. 3,500 points of attributes had just reached the foundation stage. Even so, the force dish was complete. It was not missing anything. The only regret was that the quality of this force dish wasn't as good as the ice god mist, shadow fish dance in God's sigh. Its foundation stage required 5,000 attribute points, while the ice god mist shadow fish dragon dance required 10,000 points. The difference was obvious. You could tell that the god's sigh was extraordinary. Wang Teng was extremely lucky to be able to get it. Of course, he also had to thank the two brothers from the TI family. This was a gift from them. The entire process only lasted for a few seconds. The blood god clone reached out and picked up the cutlery. He took a portion of force dish from the plate and savored it. Boom. An explosion seemed to have occurred in his mind. No, at the same time it exploded in his taste buds. There seemed to be something magical about it. He had the urge to dance. Chapter 3142, Blood Sea Original Wine, The Vampire's Treasure Vault, the Reverse Space Shrinking Array 3 this time. It was a real dance. No, I don't want to. Wang Teng's expression turned strange. He relied on his strong willpower to control his urge. If not, the blood god clone would have made a fool of itself. These forced dishes were strange. The blood god clone turned to look at St. Yale, who was filled with anticipation. Anticipate what? Was he anticipating him to make a fool of himself? St. Yale must have cooked forced dishes frequently, right? Yet he was still alive. It was unbelievable that he didn't get beaten to death. However, at this moment, as the devilish feeling passed, a comfortable feeling spread from his stomach. It was as if a stream of heat had swept through his limbs and bones, causing changes to his body. This is good stuff. The blood god clone moved his lips and swallowed the urge to complain. He sighed. Who didn't know how to compliment each other? Putting aside the urge to dance, the Bloodseeker flurry was indeed an extraordinary force dish. There was nothing wrong with it. St. Yale wasn't happy because of the blood god clone's exclamation. Instead, he was a little surprised because the guy's performance was, how should he put it? It was a little too calm. This didn't feel like the first time he had tasted a divine-level force dish. Have the Blood Sun tasted the divine-level force dishes before? He asked, without any hesitation. No, I'm just a person from the lower realm. How can I taste the divine-level force dishes? The blood god clone shook his head. On the other hand, St. Yale was puzzled. He didn't believe it. This Blood Sun's performance was too strange. This wasn't the first time he tasted a saint-level force dish. The blood god clone ignored him and looked at Euphelia, who was waiting eagerly at the side. A strange smile appeared at the edge of his lips. Have a taste, too. I won't be polite, then, Euphelia said excitedly. Whatever, the blood god clone replied. Euphelia picked up a new set of cutlery and started tasting it. The blood god clone kept staring at her. The smile on his face got weirder. He was filled with anticipation. Shake it, shake it. As expected, Euphelia's waist started swaying uncontrollably after she swallowed the first mouthful of blood. Although she had eaten it once, she still couldn't resist the magical power when she tasted it again. The blood god clone savored the delicious food and wine while admiring someone's dance. He was elated. The blood pupil devil titan laughed and shook his head. This blood sun had a bad sense of humor. Euphelia finally woke up from her stupor. She glanced at the blood god clone and blushed. She snorted and said, Since you invited me to have a taste of the blood devil dancing, I'll show you my dance for free. The blood god clone gestured for her to continue. When he came out of the blood moon fort, the blood god clone was already full and in a good mood. This trip wasn't in vain. Where else do you want to go? Euphelia was satisfied and in a good mood, too. She found the blood god clone even more pleasing to the eye. I need some materials. The blood god clone hesitated before replying. Let's go to the treasure vault. As a blood sun, you can exchange for many things. Also, you have obtained many blood sea source crystals, so you can use them to exchange for items. Euphelia blinked. However, blood sea source crystals are better for cultivation. If you don't have dark energy stones, I can lend them to you. I won't charge you interest. You usually charge interest? The blood god clone looked at her strangely. Cough. Euphelia realized that she had exposed herself, so she coughed awkwardly to cover it up. After all, I'm not very rich. I can't lend money to anyone, so there's a threshold. However, considering your identity and the blood devil dancing just now, I won't charge you any interest. Don't worry. Thank you. The blood god clone sniggered. You're welcome. This is what I should do, Euphelia replied calmly. The blood god clone looked at her speechlessly and said helplessly, Lead the way. Follow me. Euphelia stepped on the ground and flew in a certain direction. The blood god clone followed her immediately. The two of them didn't fly for long before they reached the center of the Blood City. They weren't far from the Blood Sun Palace. It was obvious that the treasure vault was an important place in this city. Under Euphelia's lead, the two of them finally stopped in front of a huge castle. The blood god clone looked up in surprise. This castle wasn't small. Looking at it from afar, it was much bigger than his Blood Sun Palace. There must be many good things hidden here. In the Devour space, Wang Teng touched his chin. He had the urge to rob it, the treasure vault of the dark apparitions. What's more, it was the treasure vault in the vampire's ancestral ground. It was exciting just thinking about it. Let's go! Euphelia didn't know what the blood god clone was thinking. She strode towards the door of the castle. She took out a token and waved it at the door. A blood-red ray of light shot out. Boom, the door opened. The blood god clone's eyes lit up. He took out his blood sun token and waved it at the door. The blood-red glow merged into the darkness of the door. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. A blood-red light suddenly shot out and landed at the entrance. A figure appeared. It was a vampire man. From his aura, he had reached the high-tier Devil Emperor stage, Chapter 3143. Blood Sea Original Wine, the Vampire's Treasure Vault, the Reverse Space Shrinking Array 4. It's our honor to have the Blood Sun here. The other party recognized the Blood God clone and saluted at him. He wasn't being arrogant. You are... The Blood God clone blinked and asked calmly, I'm the manager of the treasure vault. My name is Zanya. The vampire dark apparition smiled. Blood Sun, please come in. Thank you. The Blood God clone was surprised. He glanced at Euphelia and saw her nodding. Then he walked in. The Blood Sun is really powerful. Even the manager of the treasure vault came to welcome you personally. Euphelia's jealous voice appeared in his mind. So, the Blood God clone replied calmly, using voice transmission. Euphelia snorted. This stupid man was being pretentious again. The two of them entered the treasure vault under Zagnya's lead. There seemed to be a layer of obstacle blocking the entrance. They seemed to have passed through a thin film before they entered the treasure vault. His eyes lit up and the darkness disappeared. The top of the treasure vault gave off a faint crimson glow. It was hazy and gorgeous. However, the Blood God clone didn't care. His gaze was attracted by the dazzling array of items in the treasure vault. There were star bones, star cores, spiritual herbs, ores, and many more. They gave off a thick force glow and almost blinded Wang Teng. Fuck, the vampire dark apparitions are too wealthy. Wang Teng cursed in the Devour space. His eyes turned red. In the past, when he was in the treasure vault of the 5 burial planet, he didn't have this feeling. But for some reason, when he saw the treasure vault of the dark apparitions, his heart started to get restless. No, bear with it. I must bear with it. This is the base camp of the dark apparitions. We must discuss this at length. Wang Teng took a deep breath to calm down. He mustn't act rashly. No matter how good the items are, he needed to be alive to take them away. I wonder what the Blood Sun wants to exchange for. Zagnya's voice pulled Wang Teng back to reality. Let me take a look myself. The Blood God clone blinked. That's good. If the Blood Sun needs anything, you can call my name directly. I will appear immediately. Zanya disappeared on the spot after he finished speaking. The Blood God clone raised his eyebrows. He had a strange feeling when Zanya disappeared. It was as if the guy was right in front of him, but he wasn't there at the same time. Is there a space shift array in the treasure vault, or does Zanya possess the space talent? No, it shouldn't be the space talent. Even if he's a high-tier Devil Emperor, I can sense it if he has the space talent. There's only one possibility. There's a space array in this treasure vault. The Blood God clone scanned his surroundings but didn't discover anything. The space inside the treasure vault was huge, and there was no end to it. There were all kinds of shelves blocking his vision, so he couldn't see too far. Most importantly, there seemed to be runes blocking the detection of spiritual power. Even spiritual power couldn't spread out. He felt helpless. It looks like this treasure vault is heavily guarded. The Blood God clone shook his head and walked in. He started strolling around. No matter what, he would observe the situation first. He looked for what he needed while observing his surroundings. What are you looking for? Euphelia couldn't help but ask when she saw him looking around aimlessly. Blood-patterned mithril, the Blood God clone replied. This was a rare material used to make blood puppets. However, its effect was similar to the soul illusion silver. They had the same structure, however. There were still some differences. The blood-patterned mithril was more compatible with the Blood Sea Spirit. It could merge into the Blood Sea Spirit's body and be used to form the control array of the blood puppet. Every secret skill was the result of numerous trials and tribulations by their predecessors. You could say that the soul illusion silver was the most suitable material for the shadow puppetry seal, and the blood-patterned mithril was the most suitable material for the blood puppet. If you changed the materials recklessly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Failure was foreseeable. If Wang Teng wanted to merge the characteristics of the shadow puppet and the blood puppet, he needed to put in more effort into the array. But before that, he needed to try making the blood puppet first. Blood-patterned mithril. Why are you looking for such a rare material? Euphelia was surprised, but she didn't probe further. She took a deep look at the blood god clone and started searching for it. The blood god clone continued strolling. Suddenly his expression changed. He saw something. Attribute bubbles. There were indeed attribute bubbles inside. Pick them up. He immediately walked over and swept the attribute bubbles over with his spiritual kinesis. Ancient Space Rune 10. Ancient Space Rune 8. Reverse Space Shrinking Array 200. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's mind and turned into two different enlightenments. One of them was the Ancient Space Rune. However, it was different from the Ancient Space Rune Wang Teng received. It was a brand new rune. It was even more complicated and occult than the ancient space runes he received in the past. For a moment, Wang Teng was even more curious about the array in the vampire's treasure vault, as if it knew what Wang Teng was thinking. Another enlightenment spread out and turned into the outline of a huge array. Runes lit up one by one, filling up a corner of the array shadow. However, most of them were still dim and couldn't be seen. Reverse space shrinking array. Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes. His gaze flickered, and a smile appeared at the edge of his lips. He finally knew what the array in the vampire's treasure vault was. It was the space array. What's more, it was a special space array. Through the enlightenment he just received, Wang Teng knew that this array could reach the saint level. Also, it could allow the person in charge of the array to move freely within the range of the array. It was very convenient. Its second function was to create the same illusion as the real one. Zagna was just an illusion. Even Wang Teng didn't notice anything amiss with him. Besides that, this array could also shift the enemy's position. If used in a battle, it would be impossible to guard against it. You might get hit if you weren't careful. It was hard for people without the space talent to resist this array. Even Devil Titans or Eternal-level human martial warriors wouldn't be able to resist the power of this saint-level array. Chapter 3144, Broken Weapon, Ancient Images, Primordial Dark Consciousness, 1, Good Riddance. Wang Teng was astounded after absorbing the enlightenment of the reverse space shrinking array. He didn't expect that there would be such a powerful array protecting the vampire's treasure vault. Was there something precious in the treasure vault? Based on the treasures he could see now, it shouldn't be enough to activate this rare space array, right? It looked like he underestimated the treasure vault. The blood god clone scanned his surroundings. There were many treasures, including universe-level treasures. However, he felt that there should be something more precious here. It just didn't appear. It might be hidden in the depth. What's more, the vampire's foundation, or rather the dark apparition's foundation, is astonishingly powerful. Wang Teng lamented in his devour space. Whether it was the 9 worlds mixed space array or the reverse space shrinking array, they weren't simple arrays. This kind of space array was rare in the human race. Even in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters, there weren't many arrays that could be compared to them, especially the 9 worlds mixed space array. Wang Teng felt that this array was more divine than the Void Speckle Great Array. 9 levels of the Darkland, 9 levels of the 9 worlds mixed space array. This was astonishing. From this, it could be seen that dark apparitions weren't just barbaric life forms that only knew how to kill. They had their own civilization and foundation. Even if these resources were plundered, they were theirs now. Reverse space shrinking array, saint level, incomplete. 208,000 foundation. The foundation is 8,000 points. Wang Teng was surprised when he saw the attributes board. The reverse space shrinking array was a saint-level array, but the foundation required 8,000 points. The saint-level arrays he received in the past only required 5,000 points of attributes. There were differences, even though they were all at the saint level. It's only at the foundation stage. This isn't enough. Wang Teng's eyes flickered. He was getting restless. Now that he had a basic grasp of this array, if he could raise it to the well-versed stage, he might be able to sneak into the vampire's treasure vault silently using this array. Who would have thought that a person who entered the treasure vault for the first time would be able to grasp the reverse space-shrinking array? No one would think of this even if they broke the vampire's heads. At first, Wang Teng planned to use other methods to sneak into the treasure vault. However, he was given a pillow when he was sleepy. A new method seemed to have appeared in front of him. What's more, this method was more stable. However, the attributes he received were still incomplete, so the most important thing was to complete the array. Wang Teng asked the blood god clone to continue roaming around the treasure vault. He looked for the materials he needed while picking up attribute bubbles. Ancient Space Rune 10, Reverse Space Shrinking Array, 500, Reverse Space Shrinking Array, 300, Ancient Space Rune 5, Ancient Space Rune 6, Reverse Space Shrinking Array 250. After some time, the attribute bubbles were all absorbed by Wang Teng. They filled up his enlightenment of the reverse space shrinking array and allowed his mastery of this array to increase tremendously. Reverse space shrinking array, saint level, incomplete, 6500 over 8000, foundation. Is it still incomplete? Wang Teng glanced at the attributes board and frowned. He had already toured most of the area. Why were the array attributes still incomplete? At this moment, Euphelia walked over from afar and shook her head at him. She didn't find the blood-patterned mithril. Zangya, the blood god clone, opened his mouth and called the manager's name. "What orders do you have for me, blood son?" Zangya appeared in front of the blood god clone and asked with a smile, "Is this all the treasure vault has?" The blood god clone looked down on the place. Of course not. Zangya wasn't angry. He smiled and said, "It looks like the thing the blood son is looking for isn't here. In that case, please follow me." As a blood son, you have the right to enter the second level. Second level? The blood god clone raised his eyebrows and followed behind Zagnya silently. Zagnya waved his hand and an astonishing scene appeared in front of the blood god clone. The light above their heads lit up and the outline of an array appeared. It was the same as the reverse space shrinking array Wang Teng received. A faint light shone down from the array. A whirlpool gradually appeared in the middle of the array. "You need to wait here." Zagnya glanced back at Euphelia. His attitude was completely different from his attitude towards the blood god clone. He was extremely calm. Then he stepped out and entered the whirlpool. The blood god clone blinked and nodded at Euphelia. He stepped out and entered the whirlpool too. Euphelia bit her lips helplessly. It had been a long time since she experienced such helplessness and frustration, but in front of this blood son she had no advantage at all. She was completely inferior. For instance, she would be lucky if she could enter the first level of the treasure vault. However, the blood son could enter the second level. Wang Teng didn't know what Euphelia was thinking. When the blood god clone entered the second level with Zangya, a strange feeling arose in his heart. Chapter 3145, Broken Weapon. Ancient Images, Primordial Dark Consciousness, 2. This is another level of space. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He had his guess. Before this, he already felt that this treasure vault was a little strange. When he stepped into the treasure vault, he seemed to have passed through a space barrier. Now that he thought about it, the castle was just a cover. Actually, the treasure vault was on another level. The door of the castle was the entrance. The second level of the treasure vault was in another level of space. This was a little extravagant. The secrecy and mystery of the treasure vault exceeded Wang Teng's expectation once again. Very soon his attention was attracted by the attribute bubbles in front of him. After the array disappeared, a few attribute bubbles appeared on the ground. Pick them up. The blood god clone released his spiritual kinesis without any hesitation and picked them up. These attribute bubbles were all near his feet. They were within the radius of his spiritual kinesis, so he could pick them up directly. If they were a little further, he wouldn't be able to reach them. Reverse space shrinking array 550. Reverse space shrinking array 300. Reverse space shrinking array 800. As the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's mind, the outline of the array appeared again. It lit up quickly and spread throughout the entire array. Boom! In an instant, the array vibrated slightly and a powerful glow erupted. An indescribable feeling surged into Wang Teng's mind. It's completed. Wang Teng was invigorated. He was elated. Reverse space shrinking array, saint level, 515,000, well versed. The words incomplete on the attributes board had disappeared. The mastery of the reverse space shrinking array had also advanced from the foundation to the well-versed stage. This was a huge surprise for Wang Teng. He roamed around the first level for half a day, but he didn't manage to complete the reverse space shrinking array. He completed the array after entering the second level and even reached the well-versed stage, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Wasn't this a surprise? Actually, he understood that the reason why they were able to complete the array attributes so quickly was because Zhangya used the power of the array to transport them from the first floor to the second floor. If he continued walking around, he wouldn't be able to collect all the attributes. He didn't get what he wanted when he searched far and wide, but he got it when he least expected it. This was good enough. Wang Teng's plan had the initial conditions. Now he just needed to understand the situation here. Blood, son. You should have felt it. Zhangya looked at the blood god clone's expression and smiled. This is another space. Yes, the blood god clone nodded silently. He had already displayed so much. Anyone would be an idiot if they didn't guess it. There was no need to deny anything. Normal people can't go up to the second floor. Only high-tier devil emperors can enter this place. Also, their status in the 13 clans isn't low. Their bloodline must be pure, and they must have made enough contributions, Zhangya said slowly. So strict? The blood god clone was stunned. Of course, Zhangya seemed satisfied with the blood god clone's reaction. He nodded and smiled. Blood son, you have the right to enter this place. This is the blood son's privilege. The blood god clone nodded in deep thought. He had a new understanding of the blood son's identity. Are you going to find what you need by yourself? Blood son? Zhangya asked. It's all right. You can tell me. The blood god clone shook his head. He didn't want to waste any more time. Please wait for a moment, blood son. I'll bring it over immediately. Zhangya smiled. Before the blood god clone could nod, the guy had already disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, there was a silver ore covered with blood-red patterns in his hand. This ore wasn't very big. It was only the size of an adult's head. Zhangya smiled. This should be enough for the blood son, right? Enough, the blood god clone nodded. It looked like the other party had guessed his usage. If not, he wouldn't be able to figure out the dosage so accurately. Zhangya was more mysterious than he thought. As the manager of the vampire's treasure vault, he must be extraordinary. This is the first time the blood son is here, so you can exchange for this item for free. Zhangya explained. Also, the blood son can exchange for something else, worth 2 high-tier devil emperor items and 1 devil titan item. Oh, the blood god clone was surprised. He didn't expect the blood son to enjoy such good things. 2 high-tier devil emperor items, 1 devil titan level treasure. This wasn't a small sum. I won't be polite then. The blood god clone smiled. Blood son, please help yourself, Zhangya said. Oh, right. This blood-patterned mithril should be a high-tier devil emperor treasure, right? The blood god clone asked. Yes. Zhangya bowed slightly. When he saw that Wang Teng didn't have any questions, he disappeared on the spot and didn't disturb the blood god clone anymore. The blood god clone's gaze flickered. He started to tour the second level of the treasure vault. He had obtained many items from the other clans. Some could be used to forge weapons, while others could be used to make pills. However, he didn't have the smithery skill or the prescription, so he couldn't make it temporarily. It was obvious that the ingredients weren't complete. Some normal ingredients could be bought outside, but the main ingredients might not be the same. This time, when he entered the treasure vault, he could see if he could get some special weapon forging skills or Dan prescriptions. Chapter 3146, Broken Weapon. Ancient Images, Primordial Dark Consciousness 3. Honestly, he hadn't had much experience in the smithery and alchemist skills of dark apparitions. He was a little curious. If he had the chance, he could give it a try. Now that he had advanced to the saint level, he should be able to grasp some basic knowledge quickly. He wouldn't need to waste much time. He learned all the skills of the different schools of thought and created something new. Even if it was a dark apparition skill, he would learn it. To Wang Teng, light and dark attributes were just two different attributes. However, if he merged them together, there wasn't much difference from the other attributes. In the past, he didn't like the dark force, but as his knowledge increased, this repulsion gradually disappeared. The only disadvantage was that he couldn't display his dark force in front of others. It would cause a huge uproar. Of course, this dissipation didn't mean that he wasn't vigilant against the dark force. He still had to be vigilant when he needed to be. However, when he needed to use it, he would use it and wouldn't purposely evade it. This was Wang Teng's attitude now. He was accepting it voluntarily. At this moment, the blood god clone was strolling around the second level of the treasure vault. He scanned the attribute bubbles one by one and saw many attribute bubbles on the ground. He picked them up, raising the attributes of the reverse space-shrinking array. As he went deeper into the second level, the level of the treasures got higher and higher. Gradually, Devil-Titan-level treasures appeared. The dazzling light and the extremely thick force aura astounded even Wang Teng, who had seen many treasures. It's a pity that I can only choose one Devil-Titan-level treasure. Wang Teng shook his head in pity. However, obtaining a Devil-Titan-level treasure was already a great convenience for the Blood Sun. The other vampire talents would be envious and jealous. They couldn't ask for too much. Wang Teng turned serious. He observed the treasures through the blood god clone. With his saint-level mastery in his secondary professions, he was able to recognize these Devil-Titan-level treasures. Huh. Suddenly, Wang Teng gasped softly, as if he had discovered something. His gaze landed on a treasure. This was a broken weapon. A Devil-Titan-level weapon. That was a divine weapon. From afar, one could feel an ancient and mottled aura. The broken weapon was dark red with bloodstains all over it. It floated in the display cabinet and was blocked by an energy shield. The blood god clone only saw its appearance after walking over. There were dark red patterns on its surface. It was probably a combination of the ancient dark pattern and the ancient blood tattoo. Even through the energy shield, one could feel the power of darkness and blood. This broken weapon was extremely suitable for vampire dark apparitions. The other dark apparitions wouldn't be able to use it after all. Only vampires possessed the stench of blood. Unfortunately, it was already damaged and only fragments were left. He couldn't even tell what weapon it was. However, what Wang Teng found strange wasn't the broken weapon. It was the attribute bubbles scattered around it. Wang Teng wasn't surprised. He knew that some ancient artifacts would drop attribute bubbles. After all, he had encountered many similar situations in the past. It was obvious that this broken weapon was one of them. But when he stood in front of the energy shield, a problem arose. The attribute bubbles were blocked by the energy shield. He couldn't get in with his spiritual power. Do vampires have to be so strict? Wang Teng felt helpless. He looked at the broken weapon in front of him and could only stare at him. If you want to feel the power of this weapon, you can use the Blood Sun token to deactivate the energy shield. Zagnia's voice suddenly echoed beside the blood god clone's ear. The blood god clone thought of something and immediately took out the Blood Sun token. A blood-red glow shot out from it and merged into the energy shield. There was a buzzing sound and the energy shield opened. A strong, evil, and bloody aura surged out from within, carrying with it a powerful willpower. It was as if an ancient dark presence had appeared in front of him and was revived by this broken weapon. The blood god clone turned grim and took a step back uncontrollably. He immediately activated his blood god physique to resist the violent aura. At the same time, in Wang Teng's mind, the 9 treasures pagoda shone brightly and blocked the terrifying dark consciousness. Then he looked at the broken weapon in astonishment. He was in disbelief. It was just a broken weapon, but it possessed such powerful willpower. Where did this broken weapon come from? He finally understood why they had to use the energy shield to seal it. If they allowed this powerful force to sweep through the treasure vault without any fear, it would cause damage and affect the other treasures. This effect might not be noticeable in a short time, but as time went by, some treasures would lose their characteristics. Wang Teng didn't hesitate. He immediately released his spiritual kinesis and picked up the attribute bubbles: Primordial Dark Consciousness 1000, Primordial Dark Consciousness 1300. Boom, the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's mind. A terrifying image appeared in his mind instantly. His mind was in a whirl. It was like a tsunami. This was a battlefield. Ancient, tragic, bloody, countless broken limbs littered the battlefield. Corpses piled up like a mountain. All kinds of weapons were stabbed into the ground. Flags fluttered in the wind. Chapter 3147. Broken Weapon. Ancient Images. Primordial Dark Consciousness 4. A giant figure stood erected between heaven and earth like a titan. It gave off a thick, dark aura. Only its crimson eyes pierced through the sky like pillars of light, shooting straight into the universe. It was impossible to look at it directly. Roar. An angry roar was heard. The giant dark apparition gave off a powerful aura that filled up the entire sky. Under the pressure of this aura, the constellations in the universe exploded one by one. The Milky Way broke and countless celestial bodies turned into dust. It was like the apocalypse. Under the sweeping force of this presence, everything ceased to exist. The world seemed to have fallen into darkness. The broken limbs, bones, and weapons on the battlefield were all reduced to scraps. Only a few lucky ones were left. There was a dark red broken weapon buried deep in the ground. It was giving off a faint glow. It witnessed the terrifying presence and seemed to have recorded that moment. For many years after that, the entire battlefield was filled with a domineering aura. It seemed to be shrouded by the dark will and couldn't dissipate. As for the broken weapons, they were gradually contaminated by the dark force under the influence of the dark force, making them even more magical. The image stopped abruptly. Wang Teng took a deep breath, and his eyes gradually regained their focus. He was flabbergasted. "What is that? How can it release such a terrifying aura?" He took a deep breath and found it unbelievable. The frightening presence reminded him of a terrifying dark apparition. He Tian. Yes, it was the dark apparition called He Tian who broke the seal below the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. Wang Teng had seen many powerful dark apparitions, but He Tian was the only one who could be compared to the frightening presence in the image. Even the devil gods he saw were nothing in front of him. The Darkland is indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Wang Teng turned serious. When he thought that He Tian was one of the most powerful presences in the Darkland, he suddenly realized that there was someone on par with it. This was a huge stimulation. In front of such powerful dark apparitions, did the Light faction have a chance of winning? For some reason, this thought appeared in Wang Teng's mind. He felt a little dejected. He had always been confident. However, as he got stronger and came into contact with higher levels, he realized that this world was more terrifying than he imagined. The stronger he was, the more respectful he became. Sigh. He took a deep breath and let it out, slowly, to calm down. There's nothing to be afraid of. There must be powerful presences in the Light faction, too. They just haven't appeared. Wang Teng's gaze flickered. His heart gradually became firm. Nothing was impossible. He had experienced many difficulties along the way. Why would he be frightened by an ancient scene? Primordial Dark Consciousness. 3,500,000 first rank. Wang Teng glanced at the attributes board and felt happy again. So what if this guy was an ancient, formidable warrior from the Darkland? He would still get attributes from the guy. This ancient dark apparition was undoubtedly extremely powerful. Its aura was much more powerful than a normal dark apparition's. From Wang Teng's point of view, this power of will was on par with his primordial consciousness and unyielding lighting battle conscious. This wasn't just a dark consciousness, it also possessed an ancient consciousness. It was similar to the primordial consciousness Wang Teng had. His gaze turned intense as he looked at the broken weapon in front of him. He didn't want to leave, so he waited for a while longer and farmed attribute bubbles from it 3 times. He didn't give up until there were no attribute bubbles dropped. What a pity. Wang Teng shook his head and glanced at the attributes board again. Primordial Dark Consciousness, 6,510,000 first rank. At this moment, his primordial dark consciousness had reached 6,500 points. He would be able to reach the 2nd rank soon. With this primordial dark consciousness, I can use it to retaliate when I face the aura of a dark apparition. Wang Teng touched his chin and wondered to himself. In the past, when he was facing the aura of the dark apparitions, he could only defend passively and couldn't retaliate. It was frustrating. Now, with this primordial dark consciousness, let's see who can suppress him with their aura. However, the power of will was still too weak. It needed to be at least at the 3rd or 4th rank, otherwise it would be useless. Let's see if there are any other weapons that can drop this primordial dark consciousness attribute. The blood god clone looked around him, searching for other ancient weapons. Unfortunately, after searching for a long time, he couldn't find another weapon with this primordial dark consciousness. Wang Teng sighed uncontrollably. He knew that weapons that could leave behind the primordial consciousness were extremely rare, but he was still disappointed. Never mind, I was too greedy. Wang Teng shook his head. The attribute bubbles depended on one's luck. It was a blessing to be able to gain the corresponding enlightenment. He mustn't ask for too much, although he had only grasped the 1st rank now. Compared to those who hadn't, the difference was like heaven and earth. Not everyone could grasp this ancient consciousness. He was already lucky, on the other side. After the blood god clone left, Ejna appeared in front of the broken weapon and touched his chin. This blood sun seems to be comprehending the power of will of this weapon. I wonder if he got anything in the end. In the past, many talents were attracted by the primordial dark consciousness here, but no one has ever comprehended it. I'm curious if he can. Chapter 3148, Blood Essence Kettle, Blood God Physique's Restlessness, Secret. 1. The blood god clone continued strolling around. Although he didn't find any broken weapons that contained primordial consciousness, he realized that the treasures here were all special. They contained dark characteristics and were completely different from the treasures of the light faction. But he wasn't interested in any of the treasures. He stopped when he saw a treasure. Huh! His blood god physique vibrated uncontrollably. The blood in his body started to get restless. What's going on? The blood god clone was stunned. He looked at the treasures on display in surprise. He was puzzled. Could it be caused by this? But what is this? A wine bottle or a water bottle? He sized up the treasure in front of him and went into deep thought. This wine jar. Let's call it a wine jar for now. It was still filled with vampire characteristics. It was dark red in color, and the body of the pot was very high. The pedestal was at least 1/3 of the height. It looked a little strange. There were all kinds of patterns carved on the body of the pot. It gave off a strange and ancient aura. However, Wang Teng didn't dare to compliment these patterns. They were all bats, crows, blood snakes, and other living creatures. Their blood-red and cold eyes seemed to be staring at everyone who was looking at them. They looked indecent. This was the first time the blood god clone saw such a treasure in the vault. What was so special about a jar of wine? Also, the wine jar was placed at the back. It looked like there was a pile of dust. No one was paying attention to it. This thing can activate the blood god physique. In the devour space, Wang Teng touched his chin with interest. After standing in front of the jar for some time, he confirmed that this jar was the thing that activated the blood god physique. He asked the blood god clone to take out the blood sun token and deactivated the energy shield in front of him. He wanted to see what was so special about this jar. With the appearance of the blood sun token, the energy shield opened and an evil, eerie, and ancient aura spread out. This is the blood essence kettle. It's made by a saint-level blacksmith and can be considered a saint-level artifact. However, its function this wine pot. Well, this blood essence kettle can be used to purify some special energy and make it purer. The effects are not bad. Of course, it can also be used to purify one's force. It's beneficial for one's cultivation, especially for people with low cultivation. Zagnia's voice sounded beside the clone's ear again.
Blood essence kettle?
The blood god clone's heart skipped a beat. For some reason, he felt that Zagnia's tone was a little strange. Was it an illusion, or was there something strange about the blood essence kettle? He didn't think that the blood essence kettle would be left here if it was so good. The others weren't idiots. There's a price to pay for purifying energy, right? The blood god clone thought of something and asked calmly. Zagnia was stunned for a moment before he continued using voice transmission. There was a hint of surprise in his voice as he said, as expected of the blood sun. You can see the problem at one glance. Although the blood essence kettle can purify energy, the consumption is not small. Oh, tell me the details, the blood god clone replied calmly. Let me give you an analogy. Zagnia contemplated for a moment before continuing. For instance, if you instill 10 streams of energy into the blood essence kettle, 5 of them will overflow and the remaining 5 will be purified and absorbed by you. Also, you will have to pay the price for how much energy you want to purify. The blood essence kettle needs to be nourished. Fuck. The blood god clone knew that there was something strange about the blood essence kettle, but he still couldn't help but curse when he heard Zagnia's explanation. Crazy. Do you have to be so black-hearted? He instilled 10 streams of energy into it, and 5 streams would be gone. This was equivalent to losing half the power. Even a devil titan wouldn't be able to withstand this, right? Also, what did he mean by providing for it? Was this an ancestor? It needed to be fed. What should I feed it with? The blood god clone resisted the urge to complain and asked. All kinds of energy ores, spiritual herbs, and so on. As long as they contain abundant energy, they can be used to nourish it, Zagnia said calmly. Do you see its base? That's used to absorb stuff. The blood god clone took a deep breath. He didn't know what to say anymore. This thing was definitely a scam. Anyone who took it would be tricked. At this moment, he had the urge to turn and leave. Who forged this? The blood god clone asked helplessly. It's made by a famous saint-level blacksmith in the history of our vampire race called the Zafoki. If you look into the name, you can find a lot of things. He was once called the unconventional genius. The items made by him are half legendary and half weird. Zagnia hesitated for a long time. He seemed to be immersed in his memories. Half legendary, half weird. The blood god clone was speechless. Wang Teng couldn't imagine what kind of blacksmith could do this. What's more, he was a saint-level blacksmith. He must be a weirdo. As a fellow saint-level blacksmith, Wang Teng knew how difficult it was to forge a divine-level weapon. Being able to forge a saint-level weapon into something weird was an ability, too. Looking at the blood essence kettle in front of him, the side effects aside, its real use was impressive. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.